Immerse yourself in a gripping tale set in the untamed frontier, where the beauty of the wilderness collides with hidden dangers. A passionate quest to preserve nature's secrets intertwines with a stirring romance, forged amidst whispers of conspiracy and the shadows of greed. This audiobook weaves suspense, love, and the fight for justice into a vivid tapestry of the western woodlands, promising an unforgettable journey for listeners craving adventure and heart. Chapter 1: Whispers in the Woods. The air in this part of the woods hung thick and still, heavy with the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and the sharp, clean fragrance of pine resin warming in the dappled sunlight. Isabella Moore knelt beside a cluster of ghostly white Indian pipes, their strange, waxy heads bowed towards the forest floor like spectral monks in prayer. She handled them with a reverence bordering on tenderness, her fingers tracing the delicate, translucent stems. Here, deep within the sprawling, untamed woodlands that pressed against the edges of the rough settlement she called home, she felt a sense of belonging that eluded her elsewhere. The silence wasn't empty. It pulsed with a hidden life, Emma, a symphony of rustles, clicks, and the distant sigh of wind high in the canopy. Her sketchbook lay open beside her on a bed of moss, the page already half filled with a precise, intricate drawing of the Monotropa uniflora. Her pencil, a slender piece of graphite worn smooth with use, moved with practiced grace, capturing the curve of each scale-like leaf, the unique texture of the bell-shaped flower. Botany wasn't just a study for Isabella. It was a language, a way of understanding the world, finding order and beauty in the chaos of existence. Each plant told a story of resilience, adaptation, survival against the odds. Stories, she felt, echoed within her own spirit. She had come west seeking not gold or land in the traditional sense, but knowledge. Her inheritance, modest but sufficient, had allowed her passage and the means to establish a small cabin on the outskirts of Oak Haven, a burgeoning timber town carved rawly from the wilderness. It was a place rough around the edges, populated by hard-working folk, restless prospectors, and men whose eyes held the hard glint of opportunism. Women were scarce, and a young woman living alone, pursuing interests deemed peculiar, was an anomaly. Isabella had learned to navigate the curious stares, the occasional unwelcome remark, with a quiet dignity that often masked a tremor of unease. Her focus remained fixed on the forest, her sanctuary, and her laboratory. A twig snapped nearby, sharp, close. Isabella froze, her hand hovering over the sketchbook. Her heart gave a sudden hard thump against her ribs. She wasn't entirely alone. Though she chose paths less traveled, the woods were vast and encounters, not always welcome, were possible. She strained her ears, filtering the familiar forest sounds, the chatter of a squirrel, the drone of insects, the creak of branches searching for anything human, anything discordant. Silence pressed back, thick and watchful. Perhaps it was just a deer, startled by her presence, or perhaps not. Slowly, carefully, she rose to her feet, brushing clinging fragments of leaf mold from her sturdy serge skirt. Her gaze swept the surrounding woods, moving past the massive trunks of ancient oaks and maples, delving into the shadowed undergrowth, where ferns unfurled like emerald fists and shadows pooled like spilled ink. Sunlight slanted through the leaves in shifting columns, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air, but revealing nothing else. She clutched the small, worn leather satchel that held her collecting tools, a trowel, shears, glass vials its weight, a familiar comfort against her hip. Tucked inside, Beneath folds of waxed paper for pressing specimens lay a small, heavy precaution, a compact, single-shot Derringer pistol her late father had insisted she learn to use. She prayed she would never need it, but the weight of it was a stark reminder of the untamed nature of this place, the thin veneer of civilization that barely held back the wild. The feeling of being watched prickled the back of her neck. It was a sensation she'd grown accustomed to in these woods, a sixth sense honed by solitude and the inherent vulnerability of her work. Usually it was the watchful eyes of wildlife, a fox melting into the brush, an owl perched silently overhead. This felt different, colder, more calculating. She gathered her sketchbook and pencil, tucking them securely into her satchel. The Indian pipe seemed to nod a silent farewell. It was time to move, to head back towards the more familiar trails that led eventually to the relative safety of Oak Haven and her small cabin. She cast one last look at the shadowed recesses between the trees, a shiver tracing its way down her spine, despite the warmth of the late afternoon. These woods held secrets, she knew, not just the botanical wonders she sought, but darker things. Rumors drifted through Oak Haven like smoke from the timber mill, whispers of land disputes, escalating beyond harsh words, of prospectors vanishing without a trace, of trees felled illegally under the cover of night, leaving behind ravaged clearings like open wounds on the earth. Old Man Hemlock, the town's perpetually disgruntled storekeeper, muttered darkly about claim jumpers and shadowy figures seen near the northern ridges. Sheriff Brody, bluff and overworked, mostly dismissed it as town gossip. His resources stretched thin, policing Oak Haven's more immediate vices, drunken brawls, petty theft, the simmering tensions between settlers and the few remaining native families pushed to the fringes. But Isabella had seen things, subtle signs that disturbed her scientific detachment. Patches of forest floor unnaturally disturbed, saplings crushed by heavy boots where no trail should be. The faint, acrid smell of sawdust lingering in places far from any sanctioned logging activity. And sometimes the unnerving silence that fell just before she stumbled upon a stand of particularly valuable timber prime oak, towering pine feeling as if she had interrupted something unseen. She began walking, her steps deliberately quiet on the soft forest floor, her senses hyper-alert. The path she chose wound deeper into a stand of hemlocks, their feathery branches creating a dense, cool shade. The air grew damper here, the scent of pine needles sharp and clean. It was a place she often came to study the unique mosses and lichens that thrived in the perpetual twilight beneath the evergreens. She paused beside a particularly large hemlock, its bark rough and deeply furrowed like an old man's face. Kneeling again, she examined a patch of vibrant green moss clinging to its base, noting the intricate pattern of its growth. She reached out a tentative finger to touch its velvety surface, her mind momentarily absorbed in the miniature world under her gaze. That's when she heard it again. Not a twig snap this time, but the low, unmistakable murmur of voices, male voices, pitched low, rough-edged, and close, too close. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through her concentration. She snatched her hand back from the moss, her breath catching in her throat. The voices weren't conversational. They held a clipped, urgent quality, an undercurrent of anger or conspiracy. They came from just beyond the dense screen of hemlock boughs, perhaps 50 yards away. Isabella pressed herself against the rough bark of the tree, trying to make herself smaller, invisible. Her heart hammered against her ribs like a trapped bird. She strained to make out words, but the thick needles muffled the sound, distorting sentences into indistinct fragments. Something about a shipment. River route? Watchers? The words floated, disconnected, ominous. Then a single phrase cut through the murmurs, clear and chilling. Deal with anyone who gets too curious, especially that woman. That woman. Ice flooded Isabella's veins. Could they mean her? The botanist who wandered the woods alone, sketching flowers and taking notes. Had her quiet observations been noticed, misinterpreted, or perhaps understood all too well? The rumors about illegal logging suddenly felt terrifyingly real, the whispers coalescing into a tangible threat. These weren't just men cutting a few trees for firewood. The tone suggested something organized, ruthless. She squeezed her eyes shut, forcing herself to breathe slowly, evenly. Panic would betray her. She needed to think, to get away unnoticed. Peeking cautiously around the massive trunk, she scanned the area where the voices originated. She saw nothing but dense undergrowth and the shadowed boles of trees. The men were hidden, perhaps taking cover themselves. Slowly, inch by painstaking inch, Isabella began to back away, placing her feet with agonizing care to avoid snapping twigs or rustling leaves. The rough bark scraped against her sleeve. Every natural sound, the sudden caw of a crow overhead, the scuttling of unseen creatures in the leaf litter seemed amplified, threatening to expose her. The voices continued, lower now, harder to discern, but their presence was a palpable weight in the air. She retreated deeper into the hemlock grove, moving parallel to the hidden men, hoping to circle around them and find a different path back. The ground sloped downwards here, leading towards a shallow creek bed choked with ferns and fallen logs. If she could reach the creek, the sound of the water might cover her movements. Her skirt snagged on a low-hanging branch, tearing with a soft ripping sound that seemed deafening in the tense silence. She froze, listening. The voices stopped abruptly. A heavy silence descended, broken only by the frantic pounding of her own blood in her ears. Had they heard? Were they listening? Now? Searching? She held her breath, waiting, every muscle coiled tight, seconds stretched into an eternity. Then one of the voices spoke again, closer this time, rougher. Thought I heard something. Another voice, deeper, calmer, but with an edge of steel, replied, just the woods talking, wind's picking up. Let's finish this and get clear. Isabella didn't wait to hear more. Relief warred with renewed urgency. She scrambled down the slope towards the creek, stumbling once on a loose rock, catching herself just before falling. Ferns brushed against her face, cool and damp. She reached the edge of the creek bed, the shallow water gurgling over smooth stones. Without hesitation, she stepped into the cold stream, the water swirling around her ankles, soaking the hem of her skirt and her sturdy boots. She moved upstream, keeping low, using the bank and the tangled vegetation as cover. The cold water numbed her feet, but the sound of the running water gave her a small measure of courage, masking her splashes and hurried breaths. She risked a glance back towards the hemlock grove. Nothing moved. The voices had faded, either because the men had moved on, or because the creek sounds drowned them out. She didn't slow her pace until she was well away from the area, her lungs aching, her legs trembling. She finally allowed herself to climb out of the creek, collapsing onto a mossy bank beneath a canopy of broad-leafed maples. Water squelched in her boots. Her skirt clung heavy and cold around her legs. Her hands were shaking, not just from the chill, but from the residue of fear. That woman. The words echoed in her mind. They knew about her, or at least they knew about a woman. The possibility that her harmless botanical explorations had placed her in the path of dangerous men sent a fresh wave of cold dread through her. What exactly were they doing in these woods, and what did they mean by deal with anyone who got curious? The sun was beginning to dip lower in the sky, painting the underside of the clouds in hues of apricot and rose. Long shadows stretched across the forest floor, deepening the sense of isolation. Isabella knew she needed to get back to her cabin before full dark descended. The woods, enchanting by day, could feel menacing at night. She pushed herself to her feet, her wet clothes uncomfortable, her earlier sense of peace shattered. The familiar forest now seemed layered with hidden threats, the rustling leaves potentially concealing watchers, the shadows holding more than just the coming night. Her work, her passion, suddenly felt fraught with a peril she hadn't fully appreciated before. As she trudged onward, her mind raced. Should she go to Sheriff Brody? What could she tell him? That she overheard fragments of a conversation, that she thought they might have been talking about her? He'd likely dismiss her fears, perhaps gently suggest she was letting the solitude play tricks on her mind. He had bigger problems, tangible crimes, than the anxieties of a young woman who spent too much time alone with plants. No, she couldn't go to the sheriff, not yet, not without more than just whispers and a chilling phrase overheard by chance. But the knowledge sat heavy in her stomach, a cold knot of fear and uncertainty. She was truly alone out here, not just physically, but in her awareness of this potential danger lurking beneath the surface of Oakhaven's rough and tumble existence. The path ahead opened slightly, revealing a section of the woods she recognized, marked by a lightning-scarred oak she used as a landmark. Relief washed over her. She was closer to the edge of the forest, nearer to the track that led back towards the settlement. But the relief was short-lived. As she drew closer to the scarred oak, she noticed something new, something that hadn't been there on her way in that morning. Scored deep into the massive trunk, deliberately placed where it couldn't be missed, was a crude carving. It wasn't a symbol she recognized, not initials or a logger's mark. It was the rough outline of a flower, a single drooping bloom with wilting petals, a flower remarkably similar to the Indian pipes she had been sketching earlier. Isabella stopped dead, her blood running cold. It couldn't be a coincidence. The location, the timing, the specific flower. It felt like a message, a warning. We saw you. We know where you go. Be careful. Her gaze darted around the clearing, searching the deepening shadows. Was someone watching her now? Had they followed her from the creek? The woods seemed to hold their breath, the silence profound, watchful. The setting sun cast long, distorted shadows that seemed to writhe at the edge of her vision. She backed away from the trees slowly, her hand instinctively going to the weight of the derringer inside her satchel. The carving wasn't just a warning, it was an invasion. They hadn't just been in her woods. They had entered her world, marking her sanctuary with their silent threat. The whispers in the woods had found her, and they spoke of danger far more intimate and personal than she had ever imagined. The path back to her cabin suddenly seemed impossibly long, fraught with unseen perils, and the fading light felt less like the gentle end of day and more like a shroud descending. Chapter 2. The Botanist and the Trapper. The cabin door clicked shut behind Isabella, the simple sound echoing loudly in the sudden stillness. She leaned back against the solid wood, her eyes closed, drawing in slow, shaky breaths. Safe, or at least safer. Here, within the four walls she had built well, mostly repaired and reinforced from the dilapidated structure she'd purchased. The immediate, pressing fear from the woods began to recede, replaced by a bone-deep weariness and a persistent, chilling unease. Her small home was a single room, tidy and meticulously organized despite its rough-hewn nature. Dried herbs hung in fragrant bunches from the rafters alongside strings of onions and peppers. Shelves lined one wall, crammed with books on botany, geology, and natural philosophy, interspersed with carefully labeled jars containing seeds, pressed flowers, and preserved insects. Her work table, positioned beneath the largest window to catch the best light, was strewn with sketches, magnifying glasses, and the delicate tools of her trade. A simple cot, covered with a thick quilt, occupied one corner, and a cast-iron stove, currently cold, stood against the back wall, its pipe venting through the roof. It was a solitary existence, but one she had chosen, a space dedicated to study and quiet contemplation. Until today, it had always felt like a sanctuary, inviolable. Now, the memory of the crudely carved flower on the oak tree seemed to seep through the very timbers, tainting the air. She forced herself to move, shedding her damp, heavy skirt and bodice. The cold water from the creek had seeped through her layers, chilling her to the core. Shivering, she quickly washed with water from the basin and changed into dry clothes, a simple wool dress, warm stockings, and sturdy indoor slippers. The wet garments she hung near the stove, hoping the residual warmth in the room would begin to dry them before nightfall. Her movements were mechanical, driven by long habit, but her mind was far away, replaying the muffled voices, the chilling phrase, the sight of that wilting flower carved into the bark. That woman, it had to be her. Who else wandered those specific woods with such regularity, sketching and collecting? The illegal loggers, for she felt certain now that was what they were, must have seen her, perhaps multiple times. They perceived her as a threat, a witness. The carving wasn't just a warning, it was a claim, a marking of territory, an assertion of power over her perceived intrusion. She went to her satchel, her fingers finding the cold, smooth metal of the derringer. She checked the load, her father's stern instructions echoing faintly in her memory. Hope you never need it, Bella, but never assume you won't. He had been a practical man, a doctor who had seen his share of the world's harshness. He hadn't fully understood her passion for plants, deeming it an unladylike and potentially fruitless pursuit, but he had loved her fiercely and worried for her safety, especially after her mother's passing. The small pistol felt heavy in her palm, a burden of responsibility she wished she didn't carry. Could she use it, truly? The thought made her stomach clench. She needed firewood for the stove. The evening air was already growing cool as the sun dipped below the tree line. Usually she enjoyed this chore, the rhythmic swing of the small axe, the scent of split pine. Tonight, the thought of stepping outside, even just to the woodpile beside the cabin, filled her with apprehension. Every shadow seemed deeper, every rustle of leaves a potential threat. She peered through the window, scanning the edge of the woods that bordered her small clearing. Nothing moved but the wind stirring the branches. Still, she hesitated. A sharp rap on the door sent her jumping, her heart leaping into her throat. She whirled around, instinctively reaching for the derringer still clutched in her hand, tucking it quickly into the pocket of her dress. "Miss Moore?" a voice called out. Deep, calm with a rough timbre that spoke of open air and solitude. It wasn't one of the voices from the woods. This voice was unfamiliar, yet lacked the menace she'd heard earlier. She approached the door cautiously, her hand hovering near her pocket. "Who is it?" she called back, keeping her voice steady, despite the tremor within. "Aidan O'Connor, ma'am, trapper. Just passing through. Saw your light." Aidan O'Connor. The name was vaguely familiar. She'd heard it mentioned in Oakhaven, usually in connection with furs or knowledge of the deep woods, the territories beyond the usual logging routes. He was known as a man who kept to himself, preferring the company of the wilderness to the rough camaraderie of the town. A man of the mountains, they called him, appearing seemingly out of nowhere with a haul of prime pelts before disappearing back into the vast, unexplored tracts to the north and west. She hesitated. Opening her door after dark to a strange man, especially after today's events, felt reckless. Yet something in his voice, a lack of artifice, a straightforwardness, made her reconsider. And perhaps he knew something. Perhaps a man who lived so intimately with the woods would understand the whispers she couldn't ignore. Taking a breath, she drew back the simple wooden bolt and opened the door a crack, peering out. The man standing on her doorstep was tall and lean, built like the pines that surrounded her cabin, weathered, strong and self-contained. He wore buckskins, worn smooth and dark with use, and a heavy woolen coat against the evening chill. A battered hat sat low on his brow, shadowing eyes that seemed to absorb the fading light rather than reflect it. His face was angular, browned by sun and wind, etched with lines that spoke of hardship and experience far beyond her own 23 years. A thick, dark beard concealed his lower face, but his eyes, when they met hers, were surprisingly clear, a startling shade of gray-blue, like a winter sky, watchful and intelligent. He held up a string of plump rabbits, their fur soft and gray in the dim light. "Evening, Miss Moore," he said again, his voice quieter now, almost gentle. He nodded towards the rabbits. "Thought you might have use for these. Hard winter coming, folks say." Isabella stared at the offering, momentarily taken aback. Barter was common on the frontier, but this felt unexpected. "Mr. O'Connor," she managed, keeping her tone polite but reserved. "That's, kind of you, but I wasn't expecting anyone." His gaze flickered briefly over her, taking in her tense posture, perhaps noting the damp clothes hanging near the stove, the lingering scent of wood smoke mixed with something else fierce, clinging to the air. He didn't press, simply shifted his weight. "No trouble. Wood's provided well today, more'n I need." He paused, his eyes scanning the tree line behind her cabin, a subtle, almost unconscious gesture. "Heard you was studying the plants out here. Takes grit, living alone this close to the deep woods." There was no judgment in his tone, only a quiet statement of fact. Still, Isabella felt a prickle of defensiveness. "I manage, Mr. O'Connor." "See that you do," he acknowledged, his gaze returning to her. It felt steady, assessing, yet not intrusive. "Just, be watchful. Woods ain't always friendly, even to them that knows 'em." His words, simple and unadorned, struck a chord deep within her, resonating with the fear she was trying so hard to suppress. Was it a general warning, the kind any seasoned woodsman might offer a lone woman? Or did he sense something specific? Did he know about the men, the illegal logging, the whispers that had now become tangible threats? She searched his face, looking for guile, for hidden meaning, but found only a quiet gravity. He seemed rooted to the spot, a part of the landscape, as weathered and resilient as the ancient trees. He wasn't like the men in town, with their easy talk and shifting eyes, nor like the menacing presence she'd felt earlier. There was a stillness about him, a self-sufficiency that was both intimidating and strangely reassuring. "Thank you for the warning, Mr. O'Connor," she said, her voice softer now. I appreciate it. And the rabbits." She made a decision, prompted by a sudden impulse, a need to anchor herself to something solid after the day's unsettling events. Perhaps, perhaps you'd take coffee. It's getting cold." A flicker of surprise crossed his features, quickly masked. He hesitated for only a moment, then gave a curt nod. "Obliged, ma'am." She opened the door wider, stepping back to allow him entry. He ducked slightly as he came inside, his presence seeming to fill the small cabin, bringing with him the scent of wood smoke, pine needles, and cold, clean air. He removed his hat, revealing thick, dark hair, lightly dusted with frost or perhaps early gray. His movements were economical, precise, as he placed the rabbits carefully on the floor near the door, out of the way. His eyes swept the room, taking in the books, the sketches, the jars of specimens. It wasn't a judgmental gaze, but one of quiet curiosity, perhaps even recognition. He seemed to understand, in a way the townsfolk didn't, the dedication her cluttered space represented. "Got quite the setup here," he remarked, his gaze lingering on a detailed drawing of a rare orchid she had found deep in a ravine last spring. "It's my work," Isabella replied, busying herself at the stove, adding kindling and striking a match. The flames caught quickly, casting flickering shadows across the cabin walls and illuminating the trapper's rugged features. "I'm documenting the flora of this region. It's important work." "Reckon it is," he agreed, his voice low. He moved towards the stove, seeking its nascent warmth, knowing the land, what it holds, what it can give and what it can take. He rubbed his hands together. "Lots changes when men move in. Timber companies are prospectors. They see the land different." His words hung in the air, weighted with unspoken meaning. Isabella felt a tremor of connection, a shared understanding of the forces at play in these woods. He saw it too. The changing landscape, the clash between preservation and exploitation. She measured coffee grounds into the pot, her hands steadier now. The simple domestic task, the presence of another person, even a stranger, grounded her. "They see profit," she said quietly, pouring water into the pot. "They don't always see the life that's already here, the balance." Aidan O'Connor watched her, his expression unreadable in the flickering firelight. "Some see only what they want to take, don't care much for balance, or for who gets in their way." There it was again, that subtle undercurrent, the hint of shared knowledge of dangers lurking just beyond the firelight. Was he warning her again, more directly this time, or was he simply stating a truth he knew from long experience? She risked a direct look at him. "Have you seen things, Mr. O'Connor? Things that concern you?" He held her gaze for a long moment, his gray-blue eyes searching hers. She had the feeling he could see more than she intended, to reveal the fear she was trying to hide, the questions swirling in her mind. "Woods keep secrets, Miss Moore," he said finally, his voice dropping even lower. "And some secrets, well, some secrets are best left buried or handled careful." He looked away towards the fire. "Man alone learns to watch his back trail, learns to read the signs. Broken twig here, mud smear there. Tells a story, if you know how to listen." He wasn't just talking about tracking game. He was talking about men, about threats, he knew. Perhaps not the specifics of what she'd overheard, but he knew the undercurrents, the potential for violence that simmered beneath Oakhaven's surface and spilled into the surrounding wilderness. The coffee began to bubble, filling the small cabin with its rich, comforting aroma. Isabella poured 2 cups into sturdy mugs, handing one to the trapper. He took it with a nod of thanks, cradling the warmth in his calloused hands. They stood in silence for a few moments, the only sounds the crackling fire and the sigh of the wind outside. It was a strange intimacy, standing here in her small cabin with this quiet, watchful man, a man who seemed as much a part of the wildlands as the creatures he trapped. He represented a different kind of knowledge than her books provided, a practical, hard-won wisdom gleaned from survival, observation, and perhaps confrontation. "You go deep into the woods for your plants?" he asked, breaking the silence. "Sometimes," she admitted. "The rarest specimens often grow in the most inaccessible places. Ravines, high ridges, places where illegal loggers might also operate undisturbed." He nodded slowly. "Dangerous country, some of that, easy to get lost or run into trouble you ain't looking for." He took a slow sip of his coffee. "Might be prudent to have someone along, someone who knows the lay of the land, knows what tracks to follow and which ones to avoid." Was it an offer? It felt like one, couched in his typically understated manner. The thought was tempting. After today, the idea of venturing back into those deeper woods alone felt almost impossible. The carving on the tree had poisoned her sanctuary. But trusting a stranger, even one who seemed to understand the dangers, felt like a significant risk in itself. He was still an unknown quantity, a man who lived by his own rules on the fringes of society. "Are you offering your services, Mr. O'Connor?" she asked, trying to keep her tone light, though her heart beat a little faster. He met her gaze again, his expression serious. "Just saying. Woods can be treacherous for anyone alone, especially someone noticeable." He didn't elaborate on what made her noticeable, but Isabella understood. A woman, alone, engaged in unusual pursuits, an easy target perhaps, or an inconvenient witness. I will consider it," she said carefully. "My work does require me to travel trails that are not always welcoming." He finished his coffee, placing the empty mug gently on the edge of her work table. He glanced again at her sketches, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. Respect, perhaps, or simple curiosity. "You draw 'em true?" he commented, gesturing towards a detailed rendering of a wild columbine. "See the life in 'em." Coming from him, a man who lived by the rhythms of the natural world, the simple compliment resonated more deeply than any scholarly praise she had received. He moved towards the door, picking up his hat and the string of rabbits. "Best be moving on. Got traps to check come morning." He paused at the threshold, turning back to face her. The firelight caught the sharp planes of his face, leaving his eyes in shadow. "Those woods you favor," he said, his voice low and serious. "Up near Hemlock Ridge and down by the Black Creek Fork?" Isabella's breath hitched. Those were precisely the areas where she had been recently, the areas where she suspected the illegal logging was most prevalent, the area where she had heard the voices today. How did he know? Had he seen her? Or did he simply know where the best timber, and therefore the most trouble, was likely to be found? "Yes," she whispered, unable to hide the tremor in her voice. "Why?" He settled his hat firmly on his head. "Just Be particular careful around there, Miss Moore, more than usual. Some tracks ain't made by animals." Without another word, he nodded curtly and stepped out into the gathering darkness, pulling the door shut behind him. Isabella stood frozen, the echo of his final warning hanging heavy in the small cabin. He hadn't just confirmed her fears. He had pinpointed the location, adding a chilling layer of specificity to the vague threat. Aidan O'Connor knew more than he was letting on. He understood the whispers in the woods, perhaps better than she did, and his quiet, intense presence lingered long after he was gone, leaving her with more questions than answers, and the unsettling feeling that her path and the trappers were destined to cross again, deep in the heart of the wild, contested forest. The rabbits lay by the door, a silent testament to his visit, a stark reminder of the wilderness outside and the complex, dangerous man who navigated its depths. Chapter 3, Mapping the Wild Heart. Dawn broke pale and gray, filtering through the single window of Isabella's cabin, painting the rough wooden floorboards in muted stripes of light. Sleep had been fleeting, fractured by unsettling dreams where shadows stretched into menacing shapes and the scent of pine needles mingled with the acrid tang of fear. The memory of Aidan O'Connor's parting words, "Some tracks ain't made by animals," echoed in the quiet room, as tangible as the morning chill. She rose stiffly from her cot, the weariness settling deeper than just physical fatigue. The cabin, usually her refuge, felt different this morning. The familiar objects, her books, her pressing boards, the neatly arranged jars seemed inadequate defenses against the unease that had seeped in with the night. The rabbits Aidan had left lay untouched near the door, a stark reminder of his unexpected visit and the wilderness pressing close outside. She couldn't bring herself to skin them yet. The act felt too visceral, too connected to the raw survival instincts that now seemed necessary even within sight of Oakhaven. Shivering slightly, Isabella coaxed the embers in the stove back to life, adding small pieces of kindling until cheerful flames licked at the wood. The simple act of making fire, a primal necessity, offered a small measure of comfort, pushing back the chill and the lingering shadows. As the cabin slowly warmed, she prepared coffee, the rich aroma of familiar balm. But even as she went through the motions of her morning routine, grinding the beans, boiling the water, her thoughts remained tethered to the woods, to the men she'd overheard, to the carved flower, to the enigmatic trapper. Hemlock Ridge, Black Creek Fork. Aidan had named them specifically, areas she frequented, known for their unique microclimates and the rare species they harbored. Areas also, she suspected, rich in the kind of mature timber that would tempt desperate or greedy men. Had Aidan seen the illegal loggers himself? Was his warning born of first-hand knowledge, or just an intuitive understanding of where trouble was likely to fester in these woods? And why warn her? Was it simple frontier courtesy, a sense of responsibility towards a lone woman? Or was there something more, a deeper current she couldn't yet fathom? She spread her maps out on the work table, the detailed charts she was painstakingly creating of the region's botanical landscape. Her own careful ink lines traced the contours of hills, the meandering paths of creeks, the varying densities of forest cover. She located Hemlock Ridge, a rugged spine of land known for its ancient, gnarled hemlocks and the delicate shade-loving plants that grew beneath them. Then her finger traced the serpentine course of Black Creek as it wound through a steep-sided valley before joining the larger river that powered Oakhaven sawmill, a route the loggers might use, as the overheard conversation hinted. Both areas were marked with numerous annotations in her neat script, denoting finds like the elusive striped coral root orchid or the rare Appalachian filmy fern, species that thrived in precisely those undisturbed, remote corners now tainted by threat. Could she simply avoid those areas? Confine her studies to the safer, more frequented woods closer to town? The thought felt like a betrayal of her purpose, a surrender. Her project, documenting the complete flora before the encroaching timber operations inevitably altered it forever, demanded thoroughness. To omit entire sections, especially sections known for their unique biodiversity, would leave her work incomplete, compromised. Yet, the memory of the cold dread that had gripped her in the hemlock grove, the chilling certainty that the carved flower was meant for her, argued powerfully for caution. She spent the morning working close to the cabin, tending the small patch of earth she cultivated for vegetables and culinary herbs. The familiar rhythm of weeding, watering, and checking for pests was usually grounding, but today her gaze kept drifting towards the dense wall of trees that marked the edge of the true wilderness. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the undergrowth, made her jump. She sketched a common blue violet that pushed its way through the turned soil near her doorstep, but her focus wavered, her lines less certain than usual. The vast, intricate world of the forest, once her primary source of solace and fascination, now felt shadowed by potential menace. By midday, restlessness and the need for supplies drove her towards Oakhaven. The walk along the dusty track into town was usually a chance for observation, noting the roadside weeds, the insects buzzing in the sun-warmed grass. Today she felt exposed, scanning the trees on either side, her hand straying unconsciously towards the pocket where the derringer lay hidden beneath her shawl. Oakhaven emerged from the trees as it always did, a raw gash in the wilderness smelling of sawdust, cheap whiskey, and frying bacon. Log cabins and rough-sawn timber buildings lined the wide, muddy main street. The rhythmic thud of hammers vied with the distant, hungry whine of the sawmill down by the river. Men in work-stained clothes lounged on the boardwalk outside the saloon, their faces hard, their eyes missing nothing. A few women, wives of merchants or loggers, hurried past with baskets, their faces set and weary. Isabella always felt their curious glances, the unspoken questions about the solitary botanist living on the outskirts. Today that scrutiny felt sharper, more pointed. Did they know something? Did whispers of trouble on Hemlock Ridge reach the town grapevine? Her destination was Hemlock's General Store, a cluttered emporium that served as the town's main source of everything from flour and beans to blasting powder and horse liniment. The bell above the door jangled discordantly as she entered, the interior dim and smelling of coffee beans, cured leather, and old man Hemlock himself a scent vaguely reminiscent of dusty camphor. Josiah Hemlock, a man whose disposition seemed as gnarled as the trees he was named after, peered at her over his spectacles from behind the counter. "Miss Moore, needing more pencils to draw weeds?" His tone held its usual faint mockery, but today Isabella lacked the energy to rise to the bait. "Flour, coffee, and lamp oil, Mr. Hemlock," she said quietly, handing him her list. As he turned grumbling to fetch her items, Sheriff Brody pushed through the door, his bulk filling the entrance. He nodded curtly at Isabella, his expression preoccupied. "Morning, Miss Moore. Josiah seen hiding her hair of young Billy Fletcher?" Hemlock paused, a sack of flour balanced on his shoulder. Fletcher, ain't seen him since Tuesday, maybe? Said he was going prospecting up Black Creek way. Why? The sheriff sighed, rubbing his temples. His ma's worried sick. Should have been back yesterday. Took only enough supplies for 2 days. He lowered his voice, but Isabella, standing nearby, couldn't help but overhear. Folks talking again. Claimed jumpers may be worse. Found his mule wandering loose downriver this morning. Saddlebags empty. Isabella felt a chill despite the stuffy air in the store. Black Creek. The same area Aidan O'Connor had warned her about. The same area where she'd heard the men talking about shipments and dealing with those who got curious. A missing prospector. It fit a grim pattern hinted at in town gossip, but hearing it from the sheriff himself lent it a chilling reality. Prospecting, Hemlock scoffed, setting the flour sack heavily on the counter. More like trespassing on timber claims, looking for trouble. Told him that creek ain't healthy. Maybe so, Josiah, maybe so, Brody said wearily, but he's missing all the same. Got enough trouble with drunks and fistfights without ghosts spooking the timber crews. He glanced towards Isabella, as if suddenly remembering her presence. You ain't seen anything unusual out your way, Miss Moore? You spend more time in them woods than most. Isabella hesitated. This was her chance. Tell him about the voices, the carving, the feeling of being watched. But looking at Brody's tired face, his obvious preoccupation with the missing man, and the everyday crime of Oakhaven, her resolve faltered. What proof did she have? A feeling? Overheard whispers? A crude drawing on a tree? He'd likely dismiss it just as she'd feared. He might even subtly warn her away from causing trouble, from imagining things that could stir unrest among the powerful timber interests that were the lifeblood of Oakhaven. No, Sheriff, she lied, the word feeling like ash in her mouth. Nothing unusual, just the usual birds and squirrels. Brody nodded, seemingly satisfied. Well, keep your eyes peeled. And stay clear of Black Creek for a spell. Might be heading up there with a posse later if Fletcher don't turn up. He tipped his hat and lumbered back out into the street, leaving a heavy silence in his wake. Hemlock finished gathering her supplies, his movement slow, his gaze shrewd. Best listen to the sheriff, Missy, he muttered, sliding her purchases across the counter. Some plants ain't worth rooting around for in bad company. Isabella paid him, her hand trembling slightly as she counted out the coins. His words, echoing Aidan's and the sheriff's warnings, cemented her sense of isolation. No one was going to look deeper unless forced to. The whispers would remain whispers, unless someone like her, someone expendable, stumbled too close to the truth. As she stepped back out onto the boardwalk, blinking in the brighter light, her gaze caught a familiar figure leaning against a hitching post across the street, watching the comings and goings with quiet intensity. Aidan O'Connor. He was dressed much as he had been the night before. Buckskins and hat, looking completely out of place yet perfectly self-contained amidst the bustle of the town. He wasn't interacting with anyone, just observing, his gray-blue eyes scanning the street, lingering for a moment on the sheriff's office, then flicking towards the saloon, where a group of rough-looking men loggers by their attire were sharing a bottle, their laughter loud and coarse. Their eyes met across the dusty expanse. Isabella felt a jolt, a strange mix of apprehension and curiosity. Did he know about Billy Fletcher? Had he seen something on his trap lines? He gave her the barest hint of a nod, a fleeting acknowledgement that sent a shiver down her spine before turning his attention back to the street, his expression unreadable beneath the brim of his hat. He seemed a man balanced on a knife's edge between the wilderness he knew and the encroaching, often brutal, civilization represented by Oakhaven. Was he a neutral observer, a potential ally, or something else entirely? She hurried away, clutching her supplies, eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere of the town and the weight of O'Connor's unsettling gaze. Back in the relative solitude of her cabin, the silence felt less peaceful, more charged. The missing prospector, the sheriff's weary warning, Hemlock's knowing comment, Aiden's silent presence, it all coalesced into a heavy certainty. Something dangerous was happening in those woods centered around Hemlock Ridge and Black Creek, and her own quiet work had inadvertently placed her on the periphery of it. That afternoon she didn't venture out. Instead, she returned to her maps, her purpose subtly shifting. She pulled out fresh sheets of parchment, her sharpest pencils. She began to draw not just the delicate veins of leaves or the intricate structures of flowers, but the land itself, with a new layer of meaning. She marked the locations of rare plants, yes, but now she also noted other signs, areas where the undergrowth seemed unnaturally trampled, stands of timber that looked recently scouted, the exact location of the lightning-scarred oak with its ominous carving. She created a small, coded symbol in her legend key, a drooping flower, representing disturbance or warning. She was still mapping the wild heart of the forest, but now she was charting its secrets, its wounds, its hidden dangers, as well as its beauty. It was a small act of defiance, a way of reclaiming her purpose in the face of fear. She documented the precise location where she had heard the voices, triangulating it based on landmarks she remembered. She sketched the carving on the oak from memory, capturing its crude menace. The work was absorbing, focusing her fear into meticulous detail. She was creating her own narrative of the woods, one that acknowledged both the delicate bloom of the Indian pipe and the shadow it cast. Yet as she worked, a specific plant kept coming to mind. Cypripedium acaule, the pink lady slipper orchid, a beautiful elusive flower she had been searching for all season, documentation vital for her study. According to her research and fragmented reports from older settlers, the most promising habitat, perhaps the only remaining one in the vicinity, lay along the damp, mossy slopes bordering Black Creek. The knowledge settled in her stomach like a cold stone. To complete her work, to find the lady's slipper, she would have to go back towards the place where Billy Fletcher vanished, back towards the place Aiden O'Connor had explicitly warned her away from, back into the heart of the danger. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky outside her window in shades of bruised purple and fading orange, Isabella looked down at her maps, at the coded warnings interspersed with botanical notations. The fear was still there, a cold knot in her chest, but alongside it something else was taking root, a stubborn resolve, a refusal to be driven from her purpose by unseen threats. She traced the line of Black Creek with her finger, her mind made up. She would go, not recklessly, not unprepared, but she would go. The wild heart she was mapping was not just the forest's, it was her own, and it demanded courage she hadn't known she possessed. The lady's slipper waited, and perhaps so did answers or more danger. The final lines on her map seemed less like a record and more like a plan, a path leading deeper into the shadowed unknown. Chapter 4, Shadows Among the Pines. The decision, made in the quiet solitude of her cabin as dusk bled into night, felt different in the stark light of morning. Resolve, forged in defiance and intellectual curiosity, now wrestled with the cold, practical reality of fear. Isabella stood by her small window, watching the mist curl like phantom breath among the pines at the edge of her clearing. Black Creek. The name itself seemed a whisper of shadows and uncertainties, of the missing prospector, Billy Fletcher, and the grim warning implicit in Aidan O'Connor's steady gaze. Yet, the image of the Pink Lady's slipper, Cypripedium acaule, remained stubbornly fixed in her mind. It wasn't just another specimen to collect and catalog. It represented the wild, untamed beauty she had come west to document, a fragile testament to the richness of this land before the axes and saws irrevocably changed it. To find it, to record its existence in this specific locale, felt like a necessary act, a counterweight to the destructive forces she sensed, gathering momentum in the hidden corners of the forest. Her maps, marked now with both botanical promise and coded warnings, lay spread on the table, a testament to the dangerous path she intended to tread. Preparation became a ritual against anxiety. She packed her satchel with meticulous care, sketchbook, pencils, magnifying glass, vials for pollen or small seeds, pressing papers, waxed cloth for damp specimens, a small flask of water, a chunk of hardtack bread, and a piece of dried apple. Beneath it all, nestled securely, lay the cold weight of the derringer. She checked its load again, the metallic click sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet cabin. She dressed practically, sturdy boots that still bore faint dampness from the creek, thick woolen stockings, her most durable serge skirt, and a simple dark-colored bodice, hoping the muted tones might help her blend into the forest shadows. Over it all, she fastened a warm shawl, tucking the ends securely. Before stepping out, she took one last look around the cabin. It was her anchor, a small piece of civilization carved out of the wilderness. Leaving it felt like cutting a mooring line, drifting deliberately into uncertain waters. She secured the door firmly, the bolt sliding home with a decisive thud, and turned towards the trees. The initial part of the journey was familiar, following trails she had walked countless times. The air was cool and damp from the morning mist, carrying the rich scent of pine needles and decaying leaves. Sunlight struggled to pierce the dense canopy, creating a world of shifting green and gold light, alive with the chatter of squirrels and the flitting of unseen birds. Here, closer to Oak Haven, the woods felt relatively benign, the paths worn smooth by occasional hunters or travelers. She walked with a steady pace, trying to project an air of calm purpose, though her senses were stretched taut, listening, watching. Her mind, however, was a battlefield. One part, the botanist, scanned the undergrowth, noting the familiar species bunchberry dogwood carpeting the ground, ferns unfurling in damp hollows, the occasional flash of late-blooming aster. This part of her mind took solace in identification, in the ordered beauty of the natural world. The other part, the woman who had heard the whispers and seen the warning carved in bark, scanned the deeper woods, searching for any sign of human presence, any deviation from the norm, a snapped twig that seemed too thick for a deer to break, a scuff mark on a patch of moss that looked like a boot heel. Her hand instinctively hovered near the opening of her satchel. As she moved further from her cabin, venturing onto less defined trails that angled northwest towards the rugged uplands where Black Creek carved its path, the character of the forest began to change. The trees grew taller, older, massive pines and hemlocks that had stood for centuries, their lower branches heavy with moss. The undergrowth became thicker, wilder, tangled with rhododendron and mountain laurel. The sunlight grew dimmer, the air cooler, the silence deeper, broken less often by birdsong and more by the sighing of wind high in the canopy or the distant rush of water, the first hint of the creek. This was the transition zone, the edge of the truly wild woods, the territory Aidan O'Connor moved through with silent expertise. She thought of him then, his quiet warning, his knowledge of tracks both animal and human. Had he passed this way recently? Would she recognize his sign if she saw it? She found herself scanning the ground not just for plants or signs of danger, but for any indication of the trapper's passage, a footprint that seemed different from the rough logger boots she imagined. A subtle marker left for reasons only he understood. She saw nothing definitive, only the confusing tapestry of tracks left by deer, raccoon, perhaps a fox. Then she saw the first undeniable sign, not dramatic, but chilling in its implications. A young, healthy maple, perhaps 20 feet tall, lay felled across the path, its leaves still green and vibrant. It hadn't fallen naturally. The cut at its base was clean, angled, clearly made by a sharp axe. But it wasn't timber worth harvesting too small, the wrong species. It seemed cut simply to block the trail, or perhaps more disturbingly, to create a deliberate obstacle, forcing anyone passing this way to detour deeper into the surrounding woods. Isabella paused, her heart thudding. Why? Was it a random act of vandalism, or a calculated move by the men she feared, designed to control access to the areas beyond? She examined the cut closely. The sawdust around the base was still fresh, pale against the dark earth. Whoever did this had passed through recently, perhaps only yesterday or even this morning. She looked around nervously, peering into the dense woods on either side of the blocked trail. Nothing moved. Only the relentless soughing of the wind in the pines answered her unspoken question. Carefully, painstakingly, she pushed her way through the thick undergrowth, circling around the obstruction, her skirt catching on thorn, her boots sinking into soft, damp earth. The detour took her off the faint path and into rougher terrain, forcing her to rely on her sense of direction and the compass she carried. Back on the semblance of a trail beyond the felled maple, the signs became more frequent, less subtle. She found deep impressions in muddy patches near a stream, crossing prints left by heavy, hobnailed boots, far larger and rougher than her own, or those likely worn by a lone prospector like Billy Fletcher. Further on, she spotted drag marks leading away from the creek bank up a steep slope, the kind left by hauling heavy logs without proper equipment, scarring the earth and crushing delicate ferns and mosses. And then, tucked partially beneath a concealing overhang of rock, she saw it an empty whiskey bottle, glinting dully in the filtered light. Not the sort of careful provision a seasoned prospector or trapper would carry and discard so carelessly. It spoke of rough men, taking their ease, feeling secure in their remote domain. The air grew heavier, charged with a tension that had nothing to do with the weather. The forest seemed to be holding its breath, watching her progress. The scent of sawdust, faint but unmistakable, drifted on the breeze, confirming her proximity to logging activity, unsanctioned activity. She was entering their territory now, the area O'Connor had warned her about, the place Billy Fletcher had disappeared. Despite the growing fear, the botanist in her remained alert. She noted the changing flora, the increasing presence of moisture-loving plants, indicating she was nearing Black Creek. Patches of sphagnum moss glowed emerald green in damp depressions. She spotted the distinctive leaves of goldthread, its rhizomes historically used for dyes and remedies. And then a flutter of pink caught her eye, nestled amongst the moss at the base of a towering hemlock. Her breath caught. Could it be? She pushed aside a curtain of ferns, her heart leaping with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. It wasn't the lady's slipper, but it was close a cluster of Pogonia ophioglossoids, the rose Pogonia orchid, its delicate fringed lip a vibrant splash of color against the muted greens and browns of the forest floor. A beautiful find, relatively uncommon in this area. She knelt, pulling out her sketchbook, her fear momentarily eclipsed by the familiar thrill of discovery. Her pencil moved quickly, capturing the flower's graceful form, the intricate details of its structure. Documenting this right here felt like a small victory against the encroaching shadows. But as she sketched, her ears remained strained, listening. The sound of the creek was louder now, a steady rushing murmur from the valley below. And overlaying that, intermittent and distant, she thought she heard something else, a rhythmic chopping sound. An axe? Or was it just the echo of woodpeckers, amplified by the terrain? She couldn't be sure. The uncertainty frayed her nerves. She finished her sketch, carefully noting the location on her map, adding the rose pogonia to her growing inventory of this contested land. The presence of this orchid suggested the habitat was right. The lady's slipper, which favored similar damp, acidic condition that could be nearby. Steeling herself, she packed her materials and continued towards the creek, moving more cautiously now, stepping from rock to mossy patch, trying to leave as little trace as possible. The slope grew steeper, leading down into the Black Creek Valley. Through the trees, she caught glimpses of the water, dark and swift, tumbling over rocks. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and decaying wood. And something else, wood smoke. Faint, but definitely wood smoke carrying the scent of burning pine. Someone had a fire nearby, loggers taking a break or something else. She froze, listening intently. The chopping sound had stopped. Silence pressed in, heavy and watchful, broken only by the creek's murmur and the pounding of her own heart. She crept forward to the edge of the slope, finding cover behind a thicket of mountain laurel. Peering through the glossy leaves, she scanned the narrow valley floor below. At first she saw nothing but the rushing creek and the dense forest crowding its banks. Then her eyes caught movement. Downstream, perhaps 100 yards away, partially obscured by trees and a rocky outcrop, was a rough structure. A lean-to, built hastily from saplings and canvas, almost invisible against the backdrop of the forest. A thin tendril of smoke curled lazily from a makeshift stone fire pit nearby. No one was visible around the camp itself, but the signs of recent occupation were clear. Her gaze tracked upstream, following the creek. And then she saw them. 2 men. They stood near the base of a truly enormous white pine, one of the ancient giants of this forest, a tree that must have been centuries old. One man held a long measuring tape against the massive trunk, while the other made notes in a small book. They wore rough trousers, flannel shirts, and heavy boots loggers, undoubtedly, but not the usual crews sanctioned by the Oak Haven timber companies. These men had the furtive air of poachers, their movements quick and watchful, their eyes scanning the surrounding woods even as they worked. They were assessing the pine, judging its value, preparing to fell it. Isabella shrank back behind the laurel, her blood running cold. This was it, the illegal operation. Right here. These men, or others like them, were the source of the whispers, the warnings, the fear. They were stealing the heart of the forest, tree by ancient tree. Were these the same men she had overheard? It was impossible to tell from this distance. She watched, hidden, her mind racing. She should leave now. Retreat silently. Retrace her steps, get back to the relative safety of her cabin. Report this to Sheriff Brody, though she still doubted he would act decisively without more proof. Proof she wasn't sure she could provide without revealing her own trespass. But something held her rooted to the spot. Curiosity, perhaps, or the chilling thought of Billy Fletcher. Had he stumbled upon this camp? Seen these men? Was that why he had vanished? Her eyes scanned the area around the lean-to, searching for any sign of the missing prospector. She saw nothing but discarded tins, a carelessly tossed axe, leaning against a log, the general mess of a rough camp. Then her gaze fell upon something caught on a low, thorny branch near the path leading down to the creek from the lean-to. A scrap of fabric, dark blue, sturdy wool, the kind of material often used for work shirts or jackets worn by prospectors and laborers. It looked snagged, torn, as if ripped from someone struggling or being dragged. Her heart hammered against her ribs. It could be anything, she told herself. A piece of cloth torn from one of the logger's own garments. But its location, snagged near the path leading away from the camp, combined with the knowledge of Fletcher's disappearance in this very area, felt sickeningly significant. She needed a closer look, but the risk? The men were still occupied with the pine, their backs partially turned, but they could look up at any moment. The lean-to was dangerously close. Yet, the thought that this small scrap of cloth could be a clue, perhaps the only clue to Fletcher's fate, gnawed at her. Slowly, cautiously, Isabella began to edge her way down the slope, keeping low, using every available tree and bush for cover. Her movements were agonizingly slow, her ears straining for any sound from the men below. The scent of wood smoke was stronger here, mixed with the damp smell of the creek. She reached the bottom of the slope, finding herself perhaps 50 yards from the lean-to, screened by a dense stand of hemlocks. The scrap of blue fabric was closer now, maybe 20 yards away, fluttering slightly in the breeze. She could see it more clearly. It was definitely wool, dark blue, with a distinctive weave pattern she thought she recognized from shirts sold at Hemlock's store. It looked freshly torn. Her gaze darted towards the two loggers. They were still engrossed in their measurements, occasionally gesturing and talking, though their voices were lost in the sound of the creek. Taking a deep breath, Isabella moved from the cover of the hemlocks, darting quickly across a small open patch towards another cluster of bushes closer to the snagged cloth. She moved silently, her wood sense, honed by years of botanical exploration, serving her well. She reached the bushes, sinking down behind them, her heart pounding. 10 more yards? She waited, watching the men. One of them laughed, a short, harsh sound that grated on the stillness. Then they turned, starting to walk back towards their camp, presumably finished with their assessment of the pine. Now or never. Isabella broke cover again, moving swiftly, silently towards the thorny branch. She reached it, her fingers closing around the rough wool scrap. Just as she tugged it free, a sharp crack echoed through the valley. Not an axe, a rifle shot. Instinctively, she dropped to the ground, pressing herself flat against the damp earth behind the thorny bush, the scrap of fabric clutched tightly in her hand. Her heart seemed to stop. Had they seen her? Was the shot meant for her, or was it something else? Silence descended again, absolute and terrifying, broken only by the frantic rush of the creek and the frantic pounding of her own blood. She didn't dare move, didn't dare breathe. Where had the shot come from? Upstream? Downstream, from the men themselves? Then she heard shouting from the direction of the lean-to. Angry, confused voices. What the hell was that? Did you see anything? Check the ridge. Footsteps pounded nearby, crashing through the undergrowth. Someone was running, searching. Isabella pressed herself flatter, willing the earth to swallow her, the scent of damp soil filling her nostrils. The footsteps receded slightly, heading upstream along the creek bank. She remained frozen, clutching the blue wool scrap, the rifle shot still echoing in her ears, the shadows among the pines suddenly alive with immediate, lethal danger. She had found more than just signs of illegal logging. She had stumbled into the middle of something violent and unpredictable, and the forest sanctuary had become a trap. The lady's slipper seemed impossibly far away now, survival the only imperative. The scrap of cloth in her hand felt like damning evidence, evidence that could get her killed. Chapter 5. Roots of Unease. Time ceased to exist. Isabella lay pressed against the damp earth, the thorny branches of the bush digging into her back. The scrap of blue wool clutched so tightly in her fist that her knuckles ached. The single sharp crack of the rifle shot reverberated not just in the valley, but within her own bones, a visceral shock that left her momentarily paralyzed. Above the frantic rushing of Black Creek, the confused, angry shouts of the loggers echoed off the steep slopes. What the hell was that? Upstream somewhere. See anything? Check the ridge. Could be Brody's men or someone else. Heavy footsteps crashed through the undergrowth nearby, moving away from her position, heading upstream along the creek bank. They were searching, but their immediate attention seemed focused in the direction the shot likely originated, not on the spot where she lay hidden. A small mercy, but fragile. Had whoever fired the rifle seen her? Was the shot a warning aimed at the loggers, or had she been the target, glimpsed despite her caution? Or was it something entirely unrelated, a hunter? Perhaps, though the timing felt far too coincidental. The uncertainty was agonizing. She remained absolutely still, trying to control the frantic hammering of her heart, the ragged edge of her breathing. The smell of damp soil, crushed leaves, and the faint metallic scent of her own fear filled her nostrils. Every nerve ending felt raw, exposed. The forest, usually her sanctuary, felt claustrophobic, treacherous. Every shadow a potential hiding place for unseen eyes, every sound a possible threat. Minutes crawled by, measured in the frantic beat of her own pulse. The shouting subsided slightly, replaced by lower, more urgent discussion from the direction of the lean-to. The footsteps that had pounded past hadn't returned. Were they still searching upstream? Had they found anything? Or had they given up, retreating back to the relative security of their camp? She couldn't stay here. Lying exposed, even partially hidden, was too dangerous. If the loggers decided to conduct a more thorough search of the immediate area, they would inevitably find her. She had to move, to retreat, to put as much distance as possible between herself and this place of sudden violence. Slowly, agonizingly, Isabella began to move. She didn't dare rise even to a crouch. Instead, she pushed herself backwards with her hands and feet, sliding millimeter by painful millimeter away from the thorny bush. Deeper into the thicker cover, beneath the low-hanging branches of the hemlocks she had used earlier. Her skirt snagged, her hands scraped against rough bark and unseen stones. But she ignored the discomfort, focusing solely on silence. Every tiny rustle of leaves, every dislodged pebble seemed thunderously loud to her own ears. Once under the hemlocks, the light grew dimmer, the ground softer with accumulated needles. She paused, listening again. The creek murmured relentlessly. Distant voices still drifted from the camp, indistinct now. No sounds of immediate pursuit. She risked raising her head slightly, peering back towards the spot where she had found the fabric scrap. Nothing. The area looked undisturbed, empty. Her escape route couldn't be the way she came, down the steep slope directly overlooking camp. That felt too exposed. She decided to move laterally, parallel to the creek, but staying high on the slope, hidden within the dense timber. Her plan was to circle wide around the area of the lean-to and the felled maple that blocked the lower trail, eventually rejoining a path she knew further east, one that led back towards the more familiar woods near her cabin. It would add miles to her journey, forcing her through difficult, untracked terrain, but safety lay in distance and concealment. Moving through the undergrowth was slow, exhausting work. Branches whipped at her face, unseen roots threatened to trip her, and the uneven ground strained her ankles. She moved with a caution bordering on paranoia, pausing every few yards to listen, scan, her gaze sweeping the trees ahead and behind. The scrap of blue wool remained clutched in her hand, a tangible link to the danger she was fleeing, a heavy secret she now carried. The forest felt profoundly altered. The familiar shapes of trees seemed menacing, the play of light and shadow deceptive. A flicker of movement that turned out to be a bird startled her violently. The snap of a distant twig made her freeze for long minutes, heart pounding. She thought of Aidan O'Connor, his effortless movement through these same woods, his quiet competence. She desperately wished for even a fraction of his skill right now, his ability to read the signs, to anticipate danger. His warning about Hemlock Ridge and Black Creek echoed with chilling prescience. He knew this place held threats far beyond wild animals or treacherous terrain. Had he encountered these men? Had he been the one who fired the shot? The thought was unsettling. Could the solitary trapper be involved in the illegal logging? Or was he perhaps trying to disrupt it, playing a dangerous game of his own? His motives remained as veiled as his watchful eyes. Hours seemed to pass. The sun, which had been high when she reached the creek valley, began its slow descent, the angle of the light shifting, the shadows lengthening. Fatigue settled deep in her bones, a heavy ache accompanying the persistent thrum of fear. Her initial panic had subsided, replaced by a grim determination to simply keep moving, to get away, to reach the sanctuary of her cabin. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of pushing through dense thickets and scrambling over fallen logs, she recognized a landmark, a peculiar rock formation resembling a sleeping bear, which she knew lay along the eastern ridge overlooking the Black Creek watershed. She was beyond the immediate danger zone, circling back towards more familiar ground. Relief washed over her, so potent it almost buckled her knees, but it was tempered by the knowledge that she wasn't truly safe yet. She found the faint trail she had been seeking, little more than a deer track, but one she had followed before. It led gradually downwards, away from the creek valley, towards the gentler slopes closer to Oak Haven. The walking became easier, though her pace remained quick, driven by the urgent need to reach home before full darkness fell. As she hurried along, her mind churned. The image of the loggers measuring the ancient pine, the sound of the rifle shot, the feel of the torn blue fabric, it all played over and over. Billy Fletcher, the sheriff's words about the missing prospector, his mule found wandering downriver. The fabric scrap felt like confirmation of the worst. Had Fletcher stumbled onto the camp, just as she had? Had he been silenced? The implications were terrifying. These weren't just thieves stealing timber. They were likely capable of violence, perhaps even murder, to protect their operation. And she had seen them. She had been close enough to identify them again, potentially. She possessed a piece of evidence, however small, linking them to Fletcher's disappearance. The knowledge was a heavy burden, pressing down on her with suffocating weight. What should she do? Tell Sheriff Brody? He hadn't believed her vague concerns before. Would he believe her now, even with the fabric scrap? Or would he dismiss it as circumstantial, warning her again about stirring up trouble? The loggers might have connections in Oak Haven, influence that reached further than she knew. Accusing them without irrefutable proof could put her in even greater danger. Silence seemed the safest course for herself. But could she live with that silence, knowing what likely happened to Billy Fletcher? Knowing those men were still out there, desecrating the forest, potentially harming others. The roots of the problem, she realized, ran deeper than just felled trees. They were tangled in greed, desperation, and a lawlessness that thrived in the shadows of the frontier. The unease she felt wasn't just fear for herself. It was a sickness spreading through the land she loved. The sun was setting as her cabin finally came into view, nestled in its small clearing. Never had the simple log structure looked so welcoming, so solid. Smoke curled thinly from the chimney. She must have banked the fire well that morning. She scanned the tree line surrounding the clearing, her eyes sharp, searching for any sign that she had been followed or that someone waited for her return. Nothing seemed out of place. The familiar shapes of the pines stood sentinel, dark against the twilight sky. With a final burst of energy, she hurried across the clearing, her hand fumbling with the key she kept hidden beneath a loose stone near the doorstep. The door swung open, revealing the dim, comforting interior. She slipped inside, quickly bolting the door behind her, leaning against it, utterly spent, her body trembling with reaction and exhaustion. Safe, for now. She lit the oil lamp, its warm glow pushing back the encroaching darkness, illuminating the familiar clutter of her work table, the reassuring rows of books. The air was still warm from the banked fire, smelling faintly of wood smoke and dried herbs. She sank onto the edge of her cot, the scrap of blue wool still clutched in her hand. Carefully, she smoothed it out on the rough blanket. Under the lamplight, the color was a dark indigo blue. The weave was coarse, durable, a standard type of wool shoddy, often used for men's work clothing. But there was something familiar about the specific texture, the slight nubbing in the thread. She racked her brain, trying to place it. Had she seen Billy Fletcher wearing a shirt like this? She remembered seeing him in town occasionally, a young man barely older than herself, with hopeful eyes and hands calloused from prospecting. Yes, she thought she recalled him wearing a dark blue wool shirt, often patched at the elbows. Was this a piece of it? It felt horribly plausible. She tucked the fabric scrap carefully inside one of her empty specimen tins, hiding it amongst the jars on her shelf. Evidence. But evidence of what exactly? And evidence for whom? Getting up stiffly, she moved towards the stove, intending to heat water for tea, needing the simple comfort of warmth. As she reached for the wood box beside it, she paused. The logs inside seemed rearranged. She always stacked them in a particular way, larger pieces on the bottom, smaller kindling on top, ready for use. Now they looked slightly jumbled, as if someone had rummaged through them. Her breath caught. Had someone been here while she was gone? She quickly scanned the small room. Everything else seemed undisturbed. The bolt on the door had been secure when she arrived. The window latches were fastened from the inside. Had she imagined the logs being different? Was her fear making her paranoid, seeing threats where none existed? Perhaps. But the feeling of violation, the subtle disruption of her carefully ordered space, sent a fresh wave of unease through her. It was as if the shadows from Black Creek had followed her home, creeping into the corners of her sanctuary. She checked the wood box again, running her hand along the bottom. Nothing, just rough bark and splinters. She forced herself to dismiss it, fatigue and fear playing tricks. Still, the incident, real or imagined, eroded her sense of security. The cabin felt less like a fortress now, more like a fragile shell against the vast, unpredictable wilderness and the dangerous men who moved within it. She made her tea, the familiar ritual, doing little to soothe her frayed nerves. She sat at her work table, the map spread before her, the lamplight casting long shadows. Her finger traced the path she had taken, the location of the lean-to, the spot where she found the fabric, the place where the shot rang out. It looked so stark on paper, a geography of fear. What now? The question loomed large, unanswered. Silence felt dangerous. Speaking out felt dangerous. Trusting anyone, the dismissive sheriff, the enigmatic trapper, felt like a gamble. Aidan O'Connor's face swam in her thoughts, his quiet intensity, his knowledge of the woods, his specific warning. He was the only other person who seemed aware of the undercurrents at Black Creek. Could she seek him out, share what she had found? He lived outside the town's constraints, perhaps outside its corruptions too. But he was also a man of secrets. His own life lived in the shadows. Trusting him could be weaving herself deeper into a web she didn't understand. The roots of unease had taken hold, twisting deep within her. The forest held its breath, waiting. And Isabella, alone in her small cabin, surrounded by the encroaching night, felt the weight of her knowledge, the burden of her choice. The scrap of blue wool hidden in the specimen tin felt heavier than lead, a silent accusation, demanding action, yet whispering of the deadly consequences inaction might avoid. The night ahead promised little sleep, only the cold company of fear and the suffocating presence of unanswered questions. Chapter 6. Beneath a Canopy of Stars. Sleep was an impossibility. Isabella lay rigid on her narrow cot, the rough quilt pulled up to her chin, but offering little warmth against the chill that emanated from within. Outside, the deep, profound silence of the wilderness night pressed against the cabin walls, a silence broken only by the occasional hoot of an owl, the distant yip of a coyote, or the soft sigh of the wind moving through the pines like a restless spirit. Sounds that usually soothed her, weaving into the fabric of her solitude, now seemed fraught with hidden meaning, potential threats masked by familiarity. The oil lamp on the table burned low, casting flickering, elongated shadows that danced and writhed on the log walls, transforming familiar objects into grotesque shapes. Her books seemed to lean forward conspiratorially. The dried herbs hanging from the rafters swayed like spectral figures. Her own reflection, caught momentarily in the dark window pane, looked pale and haunted, a stranger staring back with wide, frightened eyes. She couldn't shake the feeling of violation, the subtle wrongness of the woodbox logs. Had someone truly been inside, slipped past her simple lock, searched her meager belongings, and left without taking anything, leaving only that faint trace of disturbance? Or was it merely her fear, amplified by exhaustion and the day's terror, projecting itself onto the mundane? The uncertainty was almost worse than knowing. It meant her sanctuary wasn't safe, that the danger wasn't confined to the remote depths of Black Creek, but could reach her here, in her own home. Her hand strayed beneath her pillow, her fingers brushing against the cold, smooth outline of the derringer she had placed there before attempting sleep. The feel of it was both a comfort and a source of profound unease. Its presence acknowledged the reality of the threat, the potential need for lethal defense, a thought that sat heavily on her soul, counter to her instincts, as a nurturer of life, a student of delicate blooms. She replayed the events at the creek again and again, each detail sharper, more terrifying in the stillness of the night. The casual arrogance of the loggers assessing the ancient pine, the glint of the discarded whiskey bottle, the sudden heart-stopping crack of the rifle, and the scrap of blue wool, now hidden away in a specimen tin, feeling like a brand on her conscience. Billy Fletcher. Had he lain hidden just as she had? Had the rifle shot been meant for him, or had he been dealt with earlier, the fabric torn in a struggle, his fate already sealed before she even arrived? Guilt mingled with fear. Should she have stayed hidden longer, tried to see more, tried to help? But what could she, one woman armed with a tiny pistol and a knowledge of plants, have done against armed men capable of such ruthless acts? Survival had been her only instinct, her only option. Yet the silence it demanded felt suffocating. Restlessness finally drove her from the cot. The cabin felt too small, the air too thick with unresolved fear. She needed space, air, the vast indifference of the night sky to dilute the intensity of her thoughts. Pulling her warmest shawl tighter around her shoulders, she moved silently to the door, drew back the bolt with infinite care, and slipped outside. The night air was sharp, cold, carrying the clean scent of pine resin and damp earth. Above, the sky was a revelation, free from the smoky haze that often hung over Oak Haven. The stars blazed with an intensity she rarely witnessed closer to settlements. Millions upon millions of diamond-sharp points glittered against the infinite black velvet, stretching from horizon to horizon. The Milky Way sprawled across the heavens like a celestial river of spilled light. Standing beneath that vast, silent canopy, Isabella felt simultaneously insignificant and deeply connected to something immense, ancient, and utterly unconcerned with the petty, violent struggles of men over timber and territory. For a moment, the sheer scale of the universe offered a strange sort of peace, diminishing her fears, placing them in perspective. The forest around her cabin was dark, the trees merging into solid black shapes against the slightly lighter sky. The only light came from the stars and the faint yellow glow spilling from her own cabin window. She moved a few steps away from the door, towards the center of the small clearing, breathing deeply of the cold, clean air. A faint sound reached her, distinct from the natural night noises, the soft crunch of a boot on pine needles. Isabella froze, every muscle tensing. Her hand flew to the pocket where she usually kept the derringer. Finding it empty, the pistol was still under her pillow. Panic flared, cold and sharp. She wasn't alone. Someone was out here, moving stealthily through the darkness at the edge of her clearing. Had the loggers followed her? Had they discovered her identity, tracked her back here? Or was it the person who had fired the rifle? She backed slowly towards the cabin door, her eyes straining to pierce the shadows beneath the trees. She could see nothing, only the impenetrable darkness where the forest began, but she could feel it, a presence, watchful, silent. Miss Moore? The voice was low, quiet, instantly recognizable. Aidan O'Connor. Relief warred with a fresh wave of apprehension. Why was he here? Now, in the middle of the night? Had he followed her from Black Creek, or was his presence here another unsettling coincidence? He stepped out from the shadow of a large pine, moving with the fluid silence that seemed characteristic of him. He stopped at the edge of the clearing, perhaps 20 yards away, a tall, dark silhouette against the star-lit tree line. He didn't approach further, respecting her space or perhaps wary himself. Mr. O'Connor? Isabella managed, her voice trembling slightly, despite her effort to control it. You startled me. What are you doing out here? Checking my lines, he replied, his voice calm, though it seemed to carry easily in the still night air. Saw your light still burning, figured maybe... He trailed off, leaving the thought unfinished, but the implication hung in the air. Figured maybe you were troubled. Figured maybe something happened. I couldn't sleep, she admitted, pulling her shawl tighter. It felt useless to pretend otherwise. Her presence outside in the dead of night spoke volumes. He nodded slowly, his gaze seeming to pierce the darkness, assessing her. Heard a shot earlier today, up Black Creek way. Isabella's breath caught. So he had been nearby, close enough to hear it. Yes, she whispered. I heard it too. He shifted his weight, the faint creak of leather accompanying the movement. Wasn't animal hunters? Wrong place, wrong time of day for most. His tone was flat, stating a fact deduced from experience. Sounded like trouble. Trouble. That was an understatement. She hesitated, the urge to confide, to share the terrifying burden of what she had seen and found, warring with ingrained caution and the lingering uncertainty about this enigmatic man. Could she trust him? What were his own connections to this? Was he merely an observer or somehow involved? You were up there today, Miss Moore? He asked, his voice still quiet, but with an underlying intensity that demanded an honest answer. Near the creek? There was no point denying it. If he had been nearby, he might even have seen her, despite her attempts at stealth. Yes, she said, her voice barely audible. I was searching for a specific orchid, Cypripedium acaule. The botanical name felt absurdly out of place, fragile against the backdrop of violence and fear. Aidan was silent for a moment, perhaps processing her admission. She could feel his gaze on her, steady and unreadable in the darkness. Dangerous ground for orchid hunting right now, he said finally, his voice gruff, especially especially now. He didn't mention Billy Fletcher by name, but the implication was clear. News of the missing prospector traveled fast on the frontier grapevine. I know, Isabella whispered. I saw things, Mr. O'Connor, things I shouldn't have. The confession slipped out, driven by the overwhelming need to share the burden, even with this near stranger whose motives remained obscure. He didn't press her for details, just waited, letting the silence stretch between them, punctuated only by the chirp of crickets and the distant owl. His stillness was unnerving, yet also strangely calming. He wasn't reacting with alarm or dismissal, simply listening, waiting. There were men, she continued, her voice gaining a little strength. Loggers, by the creek, assessing a large pine. They have a camp there, a lean-to. He nodded again, a curt movement barely visible in the starlight. Know the ones, poachers. Been cutting prime timber off ridges where they got no right for months now, boldening. They had a fire, Isabella added, remembering the detail. And I found something. She hesitated, the image of the blue wool scrap vivid in her mind. Should she tell him? It felt like crossing a threshold, sharing evidence, tangling herself further in this dangerous affair. Aiden took a step closer, moving just inside the edge of the clearing, the starlight catching the angular planes of his face. His expression was serious, intent. "What did you find, Miss Moore?" She took a deep breath. "A piece of fabric, blue wool, snagged on a bush near their camp." She described it, the color, the coarse weave, the torn edge. It looked like the shirt Billy Fletcher used to wear. The silence that followed was heavy, profound. Aiden stared towards the dark line of the forest, his profile etched against the stars. When he finally spoke, his voice was low, grim. "Fletcher, I heard he went missing up that way." He turned his gaze back to her. "You think they—" "I don't know," Isabella interrupted quickly, unwilling to voice the terrible suspicion aloud. "But the rifle shot, it happened right after I found the fabric. I had to hide. They searched, but upstream." "Upstream," he echoed thoughtfully. He scanned the darkness around her cabin, his gaze sharp and assessing, lingering for a moment on the woodpile. Did he sense something too? Or was she projecting her own fears onto his silence? "Who fired the shot, Mr. O'Connor?" she asked, the question hanging baldly between them. "Was it you?" He met her gaze directly, his eyes glinting faintly in the starlight. For a long moment he didn't answer, letting the question hang, letting her wonder. Then he gave a slight shake of his head. "Not me, though maybe I should have been." His voice held a note of grim regret. "Heard it echo from the North Ridge. Whoever it was, they likely saw the same thing you did. Or maybe they were sending a warning. Or maybe—" He shrugged, a gesture that spoke of the wilderness's unpredictable violence. "Hard to say." His denial felt truthful, yet his presence here, his knowledge, his timing, it all felt too significant to be mere chance. Was he tracking the loggers himself? Did he have his own reasons for wanting them stopped? Reasons that went beyond protecting the forest? "These men," Isabella pressed, needing to understand the scope of the danger. "Do you know who they are?" Aiden hesitated, glancing back towards the woods as if checking for unseen listeners. "Got names whispered in town. Slater is one. Rough character, runs the crew, works for someone bigger, someone who stays in the shadows, handles the timber once it's snaked downriver." He spat softly onto the ground. Someone getting rich off stolen trees and maybe worse. Slater. The name meant nothing to Isabella, but it grounded the threat, gave it a human face, however indistinct. "What can be done?" she asked, the question feeling naive even as she voiced it. "Sheriff Brody?" Aiden let out a short, humorless sound that wasn't quite a laugh. "Brody? His hands are tied, or maybe he just chooses to tie 'em. Timber money talks loud in Oak Haven. Slater and his crew, they tread careful near town, but out here—" He gestured towards the vast, dark wilderness surrounding them. "Out here, it's different rules. Brody ain't got the men or maybe the will to enforce much beyond the main street, especially when powerful folks might be involved." His words confirmed her own assessment, extinguishing the faint hope she'd held of finding help through official channels. She was truly on her own, except perhaps for the man standing before her. What about you, Mr. O'Connor? She asked quietly. Why are you telling me this? Why warn me? He looked down at his worn boots, then back up at her, his expression softening slightly in the faint light. Said it before. Woods ain't friendly right now, especially not for someone asking questions with her eyes, drawing maps of places some folks want kept secret. He paused, his gaze holding hers. And maybe I just don't like seeing bullies taking what ain't theirs, trees or anything else. There was an undercurrent in his voice, a hint of personal history, of past grievances perhaps, that resonated with Isabella. He wasn't just a detached observer. This conflict, this violation of the land touched something deep within him too. You should be careful, Miss Moore, he continued, his voice earnest. That fabric scrap. If Slater knew you had it, knew you saw them, he didn't need to finish the sentence. Keep it hidden. Don't talk about it. Not to Brody, not to anyone in town. And you? She asked. Is it safe for you being out here, knowing what you know? A flicker of something, pride, perhaps. A grim resignation crossed his face. I manage. Know how to move quiet, know how to watch my back trail. He looked towards her cabin. Might be wise if you didn't stay out here alone, not for a while. The suggestion, though practical, felt like another surrender, giving up her home, her independence. Where would I go? She asked, the thought dismaying her. I have my work here. He didn't have an easy answer. He looked around the clearing, then back at her, a troubled expression in his eyes. Just be watchful. Keep that door bolted. And maybe don't go wandering off toward Black Creek again anytime soon, not alone. There was an unspoken offer in his last words, a hint that perhaps she wouldn't have to go alone if she chose otherwise. The thought sent a strange flutter through her, a complex mix of fear and a tentative, nascent trust. He was dangerous, perhaps, living by his own code, but he also seemed to possess a rough-hewn integrity, a connection to this land that mirrored her own. Thank you, Mr. O'Connor, she said sincerely, for the warning, for listening. He gave a curt nod. Just keep your eyes open, Miss Moore, and your lamp low at night. He lingered for another moment, his gaze sweeping the clearing one last time, as if assuring himself of her immediate safety. Then, as silently as he had appeared, he turned and melted back into the deep shadows beneath the pines, disappearing completely from view. Isabella stood alone in the clearing, the cold night air raising goosebumps on her arms. The encounter had left her feeling strangely unsettled, yet fractionally less alone. Aidan O'Connor was an enigma, a man of the wild, caught up in the same dangerous currents as she was. He had confirmed her fears, offered practical advice, and hinted at a deeper conflict simmering beneath the surface of the frontier. He hadn't offered easy solutions, hadn't promised protection, but he had acknowledged the danger, validated her fear, and shared a sliver of his own knowledge. She looked up again at the vast, indifferent canopy of stars. They seemed less remote now, less cold. The universe remained immense. But down here, on this small patch of earth, under these particular stars, connections were being forged. Fragile, tentative, shadowed by danger, but connections nonetheless. The path forward remained unclear, fraught with peril, but the crushing weight of solitary knowledge felt marginally lighter. She wasn't entirely alone in the shadows. The trapper walked them too. Turning, she went back inside the cabin, bolting the door firmly behind her. The lamp still flickered, but the shadows seemed slightly less menacing now. held at bay by the shared knowledge, the whispered warnings exchanged beneath the silent watching stars. The roots of unease remained, but perhaps, just perhaps, a different kind of root was beginning to take hold, the tentative beginnings of trust, unexpected and precarious in the heart of the wild. Chapter 7. Scars on the land, scars on the soul. The pale light of dawn did little to dispel the oppressive weight that had settled in Isabella's small cabin. Sleep, when it had finally come in fragmented bursts, offered no respite. Populated by shadowed figures moving through tangled woods and the echoing crack of a rifle that jolted her awake time and again, heart pounding, hand instinctively reaching for the derringer beneath her pillow. The conversation with Aidan O'Connor beneath the indifferent stars felt both vividly real and dreamlike, his quiet warnings, his grim knowledge, the unsettling sense of a shared perilous path. She rose stiffly, the chill of the morning air mirroring the cold knot of fear still lodged deep within her. The first task was the fire, coaxing the embers back to life, the familiar ritual, a small anchor in the sea of her unease. As the flames caught, casting flickering light across the room, her gaze fell upon the shelves, specifically upon the innocuous specimen tin where the scrap of blue wool lay hidden. Compelled by a need to reaffirm its reality, she retrieved the tin. Opening it, she carefully lifted out the small piece of fabric. In the growing daylight filtering through the window, the dark blue looked faded, worn. The coarse texture felt rough against her fingertips. Billy Fletcher, young, hopeful, likely oblivious to the danger until it was too late. Had this small piece of thread been his last connection to the world, torn away in a moment of terror or violence? The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through her. Holding it felt like holding a piece of the tragedy itself, a tangible fragment of the brutality lurking beneath the surface of this frontier life. What did it demand of her? Justice? Revenge? Or simply silence for her own preservation? She folded it carefully, placing it back in the tin, the weight of the secret settling upon her once again. Aidan's words resonated. Keep it hidden. Don't talk about it. Practical advice born of harsh experience. Yet silence felt like complicity, a betrayal not only of the missing prospector but of the land itself, the silent victim of the logger's greed. The forest she had come to study and document, seeking its intricate beauty and resilience, was being violated, scarred by men who saw only bored feet and profit. That morning, the cabin felt less like a sanctuary and more like a cage. The familiar walls seemed to press in on her, echoing her own trapped thoughts. Her maps lay spread on the table, charts of discovery now overlaid with coded warnings. Paths to botanical wonders intertwined with loci of fear. Black Creek was a wound on the map, a place she couldn't bring herself to revisit. Not yet. But the need to know, to understand the extent of the threat, the scale of the desecration, gnawed at her. If Slater's crew was operating with such impunity at Black Creek, were they active elsewhere too? How far did the scarring reach? She couldn't go back to Black Creek, not alone. But perhaps she could observe from a safer distance, explore the ridges overlooking other valleys known for their valuable timber, areas closer to Oak Haven, places where the loggers might feel bolder or perhaps more careless. Driven by a restless energy that edged out her fear, she made a decision. She wouldn't hunt for rare orchids today. She would hunt for evidence, document the wounds, map the scars left by Slater and his men. It felt like the only action she could take, a way to channel her fear and anger into her work. using her skills not just to record beauty, but to bear witness to its destruction. Her preparations were different this time. Less focus on delicate collecting tools, more on essentials for observation and endurance. Water flask, basic rations, her compass, her sturdiest boots. The derringer, tucked securely but accessibly within her satchel, felt less like an unwanted burden and more like a grim necessity. She dressed again in muted colors, pulling a wide-brimmed hat low to shadow her face, hoping to appear inconspicuous, just another figure moving through the vast landscape. She chose a route leading east, towards a series of rolling hills and shallower valleys that lay between her cabin and the main river route used by the Oakhaven timber companies. It was land designated as part of the township commons or held by smaller homesteaders, not the vast unclaimed tracts where Slater's crew seemed most active. Yet rumors persisted of timber theft even here. Smaller scale operations. Trees disappearing overnight from woodlots supposedly protected by law or ownership. The woods felt different today, perceived through the lens of her recent trauma. She moved with heightened awareness, her senses straining, interpreting every sound, every movement. The familiar rustle of leaves could be stealthy footsteps, the flash of a blue jay's wing, a momentarily glimpsed watcher. The beauty was still there, the dappled sunlight on mossy logs, the intricate patterns of bark, the resilient green of ferns pushing through the leaf litter, but it was overlaid with a sense of fragility, of vulnerability. She felt like an intruder, not in the wilderness itself, but in the hidden, dangerous games being played out within it. She climbed steadily, gaining elevation, moving along a ridge that offered intermittent views of the valleys below. The air was clear, the sky a high, pale blue. From her vantage point, she could see the distant plume of smoke rising from Oakhaven sawmill, a constant reminder of the legitimate timber trade, the engine driving the town's existence. But her eyes scanned the nearer slopes, searching for different signs. It wasn't long before she found them. Not the dramatic devastation of a clear cut, but subtler, more insidious scars. Here a cluster of young, healthy oaks, felled and dragged away, leaving behind raw stumps, oozing sap, and a messy trail of crushed undergrowth, leading towards a rough track hidden in the trees. There, on a steeper slope, selective cutting only the best, most mature pines taken, their absence leaving gaps in the canopy like missing teeth. The remaining trees exposed and vulnerable to wind throw. These weren't the actions of homesteaders clearing land or cutting firewood. This was calculated theft, swift and efficient, stealing the prime specimens, leaving the rest. She knelt beside a particularly large pine stump, its rings telling a story of perhaps 100 years of slow growth, now ended abruptly by the bite of a cross-cut saw. The sawdust around it was relatively fresh, maybe only a few days old. Drag marks scarred the earth, heading downhill towards a gully that likely concealed a track wide enough for a wagon or sled, even in summer. This wasn't the work of Slater's main crew at Black Creek, perhaps, but likely smaller groups, emboldened by the lack of enforcement, nibbling away at the edges, stealing timber under the very nose of the town. Isabella pulled out her sketchbook, but instead of drawing flowers, she began to map what she saw. The location of the stumps, the direction of the drag trails, the type and approximate age of the trees taken. She noted the proximity to known property lines, the evidence of haste and carelessness, discarded food tins rusting in the leaves, a broken axe handle tossed aside. Each notation felt like documenting a crime scene, the victim, the forest itself. The work was grim, fueling a cold anger within her. This was theft not just of resources, but of heritage, of the natural beauty that belonged to everyone and no one. These scars on the land felt personal, mirroring the growing unease, the sense of violation within her own soul. Her initial passion for botany, a pursuit of pure knowledge and aesthetic appreciation, now felt intertwined with a heavier responsibility, the need to defend, to protect, to speak for the silent victims of greed. The forest wasn't just a laboratory, it was a contested territory, and her seemingly harmless presence within it had made her an unwitting participant in the conflict. As she moved along the ridge, documenting more signs of illicit cutting, she noticed older scars as well as patches of forest, struggling to recover from fires set carelessly years ago. Hillsides eroded where poor logging practices had stripped the soil-holding vegetation. Streams choked with silt, runoff. The land bore witness to generations of human impact, a long history of taking without thought for consequence. Slater's operation was just the latest, perhaps most brazen manifestation of this relentless exploitation. Lost in her grim survey, she almost missed the tracks. Crossing a patch of damp earth near a small spring, she saw them clearly, prints left by a large pair of boots, deep and well-defined. Alongside them, fainter but distinct, were the paw prints of a dog, or perhaps a wolf. She stopped, her breath catching. These weren't the hobnailed prints of the loggers she'd seen at Black Creek. These were different. The tread pattern suggesting moccasins or soft-soled boots, worn by someone who moved with a lighter step, a greater familiarity with the terrain. Aidan O'Connor. Her heart gave a strange leap, a confusing mix of apprehension and something else. Anticipation? Had he passed this way recently? Was he also observing this area, tracking the poachers? Or was he simply moving along his trap lines? The prints headed east, deeper along the ridge, away from the direction she was heading. She studied the tracks for a long moment. Following them felt like an overt decision to seek him out, to cross the line from cautious acknowledgement to active reliance. Was she ready for that? What would she even say? "Mr. O'Connor, the woods are being plundered, and I'm afraid, and I don't know what to do." It sounded weak, helpless, yet the memory of his steady gaze, his quiet understanding, offered a sliver of hope in her isolation. He was the only one who seemed to grasp the true depth of the danger, the only one who hadn't dismissed her concerns. As she hesitated, a sound drifted up from the valley below, the unmistakable, rhythmic clang of axes biting into wood. Not the distant whine of the Oakhaven mill, but closer, sharper, echoing off the hillsides. Somewhere down there, hidden by the trees, men were working, felling timber where they likely shouldn't be. The sound spurred her decision. Knowledge was imperative, but solitary knowledge felt increasingly powerless, even dangerous. She turned, deliberately setting her boots in the direction Aidan O'Connor's tracks led. She wouldn't follow blindly, wouldn't call out, but she would move in that direction, alert, watchful. Perhaps their paths would cross naturally. Perhaps seeing him again, she could gauge his intentions more clearly, decide if trusting him was a risk worth taking. She walked for another hour, the tracks appearing intermittently on patches of soft ground or moss. He moved with an economy of motion, leaving far less trace than the loggers or even herself. She felt a grudging respect for his woodscraft, his ability to blend seamlessly into the environment. He was a part of this wildness in a way she, with her books and sketches, could only aspire to be. The axe sounds faded behind her as she moved further east along the ridge. The tracks eventually led downwards into a shallow ravine densely wooded, with hemlock and rhododendron. It was darker here, cooler, the air thick with the scent of damp earth. She paused at the top of the ravine, scanning the shadowed depths. O'Connor's tracks led straight down. Should she follow? This felt like entering his domain, a place where he would have the advantage, where she would be most vulnerable if his intentions weren't what she hoped. As she stood there, uncertain, a flash of movement caught her eye, high on the opposite slope of the ravine. She froze, sinking back behind the trunk of a large oak. It wasn't Aiden. It was another figure, moving quickly through the trees, keeping low, a man dressed in rough clothing carrying a rifle. He seemed to be scouting, his head turning constantly, his movements furtive, watchful. He passed along the ridge opposite her, heading in the same general direction O'Connor's tracks had taken, and disappeared from view. A cold dread washed over Isabella. Was this one of Slater's men? Was he following O'Connor or searching for him? The man's presence, his weapon, his stealthy movements shattered the fragile sense of purpose she had cultivated. This wasn't just about stolen timber anymore. O'Connor might be actively hunted, and by following his tracks, she had placed herself squarely in the middle of whatever dangerous game was unfolding between the trapper and the loggers. Her own soul felt scarred now, etched with a fear that went beyond concern for her own safety. She felt implicated, tangled in a web of violence and retribution she didn't understand. The weight of the hidden fabric scrap, the memory of the rifle shot at Black Creek, the sight of this armed man moving like a predator through the woods, it all pointed towards an escalating conflict, one where neutrality was no longer an option, and every choice carried potentially lethal consequences. She looked down into the shadowed ravine where O'Connor's tracks disappeared. Following him now felt impossibly dangerous. Retreating felt like abandoning the only potential ally she might have. Standing paralyzed on the ridge felt like waiting for the danger to find her. The scars on the land seemed to mirror the torn, conflicted state of her own spirit. She was lost, not geographically, but morally, caught between the desire to act and the paralyzing fear of the cost. The silence of the forest pressed in, offering no answers, only the chilling echo of axes and the unseen threat of men hunting men. Her journey to document the scars on the land had led her to confront the deeper, more complex wounds within herself, leaving her more vulnerable and uncertain than ever before. Chapter 8. Whispers turned to warnings. The sight of the armed man melting into the trees on the opposite ridge acted like a dousing of cold water on Isabella's tentative resolve. The ravine below, where Aidan O'Connor's tracks led, suddenly seemed less like a potential meeting place and more like a trap waiting to be sprung. Every instinct screamed for retreat. Following O'Connor now, especially with the knowledge that someone else might be tracking him, felt like deliberate endangerment, stepping knowingly into the crossfire. She backed away from the edge of the ravine slowly, carefully, placing her feet deliberately to minimize sound, her eyes scanning the trees around her, searching for any sign of the armed man reappearing, or perhaps another watcher she hadn't yet spotted. The forest, which moments before had felt grimly familiar in its wounded state, now felt actively hostile, charged with unseen menace. The rhythmic clang of axes, though distant now, seemed to underscore the tension, a reminder of the ruthless forces at work just beyond her sight. Turning back west, towards the relative safety of her cabin, felt like the only sane option. Yet it also felt like a defeat, an admission of powerlessness. The images crowded her mind: the raw stumps bleeding sap, the carelessly discarded trash of the poachers, the scrap of blue wool hidden in its tin, the furtive movements of the man with the rifle. Silence and retreat protected her, perhaps, but they allowed the scarring, both of the land and potentially of human lives, to continue unchecked. Her walk back was fraught with anxiety. Every shadow seemed deeper, every bird call potentially a signal, every rustle of leaves a footstep. She avoided the main ridges, sticking to lower ground, moving through thicker woods where concealment was better, even though the going was slower, more arduous. She clutched the satchel containing the derringer, its small weight a pathetic counterpoint to the rifle she had seen. She thought again of Aidan O'Connor. Where was he now? Did he know he was potentially being followed? Was he hunter or hunted in this dangerous game? His own motives remained opaque. Was his warning to her born of genuine concern, or was it a calculated move in a larger strategy she couldn't comprehend? He lived by the forest's rules, a code likely involving silence, self-reliance, and perhaps swift retribution. Trusting him felt like leaning against a lightning-struck tree, potentially sheltering, potentially lethal. It was late afternoon when she finally reached the familiar trails leading towards her cabin. Exhaustion pulled at her limbs, but nervous energy kept her moving quickly, scanning the woods around her clearing with apprehension, before finally darting across the open space and securing the door behind her. The cabin felt blessedly solid, a shield against the immediate threats of the forest, but the sense of violation lingered, the memory of the possibly disturbed wood box, a persistent reminder that even here, she might not be truly safe. She immediately went to the specimen tin, checking the scrap of blue wool. It was still there, undisturbed. A small, irrational part of her had feared it might vanish, taking its silent accusation with it. Seeing it reaffirmed the reality of what she'd found, the burden she carried. She hid the tin again, deeper amongst her supplies this time, tucked behind sacks of flour and beans. As she forced herself to eat a meager meal of bread and dried fruit, the silence of the cabin pressed in. Usually she relished the quiet, the opportunity for study and reflection. Now, it felt unnerving, amplifying the turmoil within her. The whispers she had first overheard in the woods, the rumors circulating in Oak Haven, had solidified into tangible warnings. O'Connor's words, the sheriff's weariness, Hemlock's cynical advice, the felled trees, the armed man. The danger wasn't just a vague possibility anymore. It had form, substance, and potentially deadly intent. What was Slater's crew truly capable of? Timber theft was one thing, but silencing a potential witness like Billy Fletcher, hunting down someone like O'Connor who might interfere, it suggested a level of ruthlessness, of organized criminality that went far beyond petty poaching. And the question Aidan had raised lingered. Who was behind Slater? Who was the someone bigger, handling the stolen timber, profiting from the shadows? The roots of this corruption likely reached into Oak Haven itself, perhaps into positions of influence and seeming respectability. Accusing the wrong person, trusting the wrong ally, could be fatal. She spent the remainder of the evening trying to lose herself in her work, sketching the rose pogonia orchid she had found near Black Creek, before the rifle shot shattered the moment. But her hand felt unsteady, her focus blurred. The delicate lines of the flower seemed fragile, irrelevant against the backdrop of the harsh realities she had witnessed. The beauty of the natural world felt increasingly threatened, overshadowed by human greed and violence. Even her detailed maps, once a source of pride, now felt like dangerous documents, charting not just flora, but felony. Sleep, when it finally claimed her, was again shallow and disturbed. She woke before dawn, the familiar pre-dawn chill filling the cabin. As she lay there listening to the first tentative birdsong heralding the new day, she heard something else, the distinct sound of hoofbeats approaching her cabin at a steady walk. Instantly alert, she slipped from the cot, grabbing the derringer. She moved silently to the window, peering cautiously through a gap in the rough curtain she had fashioned. In the gray, misty light, she saw a lone rider approaching, slowly along the track from Oak Haven. It wasn't Aidan O'Connor. This figure was slighter, bundled against the morning chill. As the rider drew closer, she recognized the slumped posture, the familiar weary air. Sheriff Brody. Why was he here? At this hour? Had something happened? Had news of Billy Fletcher worsened? Or had someone mentioned her? Mentioned her inquiries, her presence near Black Creek, her heart hammered against her ribs. She quickly tucked the derringer into her pocket and smoothed her dress, trying to compose herself to appear calm, unsurprised. When his heavy knock sounded on the door, she waited a moment, took a deep breath, then opened it. Sheriff Brody stood there, his face haggard in the dim light, his usual bluff demeanor replaced by a profound weariness. His horse stood patiently behind him, breath pluming in the cold air. "Miss Moore," he said, his voice low and gravelly. He removed his hat, holding it awkwardly in his hands. "Sorry to disturb you so early." "Sheriff," Isabella acknowledged, keeping her voice even. "Is everything all right?" He sighed, a long, drawn-out sound that seemed to carry the weight of the whole territory. "No, ma'am, afraid it ain't. Not all right at all." He hesitated, looking past her into the cabin and back at her face. "Mind if I step inside for a moment? Bit parky out here." She stepped back, allowing him entry. He filled the small space, bringing with him the smell of damp wool, horse, and stale coffee. He glanced around, taking in the maps on her table, the books, the general air of scholarly solitude. "Heard you were asking questions in town yesterday," he began, his gaze settling on her. "About disturbances out your way." Isabella felt a chill. Who had told him? Hemlock, most likely, or perhaps one of the loggers lounging outside the saloon had overheard her brief exchange with the storekeeper. "I merely inquired about Mr. Fletcher, Sheriff, as you did," she deflected carefully, "and mentioned seeing some careless tree felling on the Commons Ridge." She kept her tone neutral, observational. Brody rubbed his face, his eyes bloodshot. "Careless ain't the word for it, Miss Moore. Not anymore." He paused, seeming to gather himself. "We found him. Billy Fletcher." Isabella braced herself, though she already suspected the news wouldn't be good. "Found him?" "Aye." Brody's voice dropped lower. "Downriver. Caught in a logjam near the old ferry crossing, wasn't her? Wasn't pretty. Wasn't an accident neither. Coroner's preliminary look says, well, it says he met with foul play, likely before he ended up in the water." Foul play. Murder. The word hung unspoken in the air, heavy and suffocating. The scrap of blue wool felt like fire against Isabella's conscience. Billy Fletcher hadn't just disappeared. He had been killed. Killed likely because he saw something he shouldn't have. Up at Black Creek, killed by Slater or his men. She felt faint, leaning back slightly against the doorframe for support. Oh, Sheriff, that's terrible news. Terrible ain't the half of it, Brody said grimly. Got his poor ma to tell. Got a town spooked about claim jumpers turning killer. Got timber bosses breathing down my neck about keeping order so their crews ain't scared off the job. He sighed again, and I got precious little to go on. He looked directly at her, his gaze sharp, probing. Which brings me back to you, Miss Moore. You spend more time in these woods than anyone except maybe O'Connor, and he ain't exactly forthcoming. You were up Black Creek way recently, weren't you? Searching for your flowers? Isabella's mind raced. How much should she reveal? Telling him everything. The voices, the camp, the fabric, the rifle shot. The armed man yesterday could place her in immense danger if Slater had informants, if Brody himself was compromised or simply ineffective. But saying nothing felt impossible now, knowing Fletcher was dead. Yes, Sheriff, she admitted carefully. I was in the vicinity a couple of days ago, near the lower fork of the creek. See anything? Anything at all? Brody pressed, leaning forward slightly. Men? A camp? Anything out of the ordinary? She hesitated, choosing her words with extreme caution. I saw signs of logging off the main trails, looked like poaching, and I thought I heard voices, men talking further upstream. She omitted the rifle shot, the fabric scrap, the exact location of the lean-to. It was a partial truth, enough perhaps to satisfy him without revealing the full extent of her knowledge, the evidence she possessed. Brody listened intently, his expression unchanging. Poachers, he muttered. Aye, Slater's crew most like. Been whispers about them being thick as thieves up that way. He looked at her again, his eyes narrowed slightly. Just voices? You didn't see them? No. Isabella lied, hating the word, hating the fear that forced it. The woods were too thick. I didn't want to intrude or cause trouble, so I turned back. The sheriff studied her for a long moment, his gaze searching her face. She met his eyes steadily, praying her fear didn't betray her. Did he believe her, or did he sense her evasion? Finally, he straightened up, seeming to accept her account, or perhaps deciding not to push further. All right, Miss Moore. Appreciate you telling me. His tone shifted, becoming more formal, more official, but carrying a new weight of seriousness. But I came out here for another reason, too. Came to give you a warning, a serious one. Isabella waited, her stomach tightening. These ain't just whispers anymore, Brody said, his voice low and emphatic. With Fletcher dead, this has gone beyond stolen timber. Whoever did this, they're dangerous. Desperate, maybe. And they ain't gonna take kindly to anyone poking around, asking questions, witnessing things they shouldn't. He took a step closer, his expression grim. Word gets around in a town like Oakhaven. Folks notice things. They notice the lone woman living out here, walking the woods, drawing her pictures. They know you go places others don't. He paused, letting the implication sink in. Someone might start thinking, you saw something up Black Creek, something more than just voices. Isabella felt a chill snake down her spine. Her attempts at discretion hadn't worked. Her solitude, her unusual pursuits made her conspicuous, memorable, a target. I'm telling you this for your own good, Miss Moore, Brody continued, his voice rough with sincerity, or perhaps just weariness. Stay out of the woods for a while. Stick close to your cabin, or better yet, maybe take a room in town for a spell, till things cool down. Don't go near Black Creek again. Don't go asking questions. Don't draw attention to yourself. Let me handle this. Let him handle this. The same man who admitted he had little to go on, whose resources were stretched thin, who seemed overwhelmed by the escalating violence. His warning felt genuine, born perhaps of a gruff sort of concern. But his proposed solution, hiding, waiting, felt inadequate, almost negligent. Yet defying his warning, continuing her explorations, seemed like courting disaster. "Thank you for the warning, Sheriff," Isabella said quietly, her voice strained. I understand. I will be careful." He nodded, seemingly satisfied. "Good. Don't want another tragedy on my hands." He put his hat back on, settling it firmly. "If you do remember anything else, anything at all, you come find me directly. Don't go talking to others." He gave her one last long look, then turned and left the cabin, mounting his horse and riding slowly back towards Oakhaven, leaving Isabella alone once more in the heavy silence. The sheriff's visit had changed everything. The whispers had become explicit warnings, backed by the stark reality of murder. Her fear was no longer speculative. It was grounded in fact. She was known, potentially suspected, and officially warned off. Staying silent and hidden seemed the only rational course. But as she stood there, the image of the scarred land, the stolen trees, and the dead prospect arose before her. Hiding felt like abandoning them all. Aidan O'Connor's face came to mind, his quiet strength, his shared knowledge of the danger. Brody had warned her not to talk to others, but O'Connor wasn't like the others. He lived outside the town's web of fear and compromise. Was seeking him out now not an act of recklessness, but perhaps the only path towards uncovering the truth, towards ensuring Fletcher's death wasn't simply forgotten, absorbed into the wilderness like another fallen tree? The risk was enormous, but the alternative, living in fear, silenced by threats, while the forest bled and killers walked free, felt increasingly unbearable. The warnings had been delivered, but instead of prompting retreat, they paradoxically solidified a dangerous resolve growing within her. The question was no longer if she should act, but how, and who, if anyone, she could possibly trust. Chapter 9. A River Between Them. Sheriff Brody's departure left a vacuum in the small cabin, a silence that felt heavier, more oppressive than before. His words, meant as a shield, felt more like shackles, binding her to inaction, to fear. "Stay out of the wood. Don't ask questions. Let me handle this." But how could she? Knowing what she knew, suspecting what she suspected, seeing the blatant disregard for life, both human and ancient forest. How could she simply lock her door and wait for a resolution that might never come? Or worse, a resolution that favored the powerful and silenced the truth? Billy Fletcher was dead, murdered. The scrap of blue wool hidden amongst her supplies felt like a burning ember against her conscience. It wasn't just a clue anymore. It was a testament, a silent accusation that demanded voice. Brody's warning, intended to protect her, ironically solidified her conviction that official channels were inadequate, perhaps even compromised. The network of greed and violence ran too deep, its roots tangled beneath Oakhaven's rough-hewn surface. She spent the day in a state of agitated paralysis. The cabin felt like a prison. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind rattling the window pane sent jolts of adrenaline through her. She tried to work on her sketches, but the delicate lines of flowers seemed meaningless, mocking her inability to act. She attempted to read, but the words blurred on the page, her thoughts consumed by the faces of Brody, Slater, as she imagined him rough, menacing. And Aidan O'Connor. O'Connor. His name echoed persistently in her thoughts. He was the wild card, the unknown quantity. He knew the woods, knew the dangers, knew Slater's crew. He moved through the shadows, seemingly untouched by the town's constraints. Brody had warned her against talking to others, but O'Connor wasn't like the others. He existed outside the town's fraught ecosystem of commerce and compromise. Was he the key? Could sharing the full truth with him, including the fabric scrap, lead somewhere other than a dead end or greater danger for herself? The risk was immense. Trusting him was a leap of faith into the unknown. He was a man shaped by solitude and survival, his motives as veiled as the forest depths he roamed. He could betray her, use her knowledge for his own ends, or simply dismiss her findings as irrelevant to his own solitary existence. Yet the memory of his steady gaze beneath the stars, the quiet resonance of shared concern for the violated land, hinted at something more, a potential for alliance rooted in a common, albeit unspoken, understanding. As the day wore on, the internal debate raged. Fear argued for caution, for obeying Brody's directive, for self-preservation. Conscience, fueled by the image of Billy Fletcher and the ravaged forest, argued for action, for seeking out the one person who might possess the knowledge and perhaps the will to challenge Slater's reign of terror. By late afternoon, the need to do something, anything other than pace her small cabin, consumed by fear and guilt, became overwhelming. She made her decision, not with calm certainty, but with a kind of desperate resolve. She would try to find Aidan O'Connor, not by plunging blindly back into the dangers of Black Creek or the ridges where she'd seen the armed man, but by going to a place where their paths might naturally cross, a place central to the movement of both legitimate and illicit goods in the territory, the river. The river was the lifeblood of the region. It powered Oak Haven's sawmill, floated logs down from legitimate timber operations further upstream, and provided a route for trappers like O'Connor to bring their furs closer to market, or for prospectors to access remote creeks. It was also, she suspected, the route Slater used to transport his stolen timber, likely under the cover of darkness, downstream towards buyers who asked no questions. If O'Connor was moving through the territory, if he was keeping watch on Slater's activities, the river was a likely place to observe, to intercept, to gather information. She wouldn't go near the Oak Haven docks or the sawmill. That felt too public, too close to town and potentially watchful eyes. Instead, she planned to follow a smaller tributary downstream, one that joined the main river several miles below Oak Haven, in a quieter, less frequented stretch of wilderness. There was a place she knew there, a rocky bluff overlooking a bend in the main river, offering a wide, concealed vantage point. She had sketched ferns there once, marveling at the power of the water, carving its path through the land. Now she hoped it would offer a different kind of perspective. Her preparations were swift, driven by the need to act before doubt could reclaim her. She packed lightly water, a little food, her compass, and the derringer, checked and ready, and the specimen tin containing the blue wool scrap. If she did find O'Connor, if the moment felt right, she needed to have it with her. It was the key, the tangible proof that might unlock his trust or seal her fate. She left the cabin as the afternoon sun began to slant low, casting long shadows. She moved quickly, purposefully, following familiar paths that led her away from the immediate vicinity of Oak Haven and towards the smaller creek she intended to follow. The air was cooler now, carrying the scent of damp earth and the promise of evening. Her earlier fear hadn't vanished, but it was now overlaid with a sense of purpose, however precarious. The walk along the tributary creek was calming. The sound of the water burbling over stones, the familiar calls of woodland birds, the scent of pine and cedar. It felt like returning to her element, despite the underlying tension. She scanned the banks for tracks, noting deer prints, raccoon trails, but no sign of the distinctive boot prints she associated with O'Connor. It took nearly 2 hours to reach the confluence where the smaller creek spilled into the wide, powerful flow of the main river. The sound changed here, deepening from a murmur to a steady, insistent roar as the water surged past, carrying rafts of foam and occasional debris. The air felt heavier, damper. She carefully climbed the rocky bluff she remembered. Finding the vantage point, she sought a sheltered spot behind a cluster of weathered pines and lichen-covered boulders, offering a commanding view of the river bend below. The sun was nearing the western horizon, painting the sky in fiery hues of orange and crimson, the colors reflecting brilliantly on the river's turbulent surface. From here, she could see a significant stretch of the river, both upstream towards Oak Haven, though the town itself was hidden by intervening hills, and downstream as it flowed deeper into the wilderness. The opposite bank was steep, densely forested, showing no signs of settlement or activity. This felt remote, isolated, a place where clandestine movements might occur unnoticed. She settled down to wait, pulling her shawl tighter against the cooling air. Waiting required a patience she wasn't sure she possessed, especially now. Every shadow that moved on the far bank, every log that drifted into view, made her heart jump. Was Slater's crew active tonight? Would they risk moving stolen timber so soon after Fletcher's body was found? Or would they lay low? And O'Connor, was he anywhere near? Was he watching this same stretch of river from some other hidden vantage point? The sun dipped below the horizon, and the vibrant colors faded from the sky, replaced by the deepening blues and purples of twilight. Stars began to prick the darkening canopy overhead. The river transformed into a ribbon of dark, shimmering silver, its roar seeming louder in the growing stillness. The air grew colder, biting at her exposed cheeks. Loneliness settled upon her, profound and isolating. Sitting here hidden, waiting for a man she barely knew, hoping he might be an ally in a conflict that terrified her, it felt like a fool's errand. Brody's warning echoed again. Stay out of the woods. Let me handle this. Perhaps she should have listened. Perhaps she should gather her courage, march back to Oak Haven, present the fabric scrap to the sheriff, and demand action, regardless of the risk. But the image of Brody's weary face, his admission of having little to go on, dissuaded her. He was caught in the town's web. O'Connor, for all his enigma, operated outside it. He represented a different kind of frontier justice, perhaps harsher, more direct, but maybe more effective against men like Slater. Time stretched on. An hour passed, then another. The moon, a slender crescent, rose above the trees, casting a pale, ethereal light on the water. The forest behind her was utterly dark now, alive with the rustlings and calls of nocturnal creatures. She strained her eyes, scanning the river, her ears alert for the sound of anything unnatural, muffled voices, the splash of poles, the groan of heavy logs being maneuvered. Nothing. Only the relentless, indifferent flow of the river. Doubt began to solidify into disappointment. He wasn't coming, or perhaps he was already downstream, having passed earlier. Or maybe he was nowhere near the river at all. Her gamble had failed. She was alone on a dark bluff, miles from her cabin, with only her fear and a useless scrap of wool for company. She should go back. It was dangerous to linger here alone all night. Just as she was gathering herself to leave, a subtle change in the river's sound caught her attention. A rhythmic splashing, in them too steady to be natural debris. She peered intently downstream, towards the source of the sound. A canoe. It emerged from the deep shadows where the river curved, moving upstream against the current, with powerful, almost silent strokes. A single figure propelled it, dark and silhouetted against the moonlit water. Her heart leaped. The set of the shoulders, the controlled strength in the paddling, the way the figure seemed part of the river's wildness. It had to be him. Aidan O'Connor. He was heading upstream towards Oakhaven. Was he returning from checking traps or from observing Slater's operation further downriver? He kept close to the bank opposite her bluff, using the deeper shadows beneath the trees for cover. His movements economical, efficient, betraying long familiarity with the water and the need for stealth. This was her chance, her only chance, perhaps. But how to signal him without revealing her position to potentially unseen watchers? Shouting seemed reckless. Waving might be missed in the darkness or misinterpreted. As the canoe drew almost parallel with her position across the river, Isabella made a decision. She stood up slowly, moving to the very edge of the bluff, silhouetted momentarily against the faintly lighter western sky, before stepping behind the partial cover of a wind-battered pine. She didn't call out, didn't wave frantically. She simply stood there, a still human shape against the wild backdrop, hoping his keen eyes, accustomed to spotting subtle signs in the wilderness, would notice her. For a moment, the canoe continued its steady progress upstream. Unwavering, disappointment flooded her. He hadn't seen her, or perhaps he had and chosen to ignore her, unwilling to deviate from his course, unwilling to engage. Then the rhythm of the paddling faltered. The canoe slowed, drifting slightly sideways in the current. O'Connor shipped his paddle, letting the canoe turn, his head cocked as he scanned the bluff where she stood. She could feel his gaze across the dark water, intense, questioning. He lifted a hand, not in greeting, but in a curt, questioning gesture. "What? Why are you here?" Isabella hesitated. The river, 50 yards of rushing, turbulent water, lay between them. Shouting across it felt impossible, dangerous. She needed to speak to him, show him the fabric. She gestured towards the bank below her bluff, a small, sheltered cove where a canoe could potentially land, then pointed towards herself. "Come here." She saw him hesitate. Bringing his canoe across the current to her side of the river was a commitment, an acknowledgement. It exposed him, delayed him. He scanned the darkness around her bluff, then downstream, then upstream, his trapper's instincts assessing the potential risks. Finally, with a decisive movement, he dipped his paddle into the water, angling the canoe skillfully across the current, using the river's own power to aid his crossing. He navigated the swirling eddies near her bank, guiding the craft towards the small cove below the bluff. The sound of the canoe grating softly on the gravel shore reached her. Isabella scrambled down the steep rocky path from the bluff to the cove, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and fragile hope. He was already out of the canoe, pulling it further onto the narrow beach, a tall, imposing figure in the moonlight. He turned as she approached. his face shadowed beneath his hat brim, his stance wary. "Miss Moore?" His voice was low, rough-edged, carrying easily over the river's roar. "This ain't no place for collecting flowers after dark. What is it?" She stopped a few feet away from him, the dark, powerful river rushing past just behind her, a tangible barrier, reflecting the invisible currents of fear and distrust that flowed between them. I had to talk to you, Mr. O'Connor. Brody paid you a visit this morning," he stated, not a question. News traveled fast, even to the solitary trapper. "Yes," she confirmed. "He told me about Fletcher, and he warned me to stay away, to keep silent." "Sound advice," O'Connor said flatly, his gaze unreadable. "Should have taken it." "I couldn't," Isabella said, her voice trembling slightly but firm. Not knowing what I know, what I found." She reached into her satchel, her fingers closing around the cool metal of the specimen tin. This was the moment of truth, the gamble she had come here to make. She opened the tin and held it out to him. The moonlight glinted on the small scrap of dark blue wool nestled inside. "I found this at their camp by Black Creek just before the shot." Aidan O'Connor went utterly still. He didn't reach for the tin immediately, but his gaze fixed on the scrap of fabric, his eyes shadowed as they were, seeming to harden, to sharpen. The silence stretched, broken only by the relentless roar of the river, a wild, uncaring witness to their clandestine meeting. He knew what it was. He knew what it implied. The river flowed between them, dark and deep, mirroring the dangerous secrets and unspoken questions that now lay exposed in the pale moonlight. His reaction, his next words would determine everything. Chapter 10. The Language of Flowers. The roar of the river seemed to intensify, filling the sudden taut silence that stretched between them. Aidan O'Connor remained motionless, his gaze fixed on the scrap of blue wool lying starkly against the pale interior of the specimen tin Isabella held out. The moonlight sculpted his face, highlighting the harsh lines etched by weather and solitude, deepening the shadows in his eyes until they were unreadable pools of darkness. He didn't move, didn't speak, didn't even seem to breathe. It was as if the sight of that small piece of fabric had frozen him, anchoring him in a moment, thick with unspoken grief and grim confirmation. Isabella's hand trembled slightly as she held the tin steady. This was the precipice. She had laid bare the most damning piece of evidence she possessed, offered it to this enigmatic man across the rushing water of their shared dangerous world. His reaction now would dictate everything, whether he was ally or threat, whether her gamble would bring tentative trust or outright peril. The silence felt immense, charged, pregnant with the weight of Billy Fletcher's fate and the potential consequences for them both. Finally, slowly, deliberately, Aidan reached out. His calloused fingers, roughened by traps and ropes and the harsh realities of his life, brushed hers as he took the tin. The brief contact sent an unexpected jolt through Isabella, a spark of human connection in the cold, isolating wilderness. He didn't look at her, his attention focused entirely on the fabric scrap. He lifted it carefully from the tin, holding it between his thumb and forefinger, turning it slightly in the moonlight. "Shoddy wool," he murmured, his voice low and rough, almost lost beneath the river's noise. "Common enough, but this dye, this weave." He rubbed the fabric slightly, his touch surprisingly gentle, almost reverent. "Aye, Fletcher's shirt. Saw him mending a tear in it down by Hemlock's store last month, poor fool." The confirmation, spoken so flatly, so certainly, struck Isabella with the force of a physical blow. Hearing O'Connor identify it definitively solidified the horror, stripped away the last vestiges of hopeful doubt. Billy Fletcher hadn't just vanished. He had been murdered by the men at the Black Creek camp, and this small piece of wool was irrefutable proof, torn away in his final moments. Aidan closed his fingers around the fabric, his fist tightening for a brief second before slowly relaxing. He looked up then, his gaze finally meeting hers across the few feet of gravel that separated them. The wary distance was still there, but beneath it, Isabella thought she saw something else, a flicker of shared understanding, a grim acknowledgement of the truth they both now confronted. "Brody tell you to keep quiet about this?" he asked, his voice regaining some of its usual edge. "He warned me," Isabella clarified. "Told me not to talk about anything I might have seen. For my own safety, he doesn't know I found this." Aidan grunted, a sound of cynical agreement. "Safer for you, maybe. Safer for Slater and whoever's pulling his strings, more like. Brody means well, likely, but he's caught. Town needs the timber, legitimate or not. Don't pay to look too close when the axes are swinging and the money's flowing." He looked back down at the fabric scrap, then carefully placed it back in the tin, handing it back to Isabella. "Keep that safe. Safer than safe. Don't let anyone know you have it, not Brody, not anyone." "But what do we do?" Isabella asked, the question tumbling out, fueled by the desperate need for direction, for action. "We can't just let them get away with it. Fletcher deserves justice," Aidan finished for her, his voice hard. "But justice out here, it don't always wear a star and follow rules written on paper. Slater's crew, they ain't just timber thieves. They're hard men. Killers now. Coming at them head on, relying on Brody. That's a good way to end up like Fletcher, food for the river stones." His words were bleak, pragmatic, extinguishing the faint hope she'd held that showing him the evidence would lead to a clear path forward. He saw the danger even more clearly than she did, understood the limitations of conventional law on this wild edge of civilization. "So we do nothing?" she challenged, frustration and fear warring within her. "We let them keep cutting, keep threatening, keep killing?" Aidan turned away, looking out over the dark, rushing water, his silhouette stark against the moonlit river. "Didn't say do nothing. Said head on his foolishness." He was silent for a long moment, seeming to weigh his words, or perhaps his options. "Slater's got a weakness, greed. He's taking big risks, cutting prime timber, moving it fast. Someone's paying him well, pushing him hard. If we can figure out how he's moving the logs, where they're going, maybe we can cut the head off the snake without getting bit ourselves." It was a plan of sorts, indirect, dangerous, relying on observation and stealth rather than confrontation. It appealed to Isabella's methodical nature, yet terrified her with its inherent risks. "How?" she asked simply. "How do we find out?" He turned back to her, his expression intent. "Been watching them. Know their routes mostly. Know their habits. They move the logs down Black Creek, likely, then into the main river under cover of darkness. Float 'em downstream past the settlements, maybe to a hidden mill, or rendezvous with a buyer further down." He gestured upstream, towards Oak Haven. "But something's changed. They're bolder, cutting closer like you saw on the Commons Ridge, taking bigger trees like that pine at Black Creek. Something's pushing them." "Or someone," Isabella murmured, remembering his earlier words. "Or someone he agreed. Need to know who. Need proof. Something solid Brody can't ignore, or something that scares Slater's backer enough to cut him loose. He looked at her maps, visible tucked under her arm, even in the dim light. You map things, Miss Moore. You see details others miss, not just flowers. It wasn't just a statement. It felt like an invitation, a tentative offer of partnership. He recognized her skills, saw their potential value beyond botany. I've been mapping the areas where I've seen signs of cutting, she admitted. Stumps, drag trails, trying to see a pattern. Good, he nodded. Keep doing that, careful like. But maybe look for other signs too. Wagon tracks leading off main roads towards the river. Hidden landings, anything that looks out of place. He paused. And maybe learn the language of the trees they're taking. Isabella frowned. The language? You mean identifying the species? More than that. He stepped closer, lowering his voice slightly, despite the roar of the river covering most sound. Each tree tells a story, where it grew best, how old it is, but also who might value it most. And that giant white pine at Black Creek, ain't many left like that. Takes special equipment to mill something that size. Not just any backwoods operation can handle it. Needs a big saw, lots of power. Narrows down who Slater might be selling to. He pointed towards a stand of mature oaks further up the bluff. Those oaks on the Commons Ridge, strong wood, good for furniture, barrels, different market, different buyer maybe. He was teaching her a new kind of botany, a practical application of her knowledge she had never considered. Reading the forest, not just for its ecological wonders, but for clues to human avarice and crime. It was a grim education, but fascinating. So, if we can track the specific types of stolen timber, she began, understanding dawning. We might track the money, Aiden finished. Find the demand. Find the supplier. He looked at her intently. Can you do that? Can you read those signs? Not just the flowers, but the wood itself? Isabella thought of her detailed notes, her knowledge of growth patterns, wood characteristics, the specific habitats favored by different valuable species. Yes, she said, a flicker of her usual scholarly confidence returning. Yes, I think I can. Aiden gave a curt nod, a hint of satisfaction in his expression. Good. That's your weapon, Miss Moore, better than that little pop gun you likely got tucked away. He seemed to know about the Derringer without seeing it. Knowledge, observation, that's how we fight this without ending up like Fletcher. He scanned the river again, then looked back at her. Can't stay here, too exposed, and you need to get back before full light. He gestured towards his canoe. Can take you part way, drop you closer to your cabin upstream. The offer surprised her. Sharing his canoe felt like a significant step, a gesture of trust, however pragmatic. It would certainly be faster, safer, than walking back alone in the dark. Thank you, she said quietly. He wasted no time, efficiently stowing her satchel securely in the bottom of the canoe, then steadying it as she carefully stepped in, trying not to rock the unstable craft. She settled onto the rough wooden seat near the bow, facing forward, the specimen tin held securely in her lap. Aiden pushed off from the gravel bank, expertly maneuvering the canoe into the current, and began paddling upstream with powerful rhythmic strokes. Traveling on the dark river was a strange, almost surreal experience. The water slid beneath them, dark and powerful, reflecting the scattered starlight. The forested banks rose steeply on either side, black, silent walls that seemed to press in on them. The only sounds were the rhythmic dip and splash of Aiden's paddle, the gurgle of water against the hull, and the distant, constant roar of the river itself. They traveled in silence for a long time. Isabella watched the dark water, her thoughts churning. She had crossed a threshold tonight, moving from fearful observer to active, albeit clandestine participant. She had placed her trust, however tentatively, in this quiet, intense man, binding her fate to his in ways she didn't fully comprehend. Was it foolish, reckless, or was it the only path left open to her? She risked a glance back at him. He paddled tirelessly, his focus absolute, his silhouette strong and capable against the faint light. He seemed completely at home here, on this dark river, navigating by instinct and long experience. He was a man of the wilderness, his language the subtle signs of track and current, wind and shadow. And now he was asking her to use her own language, the language of plants, of wood, of observation, as a tool against the darkness encroaching on their world. "Mr. O'Connor," she began, breaking the silence, her voice sounding small against the river's noise. He didn't stop paddling, but his head inclined slightly, indicating he was listening. "The man I saw yesterday," she continued, needing to share the final piece of her fearful observations. "On the ridge across the ravine from where your tracks led down, he had a rifle. He was moving stealthily. I thought he might be following you or hunting you." The rhythm of his paddling didn't change, but she sensed a subtle tensing in his shoulders. "Describe him," he said, his voice flat. She described the man as best she could recall, medium height, rough clothes, the way he moved, furtive and watchful. Aidan was silent for several strokes, his paddle dipping cleanly into the dark water. "Don't know him by sight," he said finally, "but Slater's got dogs watching his back trails. Hired muscle. Could be one of them." He paused. "Or could be someone else caught up in this mess." The implication was chilling. Other conflicts, other potential victims or perpetrators moving through those woods. "You need to be careful," Isabella said, echoing his own earlier warnings to her. "If they know you're watching them." "I know how to watch my back," he replied curtly, dismissing the concern, but she sensed the underlying acknowledgement of the risk. He wasn't invincible, despite his skills. They continued upstream, the river gradually narrowing as they moved further from the main channel, turning into the tributary creek she had followed earlier. The current lessened slightly, the roar diminishing to a more manageable murmur. The trees pressed closer, their branches occasionally dipping towards the water. Finally, Aidan guided the canoe towards a gently sloping section of the bank, not far from where Isabella estimated the path back to her cabin lay. He nudged the canoe ashore, holding it steady. "This is close enough," he said. "Path back to your place ain't far from here. Safer you walk the rest of the way. Less chance of anyone tracking canoe sign right to your door." Isabella gathered her satchel, her legs stiff as she carefully climbed out onto the damp bank. She turned back to face him as he remained seated in the canoe, paddle resting across his knees. The moon, higher now, filtered through the leaves, dappling his face, revealing a weariness around his eyes that hadn't been there before. "Thank you, Mr. O'Connor," she said sincerely, "for hearing me out, for the ride." He nodded curtly. "Just be careful, Miss Moore. Use your eyes, trust your gut. Map what you see, but don't take foolish risks. Fletcher's death proves the stakes." He pushed the canoe back slightly from the bank, ready to depart. "If you find something solid, leave a sign." "A sign?" she asked, confused. Where? What kind of sign? He thought for a moment. Know that lightning-struck oak? The one near your path back from Hemlock Ridge? Isabella nodded, a chill tracing its way down her spine. The tree where the menacing flower carving had appeared. If you need to reach me, leave something there, he instructed. Not obvious. Something natural, but out of place. A specific wildflower, maybe, tucked in the bark. One that don't usually grow right there. He looked at her, a faint, almost imperceptible softening in his expression. You know the language of flowers, Miss Moore. Choose one that speaks clear. With that cryptic instruction, he dipped his paddle into the water and propelled the canoe swiftly away, disappearing back into the deep shadows of the creek, leaving Isabella alone on the bank, the murmur of the water and the weight of their shared secrets pressing in around her. A wildflower tucked in the bark, a signal, using her own language, bridging the river of silence and fear that separated their solitary worlds. The language of flowers, once her peaceful pursuit, had become a tool for clandestine communication in a deadly game. Chapter 11. The Weight of Secrets. The walk back to her cabin through the moon-dappled woods felt profoundly different than any journey she had taken before. The familiar path, usually navigated with a botanist's eye for detail or a solitary woman's caution, now seemed layered with new meaning, fraught with hidden significance. Every shadow could conceal a watcher. Every familiar landmark held the potential for clandestine communication. The weight of the secrets she now carried. The scrap of blue wool, the knowledge of Slater's camp, the murder of Billy Fletcher, and the tentative, dangerous alliance forged with Aidan O'Connor pressed down on her heavier than any physical burden. She moved quickly, silently, her senses stretched taut, listening not just for threats but for any sign of O'Connor doubling back, or perhaps the man with the rifle she'd seen earlier. The woods remained quiet, holding their breath beneath the high, pale moon. Reaching her clearing, she scanned it meticulously before darting across the open space, the key turning stiffly in the lock, the solid thud of the bolt sliding home a small, temporary comfort. Inside, the cabin felt both refuge and prison cell. The familiar objects, her books, her pressing boards, the jars of seeds and specimens seemed to watch her, silent witnesses to the dangerous path she had chosen. She lit the lamp, the flame chasing back the deepest shadows but doing little to dispel the chill that had settled within her. She didn't attempt sleep immediately. Her mind was too active, replaying the conversation with O'Connor by the river, analyzing every word, every nuance, every silence. Justice out here, it don't always wear a star. Find the demand. Find the supplier. Use your eyes. Trust your gut. Map what you see. His instructions were clear, yet terrifyingly vague. He had tasked her with using her knowledge, her observational skills, to gather intelligence, to become, in effect, a spy operating under the guise of a harmless botanist. And the signal. Leave a sign, a specific wildflower, tucked in the bark, one that don't usually grow right there. Choose one that speaks clear. The lightning-struck oak, the very tree that had first borne the menacing carving meant to intimidate her, was now designated as their communication point, a silent postbox in the heart of the contested wilderness. The irony was not lost on her. The language of flowers, her solace and passion, was now her code, her lifeline to the enigmatic trapper who moved through the shadows. What flower would speak clear? What message might she need to send? It needed to be something distinctive, easily recognizable to him, yet natural enough not to attract undue attention from others. Something that signaled urgency, perhaps, or discovery, or danger. Her mind sifted through her botanical knowledge, the deep red of the cardinal flower for alarm, the ghostly white of the Indian pipe, mirroring the carving, perhaps signifying confirmation of the threat, or something simpler, like the bright yellow of a specific goldenrod, common, but perhaps noticeable if placed deliberately out of season or habitat. The choice itself felt weighted with significance, another secret to guard. She finally forced herself towards the cot, exhaustion warring with adrenaline. Before lying down, she checked the specimen tin again, assuring herself the blue wool was still there, hidden. It felt like a talisman now, a physical link to the injustice she sought to expose, a reminder of the deadly stakes. She placed the derringer beneath her pillow, the cold metal a stark contrast to the soft wool of the blanket. Sleep, when it came, was troubled, filled with images of dark rivers, shadowed faces, and wildflowers whispering warnings on the wind. The next few days passed in a state of heightened tension and carefully managed routine. Isabella obeyed the spirit, if not the letter, of Sheriff Brody's warning. She didn't venture towards Black Creek or the eastern ridges where she suspected O'Connor might be watched or hunted. Instead, she focused her explorations closer to home, on the timber commons and smaller woodlots nearer to Oakhaven, areas where she had already documented signs of poaching. But her focus had shifted. She still carried her sketchbook and collecting satchel, maintaining the appearance of her usual botanical work, but her true purpose was different. She examined stumps with a new eye, noting not just the species and age, but the quality of the wood, the likely market value, the direction the logs had been dragged. She followed faint tracks, searching for hidden landings by creeks, concealed roads capable of handling wagons. She mapped these signs meticulously, her drawings becoming less about capturing beauty and more about documenting theft, charting the network of illicit activity. She learned to read the forest in the way O'Connor had suggested, a stand of exceptionally straight, mature maple. Perfect for high-quality furniture, she noted its location and looked for signs of recent scouting or selective cutting. A grove of hemlock, its bark valuable for tanning leather. She searched for peeling damage or signs of unauthorized harvesting. She began to build a mental inventory of the area's most valuable timber resources and cross-referenced it with the evidence of poaching, trying to discern patterns, potential targets, possible buyers. Her observations confirmed O'Connor's assessment. The poaching wasn't random. It was targeted, efficient, focusing on the most valuable trees, suggesting organization and specific market demands. The closer she looked, the more extensive the network seemed, its tendrils reaching surprisingly close to Oakhaven itself. She found a well-concealed track, almost invisible from the main path, leading from a heavily poached section of oak forest down towards a secluded bend in the river below town, a perfect spot for loading logs onto rafts under the cover of night. The work was nerve-wracking. Every snapped twig made her jump. Every distant sound seemed like approaching danger. She felt constantly watched, though she never saw anyone overtly threatening. Sometimes she would glimpse rough-looking men on the trails, loggers heading to or from sanctioned work sites, hunters, perhaps even some of Slater's crew, moving between operations, but they rarely paid her more than a cursory glance, dismissing her as the eccentric plant woman. Her harmless reputation, she realized, was her best camouflage, allowing her to move through the contested territory, observing, documenting, while hiding her true purpose in plain sight. Yet the weight of her secrets grew heavier each day. The knowledge of Fletcher's murder, the existence of the fabric scrap, her clandestine alliance with O'Connor, it created a barrier between her and the ordinary world. When she had to go into Oakhaven for essential supplies, the town felt alien. Its mundane activities, gossip outside the general store, children playing in the dusty street, the weary faces of townsfolk seeming disconnected from the darker realities unfolding just beyond the tree line. She avoided conversation, kept her eyes down, acutely aware that any word, any glance could be scrutinized, misinterpreted. She saw Sheriff Brody once, overseeing the loading of supplies onto a wagon. He nodded curtly, his expression grim, offering no indication of progress in Fletcher's case. Seeing him only reinforced her decision not to confide further. His hands seemed tied, his authority limited by the town's complex dependencies and unspoken fears. The encounter that unsettled her most occurred one afternoon at Hemlock's general store. She was purchasing lamp oil and coffee when two men entered, their presence immediately lowering the temperature of the room. They were large, rough-looking men, dressed in worn, dusty logging clothes. One had a hard, cruel face marked by an old scar across his cheek. The other was younger, bulkier, with small, watchful eyes that darted around the store. They moved with a swaggering confidence that bordered on intimidation. Isabella instinctively recognized the type likely part of Slater's crew, the muscle O'Connor had mentioned. She tried to make herself inconspicuous, focusing on her transaction with Old Man Hemlock, but she could feel their eyes on her, assessing, curious. "Well, looky here," the scarred man drawled, his voice unpleasantly rough. He nodded towards Isabella. "If it ain't the little flower picker, still wandering the woods, are you?" Isabella stiffened, keeping her back partially turned. "Good day, gentlemen," she murmured, handing her coins to Hemlock, eager to leave. "Heard tell you was up Black Creek way a while back," the younger man chimed in, stepping closer. His proximity felt threatening. "Find any pretty posies up there?" Her heart hammered against her ribs. They knew, or they suspected. Was this a random encounter, idle intimidation, or a deliberate probe testing her reaction? She forced herself to remain calm, turning slightly to face them, her expression carefully neutral. "The woods offer many points of interest for a botanist," she replied coolly, her voice steadier than she felt. "Black Creek is no exception, though access can be difficult." She didn't confirm or deny being there recently, keeping her answer vague. The scarred man chuckled, a harsh, grating sound. "Difficult ain't the word for it. Some folks find it downright unhealthy. Ain't that right, Jeb?" The younger man, Jeb, grinned mirthlessly. "Sure is, Cal. Easy to get lost up there. Real easy, like that fool prospector Fletcher. Guess he took a wrong turn." The casual, almost mocking reference to Billy Fletcher sent a wave of cold fury through Isabella, but she kept her face impassive. They were taunting her, perhaps, warning her indirectly. "Indeed," Isabella said quietly, picking up her small parcel. "The wilderness demands respect and caution from everyone." She met the scarred man's gaze briefly, holding it for a second longer than comfortable before turning towards the door. "Good day." She walked out of the store, her back rigid, acutely aware of their eyes following her. Outside, she leaned against the rough wooden wall for a moment, catching her breath, her hands trembling. It wasn't just suspicion anymore. They knew she had been near Black Creek. They were associating her with Fletcher's disappearance. The danger felt suddenly much closer, more personal. Cal and Jeb. She filed the names away, adding them to the sparse dossier of her enemies. That evening, back in the seeming safety of her cabin, the weight of her secrets felt almost unbearable. The encounter in the store had stripped away her illusion of camouflage. They were watching her. They suspected her. How long before suspicion turned into certainty, into direct threat? She looked at her maps, at the growing network of documented poaching sites, the suspected transport routes, the notes on timber types. She had gathered information, pieced together fragments of the puzzle, just as O'Connor had asked. But what was it worth if she couldn't share it? If acting on it meant exposing herself to lethal danger? She needed to contact O'Connor. She needed to share what she had learned, what she had observed, including the encounter with Cal and Jeb. She needed to know if he had discovered anything more about Slater's backer, about the destination of the stolen timber. She needed guidance, or at least the reassurance of a shared burden. The lightning struck oak, the wildflower signal. It was time. After a restless night, she rose before dawn. She searched the area around her cabin, her eyes scanning the damp earth and mossy patches beneath the trees. She needed a flower that was distinctive, reasonably hardy, and spoke the right message. Not alarm, not yet, but urgency, a need to communicate. Her gaze fell upon a small cluster of Trillium erectum, commonly known as wake robin or stinking Benjamin, its deep maroon petals standing out against the green foliage. It wasn't a common flower right in this immediate vicinity, preferring richer, more shaded woods, but a few clumps persisted near her cabin. Its color was striking, noticeable, and its name, Wake Robin, suggested alertness, a call to attention. It felt right. Carefully, she picked a single, perfect bloom, its stem sturdy, its 3 petals a rich dark red. Handling it gently, she wrapped its stem in a scrap of damp moss to preserve it as long as possible. She tucked it securely into her satchel, alongside her usual botanical gear and the ever-present derringer. The walk towards the lightning-struck oak felt different today. She wasn't just observing or documenting, she was on a specific mission, carrying a secret message coded in petals and stem. The familiar path seemed charged with significance. She moved cautiously, scanning constantly, aware that placing the signal was itself a risk. If Cal, Jeb, or anyone else connected to Slater saw her lingering near that specific already marked tree, it could arouse fatal suspicion. She reached the massive oak, its trunk scarred and blackened by the long-ago lightning strike. The crude carving of the drooping flower, weathered now but still visible, seemed to mock her from the bark. Her heart pounded as she approached, glancing around furtively. The woods seemed empty, silent, holding their breath. Quickly, referencing O'Connor's instruction, she found a deep crevice in the rough bark on the side facing away from the main path, a spot partially concealed by a growth of shelf fungus. With trembling fingers, she gently worked the stem of the dark red trillium into the crevice, ensuring the bloom was visible but not overly conspicuous. It looked strangely beautiful against the dark, rough bark, a splash of deep color, a living thing placed deliberately on the wounded tree. A wake robin, a call. She stepped back, assessing her work. Would he see it? Would he understand? Or would it simply wilt unnoticed, or worse, be discovered by the wrong eyes? There was no way to know. She had sent her message into the wilderness, relying on the skill and vigilance of a man she barely knew. Turning, she hurried away from the oak, resisting the urge to look back. She had taken another irrevocable step, deepened her entanglement in the dangerous current swirling around Oak Haven. The weight of her secrets hadn't lessened. If anything, it had increased, compounded now by the fragile hope and profound risk embodied by a single wildflower tucked into the bark of a lightning-scarred tree. All she could do now was wait, watch, and pray that the language of flowers would be understood before the whispers turned into shouts and the warnings into deadly action. Chapter 12. A town divided. Waiting was a torment. Each passing hour, after placing the trillium on the lightning-struck oak, stretched Isabella's nerves thinner. She confined herself mostly to the cabin and its immediate surroundings, busying herself with organizing her notes, sketching from preserved specimens, tending her small garden patch, anything to distract from the gnawing anxiety and the constant urge to return to the oak tree, to see if her silent message had been received. She scanned the tree line incessantly, half expecting Aidan O'Connor to materialize silently from the shadows, half fearing the appearance of Cal, Jeb, or some other menacing figure sent by Slater. The woods remained stubbornly silent, offering no clues. The weight of her secrets felt heavier than ever, isolating her within the small circle of her clearing, while the life of Oak Haven, troubled though it was, continued just a few miles away. After 2 days of this self-imposed confinement, supplies ran low, forcing her hand. She needed flour, salt, more lamp oil. The journey into Oak Haven, usually a simple necessity, now felt like venturing into enemy territory. She dreaded the possibility of another encounter with Slater's men, dreaded the curious glances of the townsfolk, dreaded the weary, knowing eyes of Sheriff Brody. Yet, staying isolated indefinitely wasn't feasible. And perhaps observing the town itself, listening to the undercurrents of conversation, might offer clues, context for the information she was gathering in the woods. Steeling herself, she made the walk along the familiar track. The late summer sun beat down, dust rising with every step. As Oak Haven came into view, the raw timber buildings, the plume of smoke from the sawmill, the muddy main street, he noticed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. The usual rough and tumble energy seemed muted, replaced by a palpable tension. Groups of men stood talking in low voices on the boardwalks, their expressions grim, their glances towards strangers more suspicious than usual. Fewer women were about, and those who were hurried along with anxious faces. The news of Billy Fletcher's confirmed murder had clearly settled over the town like a shroud, amplifying existing fears and divisions. Oak Haven, always a place of competing interests, timber barons versus smallholders, settlers versus remnants of native tribes, prospectors versus loggers, now felt fractured along new lines. Those who suspected Slater and the powerful interests likely behind him, and those who preferred silence, either out of fear or because their own livelihoods depended, directly or indirectly, on the unchecked flow of timber, regardless of its origin. Her first stop, unavoidable, was Hemlock's General Store. The bell above the door jangled, announcing her arrival with what felt like excessive loudness. Old Man Hemlock peered at her over his spectacles, his usual sour expression deepened by the prevailing gloom. Several other customers, a farmer's wife, 2 quiet men Isabella didn't recognize, stood near the counter, their conversation ceasing abruptly as she entered. The silence felt heavy, accusatory. "Miss Moore?" Hemlock grunted, acknowledging her presence without warmth. "Needing more supplies for your nature walks?" The slight emphasis on the last words felt pointed, deliberate. Flour, salt, oil, Mr. Hemlock? Isabella replied quietly, trying to ignore the stares of the other customers. As Hemlock turned to gather her items, the two quiet men resumed their conversation in hushed tones, but Isabella caught fragments. Ain't safe. Ridgeline near Coulter's place. Saw tracks, big crew. Brody ain't doing nothing. They spoke with the low-voiced resentment of men who felt powerless, their property or livelihoods threatened by forces they couldn't fight directly. The farmer's wife leaned closer to Hemlock. "Josiah," she whispered urgently, "is it true what they're saying about the Harrison family packing up leaving?" Hemlock sighed, placing a sack of flour heavily on the counter. "Aye, Martha. Seems so. Found half their woodlot cleared last week. Prime oak gone overnight. Said they've had enough. Too scared to stay with Fletcher killed and Brody spread too thin." Fear was driving people away, Isabella realized. Slater's operation wasn't just stealing timber. It was undermining the very fabric of the community, eroding the fragile trust and security that held a frontier town together. She paid for her supplies quickly, eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere of the store. As she stepped back onto the boardwalk, she nearly collided with a man hurrying in the opposite direction. He was well dressed for Oak Haven standards, in a tailored waistcoat and clean trousers, his face smooth-shaven, his eyes sharp and assessing beneath the brim of a smart town hat. Isabella recognized him, Mr. Silas Croft, the manager of the large Oak Haven Timber Company, the main legitimate logging operation in the region. He was a man of influence, rumored to have connections to investors back east, a figure both respected for bringing commerce to the town and sometimes resented for his company's aggressive acquisition of timber rights. "Beg pardon, Miss Moore," Croft said smoothly, tipping his hat with practiced courtesy, though his eyes held a cool, calculating glint. "Lost in thought, I suppose?" "Mr. Croft," Isabella murmured, stepping aside. He paused, looking her over briefly, his gaze lingering, perhaps a fraction too long, on the satchel she carried. "Troubling times for Oak Haven," he commented, his voice modulated, serious. "This business with young Fletcher, deplorable. Bad for morale, bad for business." "Indeed," Isabella agreed noncommittally. She felt instinctively wary of Croft. He represented the established power structure, the very interests that might benefit from looking the other way, or even actively facilitating the removal of inconvenient competition or the acquisition of timber through less than scrupulous means. Could he be the someone bigger O'Connor suspected was behind Slater? It seemed plausible. He had the resources, the connections, the motive to desire a steady, cheap supply of timber. No questions asked. "Sheriff Brody seems overwhelmed," Croft continued, seeming to gauge her reaction. "One hopes he finds the perpetrator swiftly. Such lawlessness cannot be tolerated. It reflects poorly on us all." He smiled, a thin, humorless expression. "Well, must attend to business. Do take care in your woodland pursuits, Miss Moore. The forest can be treacherous." The warning, delivered with such smooth politeness, felt more chilling than the blunt threats of Cal and Jeb. It was veiled, sophisticated, hinting at dangers understood by those in power. Isabella watched him stride into Hemlock's store, his confident posture a stark contrast to the worried faces of the other townsfolk. The divide in Oak Haven wasn't just between the fearful and the silent. It was between the vulnerable and powerful. And Silas Croft clearly stood on the side of power. Shaken, Isabella hurried away from the main street. deciding to take a slightly longer, less frequented path back towards the edge of town, hoping to avoid further encounters. This route took her past the small, struggling church and the dusty graveyard behind it. As she passed the low stone wall surrounding the cemetery, she saw a lone figure kneeling beside a freshly turned mound of earth at the far end. It was Sheriff Brody. He was hatless, his shoulders slumped, staring down at the simple wooden cross that marked Billy Fletcher's new grave. He wasn't praying, just kneeling there, a picture of weary defeat. Seeing him like this, stripped of his official bluster, looking vulnerable and burdened, stirred a reluctant sympathy in Isabella. He wasn't corrupt, perhaps, just overwhelmed, caught between the town's demands, the victim's needs, and the powerful forces he was ill-equipped to confront. His warning to her hadn't come from indifference, but likely from a genuine, albeit inadequate, desire to prevent further tragedy. She hesitated, wondering if she should approach him, offer some word of condolence, reiterate her willingness to help if she could. But what could she truly offer without revealing her secrets, without endangering herself and O'Connor? The gap between them, the river of unspoken truths and conflicting approaches felt too wide to bridge here, beside this fresh grave. With a heavy heart, she continued on her way, leaving the sheriff alone with his grief and his burdens. The town felt suffocating, tangled in knots of fear, suspicion, and complicity. The division wasn't clean, it was messy, complex, with shades of gray blurring the lines between victim and bystander, lawman and pawn. Escaping its confines and reaching the familiar woods again felt like coming up for air, even though the woods held their own dangers. As she walked the trail back towards her cabin, her thoughts returned to O'Connor. Had he seen the Trillium? Was he even still in the area? Days had passed since their meeting by the river. Perhaps he had moved on, pursuing his own solitary path, leaving her alone with the dangerous knowledge she possessed. The uncertainty was a heavy weight. She approached the lightning-struck oak with trepidation, her eyes scanning the area for any sign of disturbance. From a distance, everything looked normal. As she drew closer, her heart leaped. The Trillium was gone. She rushed forward, examining the crevice in the bark where she had placed it. It was empty. No fallen petals, no broken stem, just the empty space. Had the wind taken it? Had an animal disturbed it? Or had O'Connor found it? Her gaze swept the base of the tree, searching for any sign, any reciprocal message. O'Connor hadn't specified how he would respond, only how she should signal him. Then she saw it. Not a flower, but something equally deliberate, equally natural, yet out of place. Resting unobtrusively on a flat stone near the oak's roots was a single perfectly formed hawk feather. It was a tail feather, barred brown and white, undeniably from a red-tailed hawk, a common bird of prey in these woods. But its placement was precise, intentional. It wasn't simply dropped or blown there. It rested cleanly on the stone, angled slightly towards the northwest, the direction of Hemlock Ridge and Black Creek. Isabella's breath caught. It was a message, acknowledgement, signal received, and perhaps direction. Look towards the ridges. He was still here. He was watching, and he was communicating back, using the silent language of the wilderness they now shared. A wave of relief washed over her, so potent it almost weakened her knees. She wasn't entirely alone in this. He had received her call, and he had answered. The hawk feather felt cool and smooth beneath her fingers, a tangible link across the divide of their separate paths. But the relief was quickly tempered by renewed anxiety. Look towards the ridges. Did he want her to go back there? Back towards the danger zone she had barely escaped. Or was he simply indicating where his own attention, and likely the focus of the threat, currently lay? His message, like the man himself, was cryptic, demanding interpretation, demanding careful thought before action. She left the feather where it lay, a silent acknowledgement of receipt, and hurried back towards her cabin, her mind racing. The town was divided, paralyzed by fear and suspicion. The sheriff was overwhelmed. Silas Croft, the embodiment of corporate power, watched with cool calculation. Cal and Jeb, the face of Slater's thuggery, were aware of her presence, and Aidan O'Connor, her only potential ally, communicated through feathers and expected her to read the language of stolen timber. The weight of secrets hadn't lessened, but it had shifted. It was no longer just the burden of solitary knowledge, but the shared weight of a dangerous clandestine investigation. The hawk feather on the stone, the trillium in the bark. These were the fragile bridges across the river of fear dividing Oakhaven. The silent promises exchanged in a town where spoken words were cheap, dangerous, and increasingly meaningless. The true dialogue was happening here, in the woods, written in the language of flowers, feathers, and the scars on the land. And Isabella knew, with a chilling certainty, that this silent conversation was leading towards a confrontation that could no longer be avoided. Chapter 13. Shelter from the Storm. The hawk feather served as both reassurance and catalyst. Aidan O'Connor was still active, still watching, still acknowledging their fragile alliance. But his message, "Look towards the ridges," presented Isabella with a terrifying dilemma. He couldn't possibly mean for her to return alone to the dangerous territory around Hemlock Ridge and Black Creek, not after Fletcher's murder, and the warnings from both Brody and O'Connor himself. It had to be an indication of where he was focusing his attention, where the danger remained concentrated, or perhaps it was a test of her resolve, her willingness to continue their shared risky endeavor, despite the escalating peril. She spent the next day wrestling with the decision, pacing the confines of her cabin, her map spread out, marked with the evidence she had painstakingly gathered. The pattern was becoming clearer. The targeted theft of high-value timber, the network of hidden tracks leading towards the river, the increasing boldness suggesting pressure from Slater's unseen backer. Silas Croft's smooth demeanor and veiled warnings echoed in her mind. Was he the head of the snake? Proving it seemed impossible, dangerous. Her thoughts kept circling back to O'Connor. Where was he? What was he seeing? Was he safe? The image of the armed man hunting him on the ridge haunted her. Her passive role, observing, documenting from safer distances, waiting for cryptic signals, felt increasingly inadequate. Fletcher was dead. Families were fleeing. The forest bled timber day by day. Waiting for O'Connor to act alone felt like abandoning her own responsibility, her own stake in the outcome. A storm was brewing, both literally and figuratively. The air grew heavy, humid, charged with electricity. Dark clouds began to gather over the western ridges, piling up like bruised fists against the pale sky. The wind picked up, sighing restlessly through the pines, carrying the scent of rain and ozone. The changing weather mirrored Isabella's internal turmoil, the sense of impending crisis, of forces gathering towards a breaking point. As the afternoon wore on, the sky darkened dramatically. The wind rose to a moan, whipping the trees into a frenzy. The first fat drops of rain began to spatter against the cabin roof, quickly escalating into a driving downpour. Thunder rumbled in the distance, growing steadily closer, punctuated by flashes of lightning that momentarily illuminated the gray, rain-lashed landscape. Isabella secured the window shutters, the roar of the wind and rain outside muffling the cabin's usual creaks and groans. The storm's fury felt both intimidating and strangely exhilarating, a raw display of nature's power that dwarfed the schemes and fears of men. Trapped inside by the deluge, she found herself drawn to the window, peering out at the tempest. Rain hammered the earth, turning her small clearing into a sea of mud. Trees thrashed violently, their branches groaning under the assault. It was then, during a particularly bright flash of lightning, that she saw it. A figure, struggling through the driving rain at the edge of the wood, he heading directly towards her cabin. Not skulking or hiding, but moving with desperate urgency, head bent against the wind, form blurred by the sheeting rain. Her first instinct was fear. Slater's men, Cal or Jeb, using the storm for cover. Her hand flew to the derringer, kept now in a readily accessible drawer near the door. She watched, heart pounding, as the figure stumbled across the muddy clearing. Another lightning flash illuminated the approaching person more clearly. It was Aidan O'Connor, but not the self-contained, quietly competent man she knew. He was soaked to the skin, his buckskins plastered dark with rain, his hat missing, dark hair plastered to his forehead. He moved with an uncharacteristic awkwardness, favoring his left side, his right arm held stiffly against his body. As he drew closer, she could see his face, pale and strained beneath the grime and rain, his lips tight with pain. Without a second thought, Isabella unbolted the door and threw it open, the wind immediately snatching at it, driving rain into the cabin. "Mr. O'Connor!" she cried out over the storm's roar. "Get inside!" He half stumbled, half lurched through the doorway, bringing with him the cold wind, the smell of rain, wet earth, and something else, the faint metallic tang of blood. He leaned heavily against the doorframe as Isabella struggled to push the door closed against the gale, finally managing to slide the bolt home. He stood there dripping onto her floor, breathing heavily, his eyes meeting hers with a mixture of pain, exhaustion, and something that looked disturbingly like defeat. His right sleeve was torn, soaked not just with rain, but with a darker stain that spread down his arm. "Trouble found me," he rasped, his voice strained. "Couple of Slater's dog up on the ridge ambush." Isabella's eyes widened in alarm as she saw the extent of the dark stain, the unnatural angle at which he held his arm. "You're hurt. Let me see." He shook his head, wincing as the movement jarred him. "Just a scratch. Bullet grazed the arm. More worried 'bout concussion, maybe. Took a fall dodging him. Hit my head." He swayed slightly, reaching out a hand to steady himself against the wall. "Sit down," Isabella ordered, her fear momentarily replaced by a surge of practical urgency, the daughter of a doctor rising to the surface. She guided him towards the cabin's only sturdy chair, near the stove. He sank into it gratefully, his head lolling back for a moment, eyes closed. The storm raged outside, shaking the small cabin, but inside a different kind of storm was unfolding. Isabella quickly lit another lamp, needing better light. She fetched her medical supplies, meager but containing bandages, antiseptic wash her father had insisted she keep, clean cloths and strong thread. "Let me see the arm," she insisted, gently taking hold of his right wrist. He didn't resist this time, though he grimaced as she carefully eased the torn, soaked buckskin sleeve away from the wound. It was more than a graze. The bullet had torn through the fleshy part of his upper arm, leaving a ragged, bleeding channel. Not catastrophic, perhaps it didn't seem to have hit bone or major arteries, but it was bleeding freely, and the risk of infection in these conditions was high. "This needs cleaning and binding," she said, her voice calm despite the tremor in her hands. She worked quickly, efficiently, her botanical precision translating surprisingly well to basic wound care. She cleansed the wound as best she could with the antiseptic wash and clean water, O'Connor sucking in sharp breaths of pain, but remaining stoic, his jaw tight. His skin felt unnaturally cold, clammy, confirming his own suspicion of shock or concussion from the fall. As she worked, bandaging the arm tightly with clean strips of cloth, binding it securely against his chest to immobilize it, the silence stretched between them, broken only by the roar of the storm and O'Connor's ragged breathing. The intimacy of the situation tending his wound in the close confines of her lamp-lit cabin while a tempest raged outside felt profound, forging a connection far deeper than their previous clandestine meetings. He was vulnerable now, stripped of his usual self-sufficiency, reliant on her care. "How did they find you?" she asked quietly, securing the bandage. He opened his eyes, his gaze clouded with pain, but still sharp. "Got careless," he admitted, his voice low, self-recriminating. "Tracking a sled trail, fresh-cut pine. Too focused. Didn't hear him coming up behind me till it was too late." He shifted uncomfortably in the chair. "Two of 'em. Cal, the scarred one you mentioned, and another I didn't recognize. Got off one shot before I went down the ravine." "Did you?" Isabella hesitated to ask. "Winged one of 'em, I think," he grunted. "Maybe Cal. Slowed him down enough for me to slip away in the rocks. Lost him in the storm." He touched his head gingerly. "This knock's making me fuzzy, though. Knew I couldn't make it back to my own camp. Too far. Too exposed." He looked around the cabin, his gaze lingering on her maps. Figured this was the only shelter close enough. Hoped you'd... "Of course," Isabella finished for him, her voice soft. "You were right to come here." The thought that he had considered her cabin a safe haven, perhaps the only one, solidified her resolve. Their fates were intertwined now, whether she liked it or not. Protecting him felt as vital as protecting herself. She finished tending his arm, then gently examined the side of his head where he indicated he'd hit it. There was a nasty bruise forming beneath his hairline, and a palpable lump, but no obvious break in the skin. "You need rest," she told him firmly, "and warmth. You're chilled through." She helped him closer to the stove, adding more wood until the flames roared, casting a welcome heat. She removed his wet outer buckskin jacket, leaving him in his damp undershirt, his injured arm bound tight. She draped a thick quilt around his shoulders. He huddled closer to the stove, shivering slightly, despite the heat, the effects of blood loss, shock, and cold taking their toll. Isabella brewed strong, hot tea, lacing it with a touch of the medicinal brandy her father had also insisted she keep. She handed a steaming mug to O'Connor, guiding his good hand to hold it steady. He took a tentative sip, the warmth seeming to revive him slightly. "Obliged, Miss Moore," he murmured, his voice still rough. He looked at her, his usual guarded expression softened by pain and vulnerability. "Putting you in danger coming here?" "They don't know you're here," Isabella said, hoping it was true. "The storm covers your tracks. You're safe for now." He managed a faint, grim smile. Safe is a relative term these days. He took another sip of tea. "They're getting desperate. Coming after me like that Means they know I'm watching. Means I'm getting too close. Close to what? Isabella asked, kneeling near his chair, keeping her voice low. He hesitated, glancing towards the shuttered window, as if gauging the storm's fury, or perhaps listening for sounds beyond the rain. The shipment, he said finally, heard whispers. Slater's planning to move a big load soon. That giant pine from Black Creek, maybe. Other prime stuff, too. Needs the river high from the rains, likely. Where? He shook his head, wincing again as the movement jarred his injury. Don't know for sure. Downriver. Heard talk of buyers coming up from flatter country. Big money involved. He looked at her maps again. Your track? The one you found leading down to the river below town? Isabella nodded. Yes. Well hidden. That'll be the loading point, I reckon, he surmised. Close enough for wagons to haul from the commons ridges, hidden enough to avoid the mill watchers. He leaned his head back, fatigue washing over him. Need to stop 'em, Isabella. He had used her first name. In the midst of the storm, the pain, the shared danger, the formality had fallen away. It felt significant, natural. How, Aiden? She asked, the question filled with the weight of their predicament. They ambushed you. They killed Fletcher. They're armed and desperate. Proof? He muttered, his eyes closing again briefly. Need proof that ties Slater to his backer. Need to know who. Need something Brody can't ignore, something that scares the money off. He struggled to focus, his thoughts clouded by pain and concussion. The wood, the specific timber, that's the key. Follow the wood, find the buyer. But how? He was injured, unable to track or observe. She was known, watched, warned off. The storm raged outside, providing temporary cover, but also making movement impossible. They were trapped here, together, sheltered from the physical storm, but exposed to the full fury of the conflict closing in around them. Isabella looked at the man huddled in her chair, reliant on her care, his usual strength momentarily eclipsed by injury. She looked at her maps, symbols of her knowledge, her only real weapon. She looked at the sturdy cabin walls, buffeted by the wind, a fragile bastion against the wilderness and the violence it now harbored. In that moment, a quiet resolve settled over her, displacing the fear. They might be trapped, injured, outnumbered, but they weren't defeated. They had knowledge, they had observation, and now, unexpectedly, they had proximity. Shelter from the storm had thrown them together, forcing a level of trust and reliance neither might have chosen otherwise. Perhaps within these sheltering walls, hidden by the tempest, they could piece together the puzzle, forge a plan, find a way to fight back, using the weapons they possessed. His knowledge of the wilderness and its hidden ways, her knowledge of the forest's intricate language, and their shared determination to see justice done, for Billy Fletcher and for the scarred, silent land itself. The storm howled outside, but within the small cabin, a different kind of storm, one of desperate planning and fragile hope, was just beginning to gather strength. Chapter 14. Seeds of Doubt. The storm raged throughout the night, a relentless assault of wind and rain that mirrored the turmoil within Isabella's small cabin. Aiden O'Connor drifted in and out of a restless, pain-filled sleep, huddled in the chair near the now fiercely burning stove. Isabella kept vigil, tending the fire, checking his bandages periodically, bathing his head with cool cloths when feverish heat radiated from his skin. The concussion, though seemingly mild, worried her. Her father had always stressed the unpredictable nature of head injuries. Combined with the blood loss and exposure, Aiden's usual resilience was severely compromised. There was an unnerving intimacy to the situation. Sharing the small, enclosed space with the injured trapper, listening to his ragged breathing over the howl of the wind. Tending to his needs, it forged a connection deeper and more complex than their previous furtive encounters. She saw him stripped bare of his enigmatic self-sufficiency, reduced to vulnerability, reliant on her care. And in his moments of pained wakefulness, she saw glimpses of the man beneath the weathered exterior, flashes of frustration at his own weakness, grim determination, and surprising quiet gratitude in his eyes when she offered him water or adjusted the quilt around his shoulders. Sometime before dawn, the storm began to abate. The relentless drumming of rain softened to a steady drizzle. The wind's fury subsided to mournful gusts, and the thunder retreated into the distance, grumbling like a departing beast. A fragile, watery light began to seep through the cracks in the shutters, heralding a new day. Aiden stirred, groaning softly as he shifted in the chair. He opened his eyes, blinking against the growing light filtering into the cabin. His gaze seemed clearer than during the night. The feverish haze receded, though pain still etched lines around his eyes and mouth. "Morning," he murmured, his voice hoarse. He attempted to sit up straighter, wincing as the movement pulled at his injured arm. "Easy," Isabella cautioned, moving to his side. "How do you feel?" "Like I wrestled a grizzly and lost," he admitted with a grimace. "Head still pounding, arms on fire, but clearer. The fuzziness is lifting." He looked around the cabin, taking in the evidence of her overnight vigil, the replenished wood box, the damp cloths, the nearly empty teapot. His gaze met hers, holding it for a long moment. "Reckon I owe you, Isabella." The use of her first name again felt significant, cementing the shift in their relationship, brought about by the forced intimacy of the storm and his injury. "You needed shelter, Aiden," she replied simply, uncomfortable with his gratitude. "Anyone would have done the same." "Not anyone," he corrected quietly, his eyes searching hers. "Not in Oak Haven these days. Trust is scarcer than honest gold." He shifted again, trying to find a more comfortable position. "Need to figure out what's next. Can't stay here long. Put you in too much danger if Slater's dogs come sniffing." "They won't track you easily after that rain," Isabella reassured him, though the thought sent a fresh wave of anxiety through her. "But you're right. You can't stay hidden here indefinitely, and you're certainly in no condition to travel far or defend yourself." He frowned, frustration tightening his features. "Useless as a hog on ice," he muttered, flexing the fingers of his good hand, "just when things are coming to a head." He looked towards her map spread on the table. "You said you found a hidden track? Downriver?" Isabella nodded, moving to the table, glad to focus on something practical. "Yes. Leads from that heavily poached oak stand on the South Commons Ridge down towards a bend in the river, well below town. Looks like a loading point, just as you suspected, concealed, accessible by wagon from the ridge." Aiden considered this, his brow furrowed in concentration despite the obvious pain it caused him. "Matches what I heard. They'll float the logs down from there. Big shipment soon, they said." He looked up at her. "We need to know when, and we need proof of who is receiving it. That's the key." "But how?" Isabella asked, feeling the familiar sense of helplessness. "You're injured. I'm watched. Going anywhere near that loading point or trying to follow the logs downriver. It's suicide." Aidan was silent for a moment, his gaze distant. Maybe we don't follow the logs downstream. Maybe we find out where they're meant to go beforehand. How? Slater ain't working alone, Aidan reasoned, thinking aloud. He's got his crew, Cal and Jeb and the others. But someone's financing him. Someone's arranging the buyers. Someone's likely giving the orders. He tapped his temple gingerly with his good hand. That someone likely ain't living rough in the woods. They're comfortable. Maybe right there in Oak Haven. Silas Croft. The name immediately sprang to Isabella's mind. His smooth manners, his position of power, his veiled warning. It fit, but suspicion wasn't proof. Croft? She voiced the name tentatively. Aidan nodded slowly. He's the likely candidate. Oak Haven Timber Company benefits most if smaller competitors are scared off or undercut by cheap stolen timber. Croft has the connections, the means to move large quantities discreetly. He met her eyes. But proving it, that's the trick. Croft's careful, keeps his hands clean. So what can we do? Isabella pressed. Aidan leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping lower. Need to find something that links Croft directly to Slater, paperwork, a ledger, a message, something Slater might keep, or something Croft might have. He paused. Slater's smart enough not to keep incriminating records at his woods camp, likely. Too risky. But maybe he uses an intermediary in town. Someone who passes messages, handles payments. He looked at her intently. You know the town better than me, Isabella. The people, the relationships. Anyone seem close to Slater? Anyone spending money they shouldn't have? Anyone suddenly acting nervous since Fletcher was found? Isabella searched her memory, thinking back over her observations in Oak Haven, the hushed conversations, the fearful glances. Most people seemed scared, resentful, or deliberately oblivious. But one image surfaced: Cal and Jeb, Slater's menacing thugs, lounging outside the saloon, talking easily with one of the saloon's regular workers, a shifty-eyed man named Finn who handled the rougher trade and was rumored to run messages for anyone willing to pay. Could Finn be the link? There's a man, she began slowly, named Finn, works at the saloon, does odd jobs. He seems connected. I've seen Slater's men talking with him. Aidan nodded again, absorbing the information. Finn, I know the type. Greasy little weasel, always looking for an angle. He considered this. If Slater needed to pass messages or money to Croft, or vice versa, someone like Finn might be the go-between. Unofficial, deniable. The thought of approaching Finn, trying to glean information from him, was deeply unsettling. He was slippery, potentially dangerous himself, man, and likely loyal only to coin. But it was a potential lead, however tenuous. Another thought occurred to Isabella, sparked by Aidan's mention of paperwork. What about Croft's office at the timber company headquarters? Aidan gave a short, humorless laugh. Locked up tighter than a drum, I reckon, and likely guarded, walking in there asking questions or trying to sneak a look. Suicide, like you said. But perhaps. Isabella hesitated, an idea forming, audacious and risky. Perhaps I could get inside. Aidan looked at her sharply. How? As Isabella Moore, the botanist, she explained, the plan taking shape as she spoke. Mr. Croft's company holds the timber rights to large tracts of land. It wouldn't be unusual for me to request access, to petition to survey the flora in areas they plan to log eventually. I could request a meeting with Croft, perhaps even gain access to his office under that pretext. It was a long shot, relying on Croft's adherence to polite formalities, his possible underestimation of her. But it was a way to potentially get close, to observe, perhaps even glimpse something incriminating: a map, a ledger left open, a carelessly handled message. Aiden considered it, his expression doubtful but intrigued. "Risky," he stated flatly. "Croft's no fool. He might see right through you, and if he suspects anything—" "I know," Isabella acknowledged. "But what other chance do we have? You said yourself, we need proof against the backer. Sitting here waiting isn't working. Slater's men nearly killed you." The reminder of his vulnerability seemed to sway him. He looked down at his bandaged arm, then back at her, a new respect dawning in his eyes, mixed with concern. "You got more grit than I figured, Isabella." He was silent for a moment, weighing the dangers. "All right," he said finally, reluctantly. "Maybe it's worth a try. But you go careful. Damned careful. Watch everything. Trust no one in that office. If anything feels wrong, you get out, understand?" "I understand," she confirmed, her heart pounding at the prospect, yet also filled with a sense of purpose. They spent the next hour discussing strategy, possibilities, contingencies. Aiden, despite his injury, possessed a sharp, analytical mind, honed by years of reading the subtle signs of the wilderness. He helped her refine her approach to Croft, anticipate questions, formulate plausible reasons for wanting access to specific timber tracts, perhaps areas where she knew valuable. Easily poached trees grew, areas Croft might have a vested interest in keeping quiet. He also shared more of his own knowledge about Slater's operation, estimated crew size, typical work patterns, rumors about specific individuals like Cal and Jeb. Piecing together his observations with her own documented findings, a clearer picture of the illegal network began to emerge, highlighting its scale and ruthless efficiency. Yet even as they planned, collaborating in the forced intimacy of the cabin, a seed of doubt began to sprout in Isabella's mind, insidious and unwelcome. Aiden was sharing information, offering strategic advice, accepting her help. But he remained guarded about his own past, his own deeper motives. Why was he so invested in stopping Slater? Was it truly just about justice for Fletcher and protecting the forest? Or did he have personal history with Slater, Croft, or the stolen timber trade? His knowledge seemed almost too detailed, his presence near Black Creek and the other poaching sites too coincidental. And the ambush he claimed he'd been careless, tracking a sled trail. But could there be more to it? Could he have been meeting someone, involved in something himself that went wrong? He was a trapper, living outside the law's direct scrutiny, surviving by his wits and potentially by dealings that blurred moral lines. Could his opposition to Slater be less about principle and more about rivalry, a dispute among thieves? The thought felt like a betrayal, especially now, after tending his wounds, after the shared vulnerability during the storm. She looked at him, sitting weakened in her chair, relying on her, and felt ashamed of her suspicion. He had warned her, guided her, treated her with a gruff respect. He had answered her signal, risked himself. Surely her doubts were unfounded, born of her own fear and the pervasive atmosphere of distrust that permeated Oakhaven. But the seed once planted refused to wither. His very competence, his deep knowledge of the illegal operations, could be interpreted in more than one way. His reluctance to involve Brody, while pragmatic, also kept the investigation outside official channels, controlled perhaps by his own hidden agenda. What did she truly know about Aiden O'Connor, beyond his skills as a woodsman and his opposition to Slater? She pushed the doubts away, focusing on the immediate plan, the approach to Croft. It was their best, perhaps only, chance to break the stalemate. Yet the unease lingered, a subtle dissonance beneath the surface of their collaboration. She would proceed with the plan, maintain her alliance with Aidan, but a new layer of caution overlaid her resolve. She wasn't just navigating the dangers posed by Slater and Croft. She was also navigating the ambiguities surrounding the enigmatic trapper, who is now both her patient and her partner in a perilous quest for truth. The shelter from the storm had forged a bond, but the calm after the storm allowed seeds of doubt to take root, threatening the fragile trust upon which everything depended. Chapter 15. An Uneasy Truce. The day after the storm dawned clear and deceptively calm. The relentless rain had washed the air clean, leaving behind a world scrubbed bright, smelling of damp earth and refreshed pine. Sunlight streamed through the cabin window, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air, a stark contrast to the gloom and tempest of the previous 24 hours. But the peaceful morning facade did little to soothe the uneasy truce that had settled within the small cabin. Aidan O'Connor was recovering, slowly but steadily. The feverish heat had subsided, and though still pale and clearly in pain, his strength seemed to be gradually returning. He moved stiffly, favoring his injured arm and the lingering ache in his head, but the sharp focus was back in his eyes. He spent much of the morning silently observing Isabella as she organized her notes, cleaned her collecting tools, and prepared a simple meal of oat porridge. The silence wasn't entirely comfortable. It felt layered with unspoken thoughts, with the doubts Isabella harbored, and the secrets Aidan potentially still held. Their collaboration, born of necessity and shared danger, felt fragile. They had a plan. Isabella would approach Silas Croft under the guise of botanical research, seeking access, observing, searching for any hint of incriminating evidence linking him to Slater. Aidan, meanwhile, would remain hidden, recovering, offering strategic advice based on his knowledge of the terrain and the players involved. It was a division of labor dictated by circumstance, yet it highlighted the inherent imbalance and risk. She would be the one walking into the lion's den, relying on her wits and composure, while he remained sheltered, his true motives still partially veiled. "You're sure about this, Isabella?" Aidan asked, breaking the silence as she meticulously sharpened her pencils, a task that usually calmed her, but now felt like preparing for battle. His voice was low, serious. "Facing Croft? It ain't like dealing with Cal or Jeb. He's smoother. More dangerous, maybe." "I know the risks," Isabella replied, keeping her eyes on her task, avoiding his direct gaze. The seeds of doubt, sown in the quiet hours after the storm, made eye contact feel complicated, potentially revealing too much of her own internal conflict. "But we need proof, something concrete. Sitting here waiting for Slater to make another move, or for you to heal enough to do whatever it is you plan to do. It feels passive, dangerous in its own way." He didn't press the implied question about his own plans. Instead, he nodded slowly. "Just be careful. Remember what I told you. Watch his eyes. Watch his hands. Watch who comes and goes while you're there. Note everything down soon as you leave." He paused. "And the maps. Keep your real maps hidden. Show him something simpler, less detailed, especially around Black Creek or the loading point you found." It was sound advice, practical, focused on her safety and the mission's success, yet it also reinforced her unease. His knowledge of subterfuge, his casual assumption that she would create decoy maps, it spoke of a familiarity with deception that sat uneasily alongside his stated desire for justice. Was this the pragmatism of a survivor, or the calculation of someone playing a deeper game? She spent the rest of the morning preparing, not just her botanical portfolio, carefully selecting sketches and notes that supported her plausible request for access, but also preparing herself mentally. She rehearsed her opening lines, anticipated Croft's potential questions, tried to project an air of earnest, slightly naive scholarly dedication. It felt like donning a costume, playing a role, the weight of the deception adding to the burden of her other secrets. Before leaving for Oakhaven, she checked Aiden's bandages one last time. The wound looked clean, healing, though still painful. His color was better, the clamminess gone. He was resting on her cot now, having finally conceded that the chair offered little real rest. "You'll be all right here alone?" she asked, genuine concern mingling with her lingering doubts. He met her gaze, a flicker of his old self-reliance returning. "I'll manage, keep the door bolted, got my knife." He indicated the sheathed blade he always wore, now lying within reach on the floor beside the cot. "Don't worry about me. Worry about Croft." He held her gaze for a moment longer. "Good luck, Isabella." The simple words, spoken with gruff sincerity, momentarily eased her suspicions. Perhaps she was being unfair, projecting her own fear and the town's pervasive atmosphere of distrust onto him. He was injured, reliant on her, trusting her to carry out a dangerous part of their plan. Maybe the truce between them, however uneasy, was real. The walk into Oakhaven was different this time. The sun shone, the air was fresh, and the path, though still muddy in places from the storm, seemed less menacing than before. Her purpose, however dangerous, gave her a sense of direction that counteracted the fear. She carried her portfolio of sketches and notes prominently, leaning into her role as the dedicated botanist. Reaching the town, she found the atmosphere subtly altered again. The immediate shock of Fletcher's murder had perhaps lessened, replaced by a low-simmering anxiety and increased activity. The Oakhaven Timber Company's yard, adjacent to the main street, was bustling. Wagons loaded with supplies headed out, while others returned, piled high with logs, legitimate logs, presumably, destined for the screeching saws of the mill. The storm hadn't halted Croft's operation, it seemed. Silas Croft's office was housed in a relatively new, imposing timber building that served as the company headquarters. It stood slightly apart from the rougher structures of the main street, exuding an air of solid prosperity and bureaucratic order. Isabella paused outside, taking a deep breath, smoothing her skirt, adjusting her portfolio under her arm. She felt like an actress about to step onto a stage, uncertain of her lines or the audience's reaction. Pushing open the heavy plank door, she entered a small, neat waiting area. A young clerk with slicked-back hair and ink-stained fingers looked up from behind a tall desk, his expression bored. "May I help you, ma'am?" he asked, his tone indifferent. "I am Isabella Moore," she began, keeping her voice calm and polite. "I wish to inquire about the possibility of speaking with Mr. Croft regarding botanical survey access on company lands." The clerk raised an eyebrow slightly, clearly unused to such requests. "Mr. Croft is very busy, ma'am. Do you have an appointment?" "No, I don't," Isabella admitted, "but my research is time-sensitive. related to seasonal growths, and I was hoping Mr. Croft might spare a few moments to discuss the necessary permissions. She deliberately played up the scientific urgency, hoping it sounded plausible. The clerk hesitated, then seemed to decide it wasn't worth arguing. "Wait here," he instructed curtly, disappearing through a door behind the desk. Isabella stood alone in the waiting area, her heart pounding. This was the first hurdle. Would Croft even agree to see her, or would he dismiss her out of hand? She scanned the room quickly. It was sparsely furnished, a few hard chairs, a framed map of the company's vast timber holdings on one wall, a calendar advertising logging equipment on another. Nothing personal, nothing revealing. The map, however, drew her attention. It was large scale, showing surveyed tracts, rivers, ridges. She tried to subtly locate Hemlock Ridge, Black Creek, the commons areas she had been observing, comparing the official map with her own detailed knowledge. Some areas known for valuable timber seemed conspicuously absent from the company's designated logging zones, reinforcing the likelihood of poaching. The clerk reappeared. "Mr. Croft can spare you a few minutes," he announced, his tone suggesting surprise. "This way." He led her through the door into a larger, surprisingly well-appointed office. A thick rug covered the floorboards, glass-fronted bookcases lined one wall, and a large polished desk dominated the room. Behind the desk sat Silas Croft, looking up from a ledger, a pen poised in his hand. He gestured for her to take the chair opposite him, his expression polite but watchful. The faint scent of expensive cigar smoke hung in the air. "Miss Moore," he said, his voice smooth as oiled leather. "An unexpected pleasure. My clerk informs me you have some query regarding botanical surveys." "Yes, Mr. Croft," Isabella began, launching into her prepared request. She spoke earnestly about her project documenting the region's flora, emphasizing the importance of accessing diverse habitats, including those on company land, before logging activities potentially altered them. She mentioned specific areas avoiding Black Creek directly, but referencing ridges known for old-growth timber, framing her interest purely in scientific terms. She spread out a few of her less detailed sketches on his desk, innocuous wildflowers, common ferns, demonstrating her work's quality without revealing anything sensitive. Croft listened patiently, steepling his fingers, his eyes never leaving her face. He seemed relaxed, attentive, yet Isabella sensed a keen intelligence behind the polite facade, evaluating her, assessing her motives. "A commendable project, Miss Moore," he said when she finished. "Documenting the natural heritage of this region is indeed worthwhile." He leaned back in his chair. "However, granting unrestricted access to our active or planned logging tracts presents logistical challenges, safety concerns, potential disruption to operations." He paused, his gaze sharp. "Why these specific areas you mention? Are they known for particularly rare or valuable specimens?" The question hung in the air, loaded with potential double meaning. Was he asking about rare flowers or valuable timber? Isabella kept her composure. "Certain geological formations and microclimates in those higher elevations often support unique plant communities." "Mr. Croft," she replied, sticking to botanical terms, "my preliminary research suggests they could be habitats for species not found elsewhere locally." He nodded slowly, seeming to accept her explanation, though a flicker of something unreadable crossed his eyes. "I see." He tapped the ledger on his desk. "Well, I would need to consult our operational maps and logging schedules, Such permissions require consideration, paperwork. He smiled thinly. Perhaps you could leave your portfolio, outlining the specific areas of interest. I can review it when time permits. It was a polite dismissal, a delaying tactic. He wasn't granting access, merely offering to consider it. Disappointment warred with caution. Pushing too hard could arouse suspicion, but she hadn't learned anything, hadn't seen anything useful. His desk was tidy, the ledger closed, no revealing papers in sight. "Of course, Mr. Croft," she said, trying to hide her frustration. "I appreciate you taking the time to consider my request. I can prepare a more detailed proposal outlining the specific coordinates." She began gathering her sketches. As she did so, the office door opened, and the clerk leaned in. "Beg pardon, Mr. Croft," he interrupted, looking flustered. "Mr. Hemlock from the store is here. Says it's urgent. Something about discrepancies in a freight invoice." Croft's smooth expression tightened almost imperceptibly. Annoyance flashed in his eyes, quickly masked. "Discrepancies?" he repeated, his voice hardening slightly. "Tell Mr. Hemlock I am occupied at present. He can leave the details with you." "He insists on speaking with you directly, sir," the clerk persisted nervously. "He seems quite agitated." Croft sighed, a sound of barely contained impatience. He glanced at Isabella, then back at the clerk. "Very well. Show him into the small conference room. I will join him momentarily." The clerk nodded and withdrew. Croft turned back to Isabella, his professional mask firmly back in place, though she sensed an underlying tension now. "Apologies for the interruption, Miss Moore. As you can see, a manager's work is never done. Freight invoices, agitated storekeepers." He made a dismissive gesture. "If you'll leave your details with my clerk, I will be in touch regarding your survey request." He stood up, clearly signaling the end of their meeting. Isabella had no choice but to gather her portfolio and murmur her thanks. As she turned to leave, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the ledger Croft had been working on when she entered. In his haste to deal with the interruption, he hadn't fully closed it. A corner of a page was visible, filled with neat columns of figures and notations. Her eyes scanned it quickly, catching a few fragments before Croft subtly shifted his position, blocking her view. Date, Slater, BC Pine, QTE, payment record, SC. Her breath caught. Slater, BC Pine, Black Creek Pine, payment received, and the initial SC. Silas Croft? It was circumstantial, cryptic, but it was there. A potential link recorded in Croft's own hand in his private ledger. She forced herself to walk calmly towards the door, her mind racing. Had he noticed her glance? Did he realize what she might have seen? She kept her expression neutral as the clerk escorted her back to the waiting area. "If you just leave your name and how Mr. Croft might contact you," the clerk said, pushing a notepad towards her. Isabella scribbled her name and indicated her cabin's general location, her hand slightly unsteady. As she turned to leave the building, she glanced back towards the inner office door. She could hear raised voices now, Hemlock's reedy, agitated tones, and Croft's sharper, cutting responses. Something about manifests, delivery counts, timber grades. The urgent interruption wasn't just about a simple invoice. It sounded like a dispute, potentially related to the very timber operations she suspected Croft was manipulating. Stepping out into the sunlight of the main street felt like escaping a pressurized chamber. Her encounter with Croft hadn't yielded overt proof, but the glimpse of the ledger, combined with Hemlock's agitated appearance, felt significant. Seeds of doubt regarding Croft's legitimacy were sprouting alongside her doubts about O'Connor. The truce she held with the trapper felt even uneasier now, balanced against the chilling possibility that the respectable timber baron was indeed the orchestrator of the chaos. She hurried away from the company headquarters, eager to put distance between herself and Croft's calculating eyes. She needed to get back to the cabin, back to Aidan. She needed to tell him what she had seen, however fragmented. The ledger entry wasn't definitive proof, but it was a crack in Croft's facade, a potential starting point for unraveling the connection to Slater. The game had suddenly become even more dangerous, the stakes higher. The uneasy truce demanded she share this information, but the gnawing doubt reminded her to tread carefully, even with her only ally. Chapter 16. The Price of Silence. The walk back to the cabin was fueled by a nervous energy that bordered on panic. Isabella clutched her portfolio, but her mind wasn't on the sketches inside. It was replaying the scene in Silas Croft's office, the glimpse of the ledger page, the raised voices discussing manifests and timber grades. Slater, B.C. Pine, payment wrecked. Essie, the fragment circled relentlessly, tantalizingly close to proof, yet frustratingly incomplete. Had she imagined the initials? Misinterpreted the abbreviations? Or had she truly stumbled upon the thread that connected the respectable timber baron to the ruthless poacher? The encounter with Croft had been unsettling on multiple levels. His smooth composure, the veiled warning disguised as politeness, the subtle tension beneath the surface, it all pointed towards a man accustomed to control, adept at managing perceptions. The interruption by the agitated Hemlock felt significant, too. Was the storekeeper merely disputing a legitimate invoice, or had he stumbled upon evidence of Croft's manipulation of timber shipments, perhaps noticing discrepancies between official manifests and the actual logs passing through Oakhaven? Hemlock, despite his gruffness, had a reputation for meticulousness. If anyone in town might notice such irregularities, it would be him. Reaching her clearing, Isabella approached the cabin cautiously, scanning the surrounding woods. The hawk feather was gone from the stone near the lightning-struck oak. O'Connor had retrieved his acknowledgement, closing that particular channel of communication. She slipped inside, bolting the door, her heart pounding not just from the hurried walk, but from the weight of the information she carried. Aidan was awake, sitting on the edge of the cot, his injured arm still bound, but his posture straighter, less pain than before. He looked up sharply as she entered, his eyes immediately searching her face for news. "Well?" he asked, his voice low, intense. "What happened? You all right?" "I'm fine," Isabella reassured him, though her voice trembled slightly. She dropped her portfolio onto the table. "I saw him. Croft." She recounted the meeting in detail, the polite facade, the probing questions, the refusal to grant immediate access, his tidy office offering no obvious clues. Aidan listened intently, his expression grim, nodding occasionally. "Sounds like Croft," he commented when she described his smooth deflection of her request. "KG never gives anything away unless it serves him." But then, Isabella continued, lowering her voice instinctively. Old man Hemlock interrupted. He was agitated, arguing about a freight invoice, timber grades, manifests. Croft tried to put him off, but Hemlock insisted on speaking with him directly. Aidan's eyes narrowed. "Hemlock? Arguing with Croft? That's interesting. Hemlock counts his beans twice if he smells something wrong with a shipment." And Croft seemed tense, Isabella added, annoyed, like the interruption was more than just inconvenient. She took a deep breath, the crucial part of her story rising to the surface. And just before Hemlock came in, Croft was working on a ledger. He didn't close it properly when he stood up. I saw a line, just a glimpse. She repeated the fragment she had seen. Date, Slater, BC Pine, QTY, payment recta SC. Aiden went very still, absorbing the implications. Slater, Black Creek Pine, payment SC. He repeated the words slowly, tasting them. Silas Croft. He slammed his good fist softly onto the cot beside him. Damn him! Knew it! Knew he had to be the one. It's not definitive proof, Aiden, Isabella cautioned, tempering his certainty with her own lingering doubts and the fragmentariness of her observation. It could be misinterpreted. The initials. What else could quote S.C. quote? Stand for in Croft's private ledger next to a payment for stolen pine linked to Slater? Aiden countered, his voice tight with conviction. No, Isabella, that's it. That's the link. He's paying Slater for the poached timber, maybe even directing the cuts. He looked at her, a fierce light in his eyes. You did it. You found the connection. His certainty was infectious, momentarily sweeping away her own reservations. The glimpse of the ledger felt solid, tangible, a weapon they could potentially use. But how? What do we do now? She asked, the question hanging heavy in the air. We still don't have the ledger itself. My word about what I glimpsed isn't enough, especially against a man like Croft. Aiden frowned, the practicalities tempering his initial excitement. No, he agreed slowly. Not enough for Brody, maybe. And going back to Croft's office to try and get that ledger, impossible. He fell silent, thinking hard, rubbing his temples with his good hand. But Hemlock saw something wrong with the manifests, the invoices, enough to make him confront Croft directly. He seemed very agitated, Isabella confirmed, almost scared but determined. If Hemlock has paperwork, Aiden mused, invoices, freight manifests that show discrepancies, timber listed that never arrived through legitimate channels, maybe, or grades mismarked to hide prime stolen logs mixed with cheaper cuts, that could be proof, paper proof, something harder for Croft to deny or bury. The idea took root. Hemlock, the meticulous, grumpy storekeeper, might hold the key, perhaps unknowingly. His confrontation with Croft wasn't just about a simple billing error. It was likely about the irregularities surrounding the timber shipments, irregularities that pointed towards the stolen logs being laundered through Oak Haven's commerce. Should I try to talk to Hemlock? Isabella asked hesitantly. Approaching the prickly storekeeper felt less dangerous than confronting Croft, but still risky. Hemlock was cautious, distrustful by nature. Aiden considered it. Maybe, but careful. Don't let him know what you suspect about Croft and Slater. Just ask him about the timber trade, about the difficulties small businesses face, maybe sympathize about shipping problems, invoice errors. He looked at her shrewdly. Use that innocent flower picker routine. See if he lets anything slip about his argument with Croft, about the specific discrepancies he found. It felt like manipulating the old man, playing on his grievances, but it also felt like their only viable path towards concrete evidence. All right, Isabella agreed. I can try. I need more lamp oil anyway. Aiden nodded. Go soon, before Croft has a chance to pressure Hemlock into silence. The implication was chilling. Croft wouldn't hesitate to intimidate or silence anyone who threatened his operation. Before Isabella could prepare to leave, however, The sound of hoofbeats approaching the cabin sent a jolt of alarm through them both. Not the heavy tread of Brody's horse, nor the furtive approach she might expect from Slater's men. This sounded lighter, quicker. Aidan instinctively reached for his knife, his expression hardening, while Isabella hurried to the window, peering out cautiously. A single rider was pulling up in the clearing, dismounting swiftly. It wasn't Brody. It wasn't Croft or any of his known associates. It was a young woman dressed in practical but travel-stained clothes, her face etched with worry and exhaustion. Isabella recognized her Mary Fletcher, Billy's younger sister. "Mary?" Isabella breathed, surprised and concerned. She unbolted the door quickly. "What is it? What's wrong?" Aidan remained back, partially concealed by the cabin's interior shadows, listening intently. Mary Fletcher rushed towards the door, her eyes wide with fear, tears streaming down her face. "Miss Moore! Oh, Miss Moore, thank heavens you're here!" she sobbed, clutching Isabella's arm desperately. "What's happened, Mary?" Isabella asked gently, leading the distraught young woman inside. "It's Ma!" Mary choked out between sobs. She went to see Mr. Croft this morning. After the burial yesterday. She thinks Mr. Croft owed Billy money for some prospecting work Billy did for the company last year. Mapping some creeks, assaying samples, he said. Ma went to ask for it. Said we need it now with Billy gone. Isabella exchanged a sharp, worried glance with Aidan over Mary's shoulder. Billy Fletcher working for Croft? Mapping creeks? That added another layer of complexity, another potential motive. Had Fletcher discovered something incriminating during that work? And, Isabella prompted gently, what happened when your mother saw Mr. Croft? She just came back, Mary cried, her voice trembling uncontrollably. She's terrified, Miss Moore. Won't hardly speak, just sits there staring. But before she shut down completely, she whispered something. Said Mr. Croft, he threatened her. Threatened her? Isabella felt a cold dread seep into her bones. Yes, said Ma should be careful. Said asking too many questions about Billy, about money owed, could lead to accidents, like Billy had. Said she should take what little money he offered her, practically nothing, and keep her mouth shut for her own good, for my good. Mary clung to Isabella, shaking. He scared her something awful, Miss Moore. What are we gonna do? Croft hadn't just dismissed the grieving mother. He had threatened her, implicitly linking Billy's death to his silence, using Mary's safety as leverage. It was ruthless, cold-blooded intimidation. Any lingering doubt Isabella might have had about Croft's involvement vanished. The man was capable of anything to protect his interests. Aidan stepped forward then, his presence startling Mary, who gasped and shrank back. His face was grim, his eyes hard as flint. Your ma did right to be scared, miss, he said, quietly but firmly. Croft's playing a dangerous game, but threatening women, that crosses a line. Isabella introduced Aidan simply as a friend. Mary, too distraught to question his presence or his injured arm, seemed to accept him as an ally in her fear. We have to tell Sheriff Brody, Mary insisted, looking wildly between them. He has to arrest Mr. Croft. Brody can't arrest Croft based on threats your ma is too scared to repeat officially, Aidan said, his voice tight with frustration. Croft will deny everything, twist it around, maybe even claim your ma threatened him. He paced the small cabin restlessly with his good arm. Damn him! He's cornering everyone. Hemlock argues about manifests. He gets pressured. Fletcher's ma asks for money owed. She gets threatened into silence. The price of silence. It was being exacted on multiple fronts, isolating potential witnesses, neutralizing threats through fear and intimidation. Croft was tightening his control, attempting to bury the truth along with Billy Fletcher. "What about Hemlock?" Isabella asked Aidan urgently. "If Croft threatened Mrs. Fletcher, he's likely already put pressure on Hemlock after their argument. Hemlock might be too scared to talk now, even if I approach him carefully." Aidan stopped pacing, realization dawning in his eyes. "You're right. Croft wouldn't waste time. Hemlock's our best chance for paper proof, but Croft knows that too. He'll lean on him hard, offer him incentives maybe, or threats." He looked at Isabella, then at the distraught Mary. "We're running out of time and options." A desperate plan began to form in Isabella's mind, fueled by Mary's tears and the image of Croft's smug, threatening face. It was incredibly risky, bordering on reckless, but the alternative, letting Croft intimidate everyone into silence while Slater's crew prepared to ship their stolen timber, felt unbearable. "Aidan," she said, her voice low but clear, meeting his intense gaze. "You said Slater plans to move the shipment soon, using the high water from the storm." He nodded slowly, wary. "Likely tonight, tomorrow night at the latest while the river's still up." "And the loading point is that hidden landing below town," she continued. "Aye. What are you thinking, Isabella?" His eyes narrowed, sensing the direction of her thoughts. "If we could get proof at the loading point," she said, the words tumbling out. "Proof of the stolen logs being moved, proof connecting them directly to Slater's crew, maybe even catch them in the act." "No," Aidan interrupted firmly. "Absolutely not. Too dangerous. Slater's whole crew will be there, armed, jumpy. You saw what happened to me trying to observe them alone. Going down there, it's madness." "But what if we weren't trying to confront them?" Isabella argued, her mind racing. "What if we just needed to observe, to document, get specific details about the logs being loaded species, size, markings, details that could be cross-referenced with Hemlock's disputed manifest, if we can ever get him to talk? What if we could get a list of the men involved, something concrete for Brody? And how do you propose getting close enough to see anything without getting caught or killed?" Aidan demanded, his skepticism clear. "I don't know yet," Isabella admitted honestly. "But sitting here waiting for Croft to silence everyone isn't working. We need evidence now before that shipment disappears downriver." She looked at Mary Fletcher's tear-streaked face, then back at Aidan's grim one. "Isn't it worth the risk? For Billy? For the town?" Aidan stared at her, his internal conflict visible. His protective instincts warred with his desire for justice, his knowledge of the danger warring with the ticking clock. The price of silence was becoming too high, pressing in on them from all sides, but the price of action could be even higher. He looked from Isabella's determined face to Mary's desperate one, then down at his own injured arm, a symbol of his current limitations. The uneasy truce held, but the terms were shifting. Action was needed, but who would take it and at what cost? The river was running high, carrying secrets and stolen timber towards an unknown destination, and time was running out. The decision hanging in the air felt as heavy and charged as the moments before the storm broke. Chapter 17, Where Wild Orchids Bloom. The air in the cabin crackled with unspoken tension. Isabella's desperate proposal to observe the illegal log-loading operation hung between them, audacious, reckless, yet imbued with the grim necessity born of shrinking options and escalating threats. Aidan O'Connor stared at her, his face a mask of conflicting emotions, disbelief, sharp concern, grudging respect and the bitter frustration of his own incapacitation. Mary Fletcher watched them both, her tear-filled eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fragile hope, sensing perhaps that her arrival, her story of Croft's threats, had irrevocably shifted the calculus of risk and action. "It's too dangerous, Isabella," Aidan repeated, his voice low but firm, shaking his head slowly. "You don't understand what you'd be walking into. Slater's crew, they're not just loggers anymore. They're killers, guarding stolen goods. They'll shoot first and ask questions never, especially now after the ambush, after Fletcher. They'll be expecting trouble, watching every shadow." "And if we do nothing?" Isabella countered, her voice quiet but unwavering. "Croft wins. He silences Mrs. Fletcher, pressures Hemlock, ships his stolen timber, and washes his hands clean. Billy's murder becomes just another frontier tragedy, swallowed by the woods. The scars on the land deepen. Is that the outcome you want?" Her words struck home. Aidan looked away, towards the rough-hewn wall, his jaw tight. He knew she was right. Their passive approach, gathering information piecemeal, hoping for a breakthrough, was failing. Croft was actively consolidating his position, neutralizing threats. The shipment, likely happening within the next day or two, represented a culmination, a point of no return. If that timber reached its destination, the evidence would be scattered, the trail cold. There has to be another way, he argued, though his voice lacked conviction. Maybe Hemlock, maybe if Brody leans on him. Brody is overwhelmed, and Hemlock is likely terrified after his run-in with Croft, Isabella stated flatly. And Croft wouldn't have threatened Mrs. Fletcher if he wasn't confident he could control the situation, confident that people like Hemlock can be bought or intimidated into silence. She took a deep breath, steeling herself. Observing the loading, it's the only way to get immediate, undeniable proof of the crime in progress, proof of the specific timber being moved, proof of Slater's men handling it. "Proof that could get you killed," Aidan retorted sharply, turning back to face her, his eyes blazing with concern. "You think you can just stroll down there with your sketchbook, hide behind a fern and make notes while armed men patrol the banks?" "No," Isabella admitted. "Not like that. It would have to be different, smarter." She looked towards her maps, her mind working rapidly, connecting dots, formulating a desperate strategy. The loading point. The hidden track leads down from the South Commons Ridge, but the riverbank itself, it's steep there, heavily wooded on both sides, right? Aidan nodded slowly, following her train of thought. Aye, thick cover, rocky in places. Could someone observe from the opposite bank? Isabella pressed. The side away from the track, away from where the crew will be concentrated. He considered it. Maybe. If they could get there without being seen and find a high enough vantage point. It's rough country over there, less traveled. His eyes narrowed. Still damn risky. Sound carries over water, a stray scent on the wind. But riskier than letting Croft win? Isabella countered softly. He fell silent again, the internal battle playing out across his features. He looked at his injured arm, then at Mary Fletcher's hopeful, frightened face. He looked at Isabella, standing resolute before him, her fear palpable but overshadowed by determination. He sighed, a long, ragged breath that seemed to carry the weight of the entire territory's troubles. All right, he conceded finally, his voice heavy with reluctance. All right. Maybe observation is possible, but not you alone. But you can't, Isabella began, gesturing towards his injury. No, I can't, he agreed grimly, Can barely stand without my head swimming, let alone sneak through rough country and dodge armed guards. But I can guide you, tell you the safest approach, tell you what to look for, where to hide. He met her eyes, his gaze intense. And I can damn well worry myself sick while you're doing it. It wasn't ideal, it was still incredibly dangerous. But it was a plan, a shared risk, however unevenly distributed. An uneasy truce solidified into a desperate pact. They turned their attention to the maps, Aidan leaning over the table, ignoring the pain, tracing routes with his good finger, Isabella absorbing his instructions, adding her own knowledge of the terrain. He outlined the approach to the opposite bank, a circuitous route, avoiding main trails, utilizing game paths and creek beds for concealment. He described the topography near the hidden loading point, the steep banks, the specific rock formations that might offer cover, the prevailing wind direction that could carry scent or sound. You'll need to get in position before they arrive, he stressed, likely just after dusk. Find a spot high up, well hidden, with a clear view of the loading area across the river. Don't get too close to the water's edge. Stay back. Use the shadows, the rocks. What should I look for? Isabella asked, her mind already visualizing the scene, trying to anticipate the challenges. Everything, Aidan said grimly. How many men? Recognize any besides Slater, Cal, or Jeb? What kind of logs are they loading? Pine, oak, maple? Note the size. Any markings? How are they moving them? Horses, ropes? Any wagons visible on the track across the river? Any sign of who might be supervising someone who doesn't look like a rough logger? He paused. And listen. Listen for names, destinations, anything dropped in conversation. But seeing is safer than hearing. Don't risk getting close enough for them to hear you. His instructions were precise, practical, focusing her mission. Document the crime, identify the players, gather specifics about the stolen goods. It felt like preparing for a military reconnaissance, not a botanical survey. Mary Fletcher, who had been listening silently, her initial distress replaced by wide-eyed attention, spoke up timidly. Can I help? Isabella and Aidan exchanged glances. The thought of involving the young, grieving woman in such a dangerous endeavor was unthinkable. No, Mary, Isabella said gently but firmly. Your place is with your mother. She needs you. You need to stay safe, both of you. But, Mary started to protest. Your sister's right, Aidan interjected, his voice leaving no room for argument. Best help you can give now is staying safe and quiet. Don't talk about Croft's threats to anyone else in town. Don't draw attention, understand? Mary nodded reluctantly, tears welling up again, but she seemed to grasp the necessity of caution. It was decided that she would stay at Isabella's cabin for the day, offering some measure of safety in companionship, while Isabella made her preparations and awaited nightfall. Aidan would remain hidden, recovering, providing his crucial guidance. The hours leading up to dusk were a blur of tense preparation and quiet dread. Isabella gathered what she would need: dark clothing, sturdy boots, her satchel stripped of all but the essentials water, a small amount of food, her compass, a pencil, and a small, tightly bound notebook for observations. The derringer was tucked securely within easy reach. She studied the maps one last time, memorizing the route Aidan had outlined, visualizing the terrain, trying to anticipate every potential hazard. Aidan, despite his weakness, coached her relentlessly. He quizzed her on the route, on recognizing different timber types by moonlight, on moving silently through undergrowth, on interpreting sounds carried on the wind. He taught her simple hand signals they might use if he were somehow able to get closer, though both knew his injury made that unlikely. His intensity bespoke his deep concern, his knowledge born of a lifetime navigating similar dangers. The seeds of doubt Isabella had harbored about his motives seemed petty now, faced with his focused efforts to prepare her, to keep her safe while sending her into peril. The truce between them felt less uneasy, forged stronger by the shared purpose and the imminent threat. As twilight began to bleed into the sky, painting the clouds in shades of gray and bruised purple, it was time. Isabella pulled on her dark shawl, checked the derringer one last time, and took a deep breath. Mary Fletcher hugged her tightly, whispering fearful prayers. Aidan gripped her arm with his good hand, his eyes locking with hers. "Be careful, Isabella," he murmured, his voice thick with an emotion she couldn't quite decipher. Fear, concern, perhaps something deeper. More careful than you ever been. See what you need to see, then get out. Don't be greedy, don't be reckless, just come back. The simple plea, "come back," resonated more deeply than any complex instruction. She nodded, unable to speak past the lump in her throat. With a final look at Aidan's strained face and Mary's tearful one, she slipped out of the cabin door and into the deepening twilight. The journey towards the river observation point was nerve-wracking. She moved through the woods like a ghost, following Aidan's memorized route, utilizing game trails, staying low, listening constantly. The forest felt different at night, shapes distorted, sounds amplified. Every rustle seemed like a footstep, every shadow a lurking figure. Her own heartbeat sounded unnaturally loud in her ears. She crossed the tributary creek, well upstream from where she had met Aidan, wading through the cold water to mask her scent and tracks. Then began the difficult climb towards the ridge overlooking the main river, opposite the suspected loading point. The terrain was rough, tangled with undergrowth and loose rock, just as Aidan had described. She moved slowly, painstakingly, testing each foothold, pausing frequently to listen and observe. Finally, after what felt like hours, she reached the crest of the ridge. Below her, partially obscured by trees, lay the main river, a wide ribbon of darkness reflecting the faint starlight. Across the water, perhaps 70 or 80 yards away, was the steep bank leading down from the South Commons Ridge. She could just make out the area Aidan had identified as the likely loading point, a slightly wider, flatter section of bank near the river's edge, partially screened by willows. Finding a suitable observation post took time. She needed cover, elevation, and a clear line of sight. Aidan had mentioned a specific cluster of large weathered boulders near the ridge's edge. After careful searching, she found them, nestled amongst gnarled pines. From a concealed position tucked between two massive stones, peering through a gap screened by low-growing juniper, she had a near-perfect view of the opposite bank and the river below. Now all she could do was wait. The silence felt immense, broken only by the river's distant murmur and the occasional chirp of crickets. She huddled deeper into her shawl, the night air growing colder. Doubts assailed her again. Was this madness? What if they didn't come tonight? What if they chose a different spot? What if they detected her somehow? Time crawled by. 1 hour, then 2. The moon remained hidden behind clouds, leaving the landscape steeped in deep shadow, relieved only by faint starlight. Just as she was beginning to fear her vigil would be fruitless, she heard it a faint sound from across the river. Muffled voices, the unmistakable clink of metal on rock. Her heart leaped. Adrenaline surged through her. She pressed herself flatter against the cold stone, peering intently through the gap. Lanterns appeared on the opposite bank, casting flickering, dancing pools of yellow light, partially illuminating the scene. Men moved within the light, rough figures, working quickly, purposefully. She counted at least 6, maybe more, obscured by shadow. She recognized the bulky form of Jeb and the scarred profile of Cal, barking orders. Slater himself seemed to be there too, a slightly thicker figure, overseeing the operation. They were positioning heavy timbers as makeshift skids leading down the steep bank to the water's edge. Then, from the darkness up the hidden track, came the sound of straining horses and the groan of heavy wood. Logs, large logs, were being maneuvered down the track towards the bank. Isabella fumbled for her notebook and pencil, her fingers numb with cold and tension. Shielding the notebook beneath her shawl to prevent any stray light reflecting, she began to sketch rapidly, trying to capture the scene, the number of men, their positions. The first log reached the skids. It was massive, clearly one of the prime cuts, likely pine from its shape, perhaps even the giant from Black Creek. Under Slater's direction, the crew used ropes and brute force to guide it down the skids, sending it into the dark water with a heavy splash. More logs followed thick oak, straight maple, the high-value timber she had seen disappearing from the commons. She strained her eyes, trying to see markings, details. Some logs seemed to have brands, partially obscured by mud, not the Oakhaven Timber Company mark she recognized, but something different, cruder. She sketched the brand as best she could discern it in the flickering light. This was it. Undeniable proof of the stolen timber being moved by Slater's crew. She noted down everything she could see, her pencil flying across the page. Number of men, types of logs, the crude brand, the use of horses, indicating wagon access nearby, Slater's presence directing the operation. It felt like vital intelligence gathered at immense risk. Suddenly, one of the men on the far bank paused, lifting his head, peering upstream into the darkness. "Here's something," he called out. Isabella froze, terror clenching her insides. Had she made a noise? Dislodged a pebble? "Just the river, fool," Cal snarled back. "Or maybe Fletcher's ghost come to watch his timber float away. Get back to work." A round of rough laughter followed, chilling Isabella to the bone. They hadn't detected her, but the close call underscored her precarious position. She needed to leave, to get this information back to Aidan. She had seen enough. Just as she was preparing to cautiously withdraw, another figure emerged from darkness up the track on the opposite bank. This man wasn't dressed like the rough loggers. He wore town clothes, a long coat, a hat pulled low. He conferred briefly with Slater, gesturing towards the loaded logs bobbing in the river, then handed Slater what looked like a thick envelope. Payment? Instructions? Isabella strained to see the man's face in the flickering lamplight, but he kept his back turned, his features obscured by shadow and his hat brim. Was it Croft or an intermediary? She couldn't be sure. The man didn't linger, melting back into the darkness up the track after his brief exchange with Slater. This was crucial. Someone from town, clearly connected to Slater, involved directly at the loading point. She sketched the man's general build, his coat, his hat, anything that might help identify him later. She knew she had overstayed. The risk increased with every passing moment. Carefully, silently, she began to ease herself backwards, away from the overlook, melting into the deeper shadows beneath the pines. She moved with agonizing slowness, testing each step, her ears straining for any sound of pursuit or alarm from across the river. Finally, She was clear of the immediate ridgeline, hidden by the darkness and the dense woods. She turned and began the long, treacherous journey back, her notebook filled with dangerous knowledge clutched tightly in her hand. She had survived. She had the evidence. But the image that haunted her wasn't just the logs or Slater's men. It was the glimpse of that other figure, the man in the town coat, emerging from the shadows like a spider from its web. As she stumbled through the darkness, relief warred with a new chilling thought. Aidan had guided her to this observation point. He knew the terrain, the timing, the methods. Could he have anticipated the appearance of the man in the coat? Could he even know who it was? Her journey back wasn't just a flight from Slater's crew. It was a journey back towards her uneasy truce, carrying information that might expose the ultimate source of the rot in Oakhaven, but also potentially test the fragile trust she had placed in the enigmatic trapper waiting in her cabin. She had found proof, but she had also found more questions, deeper shadows, in the place where the wild orchids bloomed unseen. Chapter 18. Marked Trees, Marked Men. The journey back through the pre-dawn darkness was a feat of nerve and endurance. Every rustle of leaves in the unseen undergrowth, every snap of a twig underfoot, sent jolts of fear through Isabella's exhausted body. The forest, usually her sanctuary, felt alien and hostile, its familiar paths transformed into treacherous corridors where danger could lurk behind any tree. She clutched the small notebook filled with her hasty sketches and scribbled observations, the paper itself feeling dangerously incriminating, a tangible record of her trespass into the violent heart of Slater's operation. The image of the man in the town coat, conferring with Slater by the flickering lamplight, remained burned into her memory, a chilling embodiment of the hidden corruption connecting Oakhaven's respectable surface to the brutality unfolding in its surrounding wilderness. She moved with agonizing slowness, forcing herself to follow the route Aidan had prescribed, relying on her compass and her memory of his instructions. The moon remained obscured, and the darkness was profound, broken only by the faint starlight filtering through the canopy. More than once, she stumbled on unseen roots or loose stones, catching herself just before falling, her heart hammering against her ribs, terrified that any sound would betray her presence to unseen ears. Was Slater's crew still down by the river? Had they posted guards? Was the man in the coat still nearby, or had he melted back towards town? Every shadow seemed to hold a potential threat. Relief washed over her in a dizzying wave when she finally recognized the familiar contours of the land closer to her cabin, the specific shape of a lightning-scarred pine she used as a landmark, not the oak, but another sentinel. She was almost back, but the final stretch across the clearing felt like the longest, most exposed part of the journey. She paused at the edge of the wood, scanning the small log structure, searching for any sign of disturbance, any unfamiliar shadow in the windows. Seeing nothing amiss, she took a deep breath and darted across the open ground, fumbling with the key, slipping inside and bolting the door securely behind her. The lamp was burning low, casting a warm, welcoming glow. Mary Fletcher sat huddled in a chair, asleep, her face tear-streaked even in repose. Aidan O'Connor pushed himself up from the cot the moment she entered, his face etched with worry, his good hand instinctively hovering near the knife at his side. The relief that flooded his eyes when he saw her, safe and seemingly unharmed, was palpable, momentarily softening the harsh lines of his face. "Isabella," he breathed, his voice rough with tension. Thank God. You were gone a long time? I'm all right, she whispered, leaning back against the door. Catching her breath, the adrenaline finally beginning to recede, leaving behind a bone-deep weariness. Just shaken. Aiden crossed the small space quickly, his concern overriding his own discomfort. He scanned her face, then looked her over, checking for injury. You're sure? Nothing happened? Nothing happened to me, she clarified. Oh, but I saw it, Aiden. I saw everything. Mary stirred at the sound of their voices, waking with a start, her eyes wide with fear until she recognized Isabella. Relief washed over the young woman's face, followed immediately by anxious questioning. Careful, Aiden cautioned, glancing towards the shuttered window. Keep your voice down. He guided Isabella towards the table, pulling out the chair for her. Tell me, start from the beginning, everything you saw. Taking another steadying breath, Isabella opened her notebook, the rough sketches and hasty notes barely legible even to her in the dim light, but the images were vivid in her mind. She described the scene, the number of men she could clearly count, the presence of Cal, Jeb, and Slater himself directing the work. She described the logs, the massive pine, the oak, the maple being slid down makeshift skids into the dark water. They had horses up on the track, she added. Must have used wagons to haul the logs close. Aiden nodded grimly. Figured as much. Easier than snaking them all the way down the creek, faster. And the logs, Isabella continued, flipping a page in her notebook where she had attempted to draw the brand she'd glimpsed. Some of them were branded, not the Oakhaven Timber Company mark, something else, cruder. She pushed the notebook towards him, pointing to her rough sketch, something resembling a crossed pair of axes within a rough circle. Aiden studied the sketch intently, his brow furrowed. Don't recognize it offhand, he admitted, but a brand, that's good. That's traceable, maybe. Something specific to Slater's operation or whoever he's selling to. He looked back at her. What else? Isabella recounted the chilling exchange when one of the men thought he heard something. Cal's brutal dismissal, the casual reference to Fletcher's ghost. Aiden's jaw tightened, his knuckles white where his good hand gripped the edge of the table, but he said nothing, letting her continue. Then she came to the most crucial part. Just before I left, she said, her voice dropping lower again, another man arrived. From the track leading up from the riverbank, he wasn't one of the crew, dressed differently, town clothes, long coat, hat pulled low. Aiden leaned forward, his eyes fixed on her, his full attention captured. Town clothes? Yes, he spoke briefly with Slater, gestured towards the logs, handed Slater an envelope. She sketched the figure from memory, the build, the coat, the hat hiding the face. I couldn't see his face clearly, Aiden. The light was bad and he kept his back mostly turned. But he wasn't a logger. He looked, out of place, official almost. Aiden stared at the sketch, then looked up at Isabella, his expression unreadable. Was it disappointment that she couldn't identify the man or something else? The seeds of doubt stirred within her again. Did he know who it might be? Was he testing her? Could it have been Croft? She asked tentatively, voicing the obvious suspicion. Aiden considered it, rubbing his chin thoughtfully with his good hand. Maybe the build, the coat, could fit. Croft wouldn't dirty his own hands loading logs, but he might show up to make a payment, give final instructions. He paused, looking at the sketch again. But could be someone else, too. A foreman from a downriver mill acting as buyer. An agent for someone even bigger than Croft. He shook his head slightly. Can't be sure, not without seeing his face. His reaction felt measured. He acknowledged the possibility of Croft, but kept other options open. Was he being cautious, sticking to the facts, or was he deliberately avoiding confirming Croft's identity, perhaps protecting someone, or protecting his own knowledge? Her unease lingered. But the presence of someone from town directly involved, handing over money, Isabella persisted. That's the link, isn't it? The connection between the poaching and the money behind it. Aye, Aiden agreed grimly. It proves Slater ain't just acting on his own. Proves someone respectable is financing this, orchestrating it. He looked down at her notes again, then at his bandaged arm. Frustration warred with calculation in his eyes. We got pieces now, Isabella. Good pieces. The specific timber types, pine, oak, maple, that narrows down potential buyers, mills capable of handling it. That brand if we can figure out who uses it. The location of the loading, the number of men, and this town man, even without a face, his presence is damning. But what do we do with it? Isabella asked, the crucial question returning. Brody? Aiden snorted softly. Brody? He'd listen, maybe. Then he'd ask for proof he can hold. The ledger page you glimpsed, the brand identified, the town man name. Without that, he shrugged, a gesture of futility. Croft's got influence. He'd shut it down, claim it was legitimate salvage logs maybe, produce fake manifests, intimidate witnesses. He looked at Mary, whose face had crumpled again at the mention of Brody's likely inaction. We need something Croft can't talk his way out of, something that scares his backers. Hemlock? Isabella suggested again, though her hope had dimmed after hearing about the threats to Mrs. Fletcher. His manifest? The discrepancies he found? Worth a try, maybe, Aiden conceded, though doubt clouded his voice. But risky now. Croft's likely already leaned on him hard. Hemlock values his skin and his store more than he values trouble. He fell silent, brooding. The brand, that feels important. Crude, you said, like axes crossed in a circle? He tried to picture it. Sounds like something meant to be burned quick on the cut ends, maybe, not an official logging company mark. They sat in silence for a while, the weight of their knowledge pressing down, the path forward obscured. They had risked much, gathered crucial intelligence, yet seemed no closer to a resolution that wouldn't endanger them further. They were marked now, just as surely as the stolen trees were marked by Slater's crude brand. Isabella, the botanist who saw too much. Aiden, the trapper who interfered. Mary and her mother, silenced by threats. Hemlock, pressured into complicity. Marked men, marked women, trapped in a town divided by fear and greed. Maybe, Aiden began slowly, an idea forming in his eyes. Maybe we don't need Brody, not yet. He looked at Isabella. That loading point, the logs are in the river now, heading downstream. You think we can follow them? Isabella asked, alarmed. Intercept them? Not us, he corrected, gesturing to his arm. Too dangerous anyway, but maybe we don't need to follow the logs themselves. Maybe we just need to know their immediate destination. He leaned closer. If they're taking them to a hidden mill nearby, or if they're rafting them further down to meet a specific buyer at a specific place. Knowing that destination gives us leverage, gives us a place where the stolen goods, Slater's crew, and potentially the buyer all come together. How could we find that out? Slater's crew, Aiden said. They know, especially Cal, Jeb, the inner circle. They got to know the plan where the shipment's headed. He paused, a grim light entering his eyes. Maybe Maybe one of them could be persuaded to talk. Isabella stared at him, horrified. Persuaded? Aidan, you don't mean torture, Isabella, he said quickly, reading her expression. Not my way, but leverage, fear. Maybe one of them has debts or enemies, or maybe one of them is feeling guilty about Fletcher, feeling squeezed by Slater and Croft. He looked thoughtful. Jeb, maybe, the younger one. Seemed more follower than leader when I tangled with them. The idea of trying to isolate and pressure one of Slater's violent crew members seemed impossibly dangerous, fraught with the potential for disaster. Yet Aidan's logic was sound. If they could learn the shipment's destination, it could provide the crucial link, the location where undeniable proof might be gathered. It's too risky, Isabella whispered. Everything we're doing is risky, Aidan countered quietly. Doing nothing is risky. Hiding here is risky. He looked around the small cabin. This ain't a fortress. Sooner or later, someone's gonna come looking. Cal and Jeb know you were asking questions. Croft knows you visited him. They connect the dots. Connect you to me. He left the sentence unfinished, the implication hanging heavy between them. The uneasy truce held, but the ground beneath it felt increasingly unstable. They were bound together by shared secrets, shared danger, yet the path forward demanded actions that pushed the boundaries of law and safety, actions that relied on Aidan's knowledge of the darker side of frontier life, potentially pulling Isabella deeper into a world she never intended to inhabit. We need to decide, Aidan said, his voice low, urgent. Try to get to Hemlock before Croft silences him completely, or try to find a weakness in Slater's crew, try to learn the shipment's destination. He looked at her, waiting for her input, acknowledging her as a partner in this desperate venture. Both carry heavy risks. Isabella looked at her notebook, at the sketch of the crude brand, the description of the logs, the shadowy figure of the man in the coat. She looked at Mary Fletcher, huddled in the chair, a living testament to Croft's ruthlessness. She looked at Aidan, injured but resolute, his eyes holding hers, waiting. The price of silence was clear. The price of action was terrifyingly uncertain. Marked trees, marked men, and now, a choice that could mark their futures forever. Crew, Isabella said finally, her voice barely a whisper, surprising herself with the decision. Hemlock? He might be too scared. But one of Slater's men? If we could find leverage, learning the destination feels more direct, more likely to give us what we need before it's too late. It felt like stepping off a cliff, but stepping back felt like suffocating. The truce held, uneasy as ever, but now committed to a path deeper into the shadows. Chapter 19, The Gathering Storm. The decision, once made, settled into the small cabin like the heavy, humid air that precedes a thunderstorm. Targeting one of Slater's crew, likely Jeb, was a desperate gamble, a step into shadows deeper than any Isabella had yet navigated. The uneasy truce with Aidan held, solidified by shared purpose and the immediate threat, but underscored by his physical vulnerability and her own gnawing uncertainties. Mary Fletcher's presence served as a constant, heart-wrenching reminder of the human cost of Croft's machinations and the urgency of their task. Aidan, though still weak and hampered by his injuries, directed their planning with a focused intensity born of long experience in assessing threats and weaknesses. Jeb, he confirmed, his voice low as Mary dozed fitfully on the cot where he insisted she rest. He's the likely weak link, younger than the others, more follower than leader, Drinks too much when he's got coin. Gambles poorly at Finn's back table in the saloon. And Aiden paused, choosing his words carefully. I saw him hesitate. During the ambush, just for a second, Cal had to shout him on. That hesitation, it could be fear, or it could be a flicker of conscience, a crack in the hardened facade. It was the slenderest of hopes to pin a dangerous plan upon, but it was all they had. So, how do we find leverage? Isabella asked, keeping her voice equally low, acutely aware of the sleeping young woman nearby. We can't exactly walk into the saloon and accuse him. No, Aiden agreed. Need information first. Need to know his habits now. Where he goes when he's not working for Slater. Who he talks to. Where he might be vulnerable, away from the pack. He looked at Isabella, his expression grim. And that means observation. In town. The prospect sent a familiar chill down Isabella's spine. Oakhaven felt increasingly hostile. Her encounters with Cal and Jeb at the store, and with Croft himself, had marked her. She was no longer just the eccentric botanist. She was potentially a witness, an obstacle. Wandering the town, observing known criminals, felt like painting a target on her back. They know me, Aiden, she whispered. Cal and Jeb? Croft? They'll be watching. I know, he said, his voice tight with concern. That's the danger. But you're also less expected. A woman alone, interested in plants. They might still underestimate you. Dismiss your presence if you're careful. Blend in. Don't stare. Look like you're going about your usual business. He shifted, wincing as pain shot through his arm. Wish to hell I could do it myself, but sending you? He closed his eyes briefly. Frustration evident. There ain't no other way right now. The responsibility settled heavily on Isabella. It wasn't just her own safety at risk, but the success of their entire desperate plan, and by extension, Aiden's safety and any hope of justice for the Fletchers. She nodded, accepting the burden. What should I look for specifically? Finn's place, the saloon, Aiden instructed. That's where the crew likely unwinds, passes messages. See if Jeb spends time there alone. Watch if he gambles, if he loses. See who he talks to besides the crew. Does he seem scared of Cal? Does he drink too much? He paused. Check the stables, too. Sometimes men like Jeb talk looser around horses than people. Any sign of debts posted, any arguments over feed bills? He thought further, and watched Finn himself. See if he meets with anyone. Unexpected. Anyone looking like they carry messages for someone higher up. It was a checklist for espionage, a world away from identifying wildflowers. Isabella committed his instructions to memory, her scientific training and observation, providing a strange, detached framework for the perilous task ahead. Mary stirred, murmuring in her sleep, her face clouded with worry, even in unconsciousness. Isabella gently adjusted the quilt around her. What about Mary? She asked Aiden quietly. She can't stay here alone if I'm in town all day, and taking her with me is out of the question. Aiden frowned, considering the complication. No. She needs to stay clear. Maybe old Hemlock? The suggestion was surprising. Hemlock, Isabella questioned. He's terrified of Croft, likely. Aye, maybe, Aiden conceded. But he knew Fletcher, knew his ma. He's got a contrary streak and maybe a sliver of conscience buried under all that grumbling. Might take pity on the girl. Keep her safe in the back room of his store for a day. Safer there than here alone, or wandering town. It was another risk, relying on the unpredictable storekeeper. But Hemlock's store, cluttered and central, did offer a degree of public visibility that might deter Slater's men from causing direct trouble there. It's possible, Isabella agreed hesitantly. I can try talking to him when I go in for supplies. The plan, fragile and fraught with danger, was set. The next morning, under a sky still gray and heavy with the threat of more rain, Isabella prepared to leave. Aidan, looking slightly stronger, but still far from recovered, repeated his warnings, his eyes dark with worry. Mary, briefed on the plan, agreed tearfully to seek temporary refuge with Hemlock, clutching a small bundle of belongings. Isabella walked with Mary towards Oakhaven, maintaining a comforting facade for the younger woman, while her own nerves felt stretched to the breaking point. Leaving Aidan alone and injured, entrusting Mary to Hemlock's uncertain care, walking deliberately into a town where she knew she was watched. Every step felt weighted with risk. At the edge of town, they separated. Mary, pulling her shawl close, headed nervously towards the general store, while Isabella, taking a deep breath, turned towards the main street, forcing herself to adopt an air of calm purposefulness, her botanist portfolio tucked under her arm as camouflage. The tension in Oakhaven was thicker than the humid air. Fewer people loitered on the boardwalks. Those who were out moved quickly, their faces grim. The sawmill whined relentlessly, a mechanical heartbeat driving the town's conflicted existence. Isabella forced herself to walk at a normal pace, her gaze sweeping her surroundings without appearing to stare, cataloging faces, noting interactions, listening for scraps of conversation. She saw Cal and another rough-looking man emerge from the saloon, laughing coarsely, their eyes scanning the street with proprietary arrogance. Isabella quickly ducked into a small dry goods store, pretending to examine bolts of cloth until they passed, her heart pounding. Later, she saw Finn, the saloon worker, talking furtively with a man near the stables, not one of Slater's crew, but a nervous-looking fellow she didn't recognize. A message being passed. She made a mental note. Her primary target was the saloon, Finn's place of work and the likely haunt of Jeb. Approaching it directly felt too dangerous. Instead, she found a vantage point across the street, partially concealed by a stack of barrels outside the blacksmith's forge. From here, feigning interest in a loose horseshoe, she could observe the saloon's entrance and front windows without being too obvious. Hours crawled by. Men came and went from the saloon loggers off shift, dusty prospectors, hard-bitten townsmen. She didn't see Jeb. Was he working with Slater today, or sleeping off a drunk somewhere? Discouragement began to set in. This passive observation felt fruitless, exposing her to risk with little gain. Then, in the mid-afternoon, Jeb stumbled out of the saloon alone. He looked haggard, unshaven, his eyes bloodshot. He leaned against the hitching post for a moment, swaying slightly, before shuffling down the street towards a dilapidated shack on the edge of town, known to house transient workers and gamblers. He wasn't with the crew. He looked miserable, hungover, and alone. Could this be an opportunity? Isabella considered following him, but it felt too risky. Approaching his shack directly was unthinkable. She needed more information, a different angle. She lingered near the blacksmith's, watching Jeb disappear into the shack. Her attention shifted back to the saloon. Finn emerged, wiping his hands on a dirty apron, and headed towards the general store. On impulse, Isabella followed him at a discreet distance. This might be her chance to gauge Hemlock's state of mind, and perhaps observe Finn more closely. Inside the store, Hemlock was serving a customer. Finn leaned against the counter, waiting impatiently. Isabella pretended to browse the shelves, positioning herself where she could overhear. Mary Fletcher was nowhere in sight, hopefully safe in Hemlock's back room. "Need that shipment of whiskey accounted for, Hemlock?" Finn demanded as soon as the other customer left. "Manifest says 10 crates, only 9 on the wagon according to your count yesterday. Someone's got to pay." Hemlock bristled, his face flushing red. "My count was right, Finn. And don't think I didn't notice the grade marks on those timber invoices yesterday being smudged near Croft's signature, neither. Something ain't right, and I ain't paying for whiskey I didn't get, nor signing off on timber loads that smell fishier than last week's catch." Finn took a menacing step closer. "Watch your mouth, old man. Mr. Croft ain't pleased you caused the scene yesterday. He expects cooperation. Understand? Just adjust your count. Forgets the timber grades. Everyone stays happy." The implied threat was unmistakable. Hemlock trembled, torn between fear and indignation. I run an honest business." "Keep it that way," Finn sneered. "Adjust the paperwork." He slapped the counter hard, making Hemlock jump, then turned and swaggered out of the store. Isabella remained hidden behind a towering stack of canned goods, her heart pounding. Croft hadn't wasted any time. Hemlock was being directly pressured to falsify records, to become complicit in covering up the stolen timber operation. Aiden was right. Approaching Hemlock for help now was useless, dangerous even. She waited until Finn was well clear of the store before emerging, purchasing the lamp oil she needed from a visibly shaken and tight-lipped Hemlock who refused to meet her eye. She didn't ask about Mary, not wanting to draw attention, trusting the girl was safe for now. Leaving the store, Isabella felt the net tightening. Croft was actively manipulating the town's commerce to cover his tracks. Hemlock was compromised. Her observation of Jeb had yielded little beyond his apparent misery. The plan to find leverage against him felt increasingly difficult, while the danger from Croft and his men felt increasingly immediate. As she walked back towards the edge of town, the sky, which had remained gray and oppressive all day, began to darken further. The wind picked up again, carrying the damp scent of impending rain. Another storm was gathering, mirroring the escalating tension, the sense that events were rushing towards a violent climax. She needed to get back to Aiden, report what she had learned: Finn's pressure on Hemlock, Jeb's solitary state. But as she passed the alleyway beside the saloon, a flicker of movement caught her eye. Jeb. He was slumped against the back wall, clutching a near-empty bottle, talking drunkenly to himself. He seemed utterly alone, isolated from his crew, drowning his sorrows or his fears. An idea sparked, terrifying in its audacity. He was drunk, potentially vulnerable, separated from Cal and Slater. Could she approach him now? Not directly accusingly, but perhaps sympathetically? Play on his misery, his possible guilt? It was insanely risky. If he raised an alarm, if Cal or Finn appeared? She hesitated, hidden at the alley entrance, her pulse roaring in her ears. The wind whipped strands of hair across her face, and the first drops of cold rain began to fall. The gathering storm seemed to urge her forward, a sense of impending crisis demanding action, however desperate. This might be her only chance to reach Jeb, to find the key to the shipment's destination before the storm broke fully, both outside and within Oak Haven. The price of silence was too high, but the price of speaking to Jeb in this dark alley could cost her everything. Chapter 20. Fire in the Forest, Fire in the Heart. The decision crystallized in the space between heartbeats, born of desperation and the chilling finality of Croft's threats against Mary's mother. Waiting was no longer an option. The price of silence was measured in stolen lives, broken families, and a violated landscape. The price of action was unknown, potentially lethal, yet it was the only path that offered even a sliver of hope. Isabella pushed away from the relative safety of the alley entrance, stepping into the narrow, shadowed space where Jeb slumped against the rough back wall of the saloon. The air here was thick with the stench of stale beer, unwashed bodies, and damp, decaying refuse piled in a neglected corner. Raindrops, fat and cold, splattered onto the packed earth, turning the dust to dark mud. The wind howled intermittently down the narrow passage, rattling loose boards and carrying the distant, mournful whine of the sawmill. Jeb didn't seem to notice her approach immediately, his attention fixed on the nearly empty bottle clutched in his hand, muttering indistinct curses under his breath. Isabella stopped a few feet away, her presence finally registering. Jeb looked up slowly, his eyes bleary, struggling to focus. Recognition dawned, followed swiftly by suspicion and a flicker of fear that tightened his features, even through the alcoholic haze. What? What you want? He slurred, pushing himself defensively against the wall, his free hand instinctively going to the hilt of the knife tucked into his belt, a standard logger's tool, but potentially deadly. Get away from me. Isabella held her ground, keeping her posture deliberately non-threatening, her hands visible at her sides, her heart hammered against her ribs so hard she felt dizzy. But she forced her voice to remain calm, steady, pitching it just loud enough to be heard over the wind and rain. I'm not here to cause trouble, Jeb. Ain't that what you do? He sneered, though the bravado sounded thin, undermined by the tremor in his voice. Asking questions, poking around where you ain't welcome, Cal said you was trouble. So, Cal had warned the crew about her. Her presence here was doubly dangerous. I'm just seeking shelter from the storm for a moment. She lied, gesturing vaguely towards the increasing downpour. It was a flimsy pretext, but the best she could manage on short notice. Jeb squinted at her suspiciously, rain plastering strands of his lank hair to his forehead. Shelter? Plenty of places. Closer. He took a swig from the bottle, emptying it, then let it drop to the muddy ground with a dull thud. He seemed miserable, lost in his own drunken fog, yet still wary, like a cornered animal. This was her chance, while his guard was down, while the alcohol loosened his tongue or heightened his underlying fear or guilt. Aiden's words echoed, leverage, fear, guilt. It's a bad storm coming, Isabella said softly, letting her voice carry a note of sympathy she didn't entirely feel. Bad times all around, it seems, for everyone. She paused, watching his reaction closely. Hard time, make people do things they wouldn't normally. Jeb's bleary eyes flickered. Had she struck a nerve? Don't know what you're talking about, he mumbled, looking away, down at the discarded bottle. Don't you? Isabella pressed gently, taking a cautious step closer. The alley felt unnervingly claustrophobic, the rain intensifying, drumming on the nearby roofs. I hear things, Jeb. Whispers in town. People are scared ever since Billy Fletcher. She let the name hang in the air. Jeb flinched visibly, his head snapping up, raw fear flashing in his eyes before being quickly masked by drunken belligerence. Fletcher? He spat, his voice rising slightly. He got what was coming to him, stupid fool, but he poking his nose where it didn't belong. Saw something, should have kept his mouth shut. He was confirming it, indirectly, drunkenly. Fletcher had seen something incriminating at the Black Creek camp, and he had been silenced for it. Saw what, Jeb? Isabella asked quietly, holding his gaze, trying to project empathy, understanding. What did he see that was worth silencing? Nothing, none of your damn business, Aunt Jeb shouted, stumbling forward slightly, raising his hand as if to push her away. Get out of here, leave me alone. Isabella stood her ground, though her insides quaked. Did he see the logs? The big pine? Did he see who Slater was working for? Jeb froze, his drunken anger momentarily forgotten, replaced by stark terror. He looked wildly up and down the alley, as if expecting Cal or Slater to materialize from the shadows. Shut up, he hissed, grabbing her arm, his grip surprisingly strong despite his intoxication. You want to end up like Fletcher? Keep talking like that, you will. They'll shut you up, too. His fear was palpable, raw. He wasn't just afraid for her. He was afraid of the consequences of her words, afraid of the ruthless machine he was caught within. This was the leverage Aiden spoke of. Who, Jeb? Isabella persisted, ignoring the painful grip on her arm, keeping her voice low but insistent. Who is they? Slater? Cal? Or the man pulling their strings? The man paying for the timber? Is it Croft? Mentioning Croft's name seemed to shatter Jeb's remaining composure. He released her arm abruptly, staggering back against the wall, shaking his head violently. Don't know nothing about Croft, he denied too quickly, too vehemently. Slater gives the orders, we just follow him. Cut the trees, move the logs. Move them where, Jeb? Isabella pressed, sensing she was close. That big shipment last night, the pine, the oak. Where did it go? Downriver, yes, but where? What's the destination? Don't know, he insisted, but his eyes darted nervously, betraying the lie. He scrubbed a hand over his face, clearly terrified now, caught between fear of Slater and Croft and fear of whatever consequences her knowledge might bring. Just downriver, that's all I know. Past Morgan's Bend. Past Morgan's Bend to where? Isabella urged. Whisper Creek? The old landing there? She was guessing, dredging up names Aiden had mentioned, names associated with hidden coves and potential smuggling points further down the main river. Jeb's eyes widened almost imperceptibly, a flicker of recognition, a confirmation. How? How do you know about Whisper Creek? He stammered, looking utterly panicked now. You've been talking to... He didn't finish the sentence, but the implication was clear. O'Connor. Whisper Creek Landing, that was it. The destination, the place where the stolen timber, Slater's crew, and potentially the buyer would converge. Before Isabella could press further, before Jeb could fully realize how much he had revealed, a harsh voice cut through the rain-swept alley. Jeb, what the hell you doing talking to her? Isabella's blood ran cold. Cal. He stood at the entrance to the alley, rain dripping from the brim of his hat, his scarred face contorted in suspicion and menace. Beside him stood Finn, the saloon worker, his weaselly face alight with malicious curiosity. They must have seen her follow Finn earlier, or perhaps Finn had spotted her talking to Jeb from a saloon window. Jeb scrambled upright, terror washing over his face, sobering him instantly. Nothing, Cal, swear. She was just asking directions, lost in the storm. Directions? Cal sneered, advancing slowly down the alley, his hand resting ominously on the hilt of his own knife. Finn followed close behind, a nasty grin spreading across his face. Looks more like poking her nose in again. Told you she was trouble, asking questions about Fletcher, visiting Croft, now confabin with drunks in alleys. His eyes narrowed, fixing on Isabella. "What'd he tell you, flower picker?" Isabella backed away slowly, her hand instinctively moving towards the satchel containing the derringer. The alley felt like a trap closing in. Two of them, plus a terrified, unpredictable Jeb who might turn on her to save himself. "He told me nothing," Isabella said, forcing calm into her voice. "I was merely seeking shelter, as I said." "Liar!" Cal spat. He lunged forward, grabbing the front of Jeb's shirt, slamming him back against the wall. "What did you tell her, you drunken fool, talking out of turn again?" "Nothing, Cal. Honest." Jeb whimpered, utterly terrified now. Just told her to get lost." Cal seemed unconvinced. He released Jeb with a shove, turning his menacing attention back to Isabella. "Maybe you need a stronger warning this time, Missy. Something to make you understand about minding your own business." He took another step towards her, drawing his knife slowly from its sheath, the blade glinting dully in the gray, rainy light. Finn chuckled softly beside him. This was it. No escape. No allies nearby. Just the rain, the shadows, and the imminent threat of violence. Isabella's hand tightened on the derringer inside her satchel. Could she use it? Against two armed men? It seemed futile, suicidal. Just as Cal raised the knife, preparing to advance further, a deafening crash echoed from the main street, followed by shouts and the unmistakable sound of splintering wood. It sounded like a runaway wagon or perhaps a structure collapsing under the force of the wind. Cal and Finn froze, startled by the sudden commotion, their attention momentarily diverted toward the alley entrance. "What the hell was that?" Finn muttered, peering out. In that instant of distraction, Isabella saw her only chance. She didn't hesitate. Turning, she bolted, scrambling away from them deeper into the narrow, refuse-choked end of the alley. It was likely a dead end, but any distance, any momentary cover was better than facing Cal's knife. "Hey, get back here!" Cal roared, realizing she was escaping. She heard them crashing after her, cursing, stumbling in the mud and debris. She risked a glance back. They were gaining on her. The alley ended abruptly in a high, dilapidated wooden fence, slick with rain. Trapped. She whirled around, fumbling desperately inside her satchel, her fingers finally closing around the small, cold metal of the derringer. She pulled it out, aiming it with a trembling hand towards the two figures pounding towards her down the narrow passage. "Stay back!" she cried, her voice shaking but loud enough to carry over the wind. "Stay back or I'll shoot!" Cal and Finn skidded to a halt a few yards away, surprised by the sight of the small pistol in her hand. They exchanged uncertain glances. The derringer was small, likely inaccurate at this range, but it was still a firearm, capable of inflicting a serious, perhaps fatal wound at close quarters. Cal hesitated, his eyes narrowing, weighing the risk. Finn looked nervous, clearly unwilling to be shot over someone else's quarrel. The standoff stretched for a tense moment, broken only by the drumming rain and the distant shouts from the main street. Then another sound intruded, a sharp whistle, cutting through the storm's noise, coming from somewhere above, perhaps a nearby rooftop or window overlooking the alley. Cal's head snapped up. He listened intently, then seemed to understand. A look of frustration, mingled with grudging obedience, crossed his face. He lowered his knife slightly, spitting onto the muddy ground near Isabella's feet. "Lucky this time, flower picker," he snarled. "Someone wants you left, for now." He jerked his head at Finn. "Come on, we got logs to worry about." Without another word, they turned and retreated back up the alley, disappearing towards the main street, leaving Isabella alone, trembling, rain soaking her clothes, the small derringer still clutched tightly in her hand, pointing at the empty space where her attackers had stood. Safe? For now? But why? Who had whistled? Who wanted her left alone? Was it O'Connor somehow creating a diversion? Or signaling them off despite his injury? Or was it Croft, calling off his dogs for reasons of his own, perhaps wanting to deal with her later more discreetly? Or was it someone else entirely, another player in this deadly game? The question swirled, unanswered. But one thing was certain. She had the information. Whisper Creek Landing, the destination. She had faced down Slater's men, stared into the face of violence, and emerged, shaken but alive with the key they needed. Now she had to get back. Back through the storm, back to the cabin, back to Aiden. The fire she had seen in Cal's eyes was nothing compared to the fire ignited in her own heart, a burning determination, fueled by fear, anger, and the undeniable knowledge that the gathering storm was about to break, and she was standing directly in its path. She lowered the derringer, her hand shaking uncontrollably now, the adrenaline fading, leaving only cold, wet fear and the urgent need to reach shelter, share her discovery, and prepare for the final, inevitable confrontation. Chapter 21, The Reckoning. Isabella stumbled back into the cabin, gasping for breath, the cold rain plastering strands of hair to her face, the small, heavy weight of the derringer still clutched in her numb fingers. The image of Cal's snarling face and the glint of his knife in the dreary alley light, was seared into her mind. She slammed the door shut, ramming the bolt home, leaning back against the rough wood pole, her body trembling uncontrollably with the aftermath of terror. "Isabella, what happened?" Aiden was off the cot instantly, his own pain seemingly forgotten, his good hand gripping her shoulder, his eyes scanning her face, searching for injury. Mary Fletcher rushed forward too, her face pale with fright. "Cal, Finn," Isabella stammered, struggling to regain her composure. "In the alley, behind the saloon. They saw me talking to Jeb." She quickly recounted the confrontation, Jeb's drunken fear, his inadvertent confirmation of Whisper Creek Landing, Cal and Finn's menacing appearance, the drawn knife, the sudden whistle that had inexplicably saved her. Aiden listened, his expression hardening into granite, his knuckles white where he gripped the back of a chair for support. "Damn them," he bit out, the words low and savage. "They cornered you." He looked at the derringer still clutched in her hand. "You?" "I didn't have to use it," Isabella said, her voice still shaky. She finally relaxed her grip, placing the small pistol carefully on the table. "Someone whistled from nearby." Cal heard it, seemed to understand. He backed off, said someone wanted me left. For now. Aiden frowned, processing this new, unsettling piece of information. "A whistle? Calling them off?" He shook his head slowly, puzzled and disturbed. "Who? Why?" Could it have been Croft wanting to handle her himself later, or someone else entirely playing their own game in Oakhaven shadows? The uncertainty added another layer of complexity to their already perilous situation. "But I got it, Aiden," Isabella said, pushing past her fear, focusing on the crucial intelligence she had risked everything for. Before Cal interrupted, Jeb, he let it slip. The destination. Whisper Creek Landing, that's where the shipment is headed. The confirmation hung in the air, heavy with significance. Whisper Creek Landing, a remote spot downriver, known for treacherous currents and deep woods crowding the banks, a perfect place for a clandestine rendezvous. Aiden absorbed the news, his mind clearly working fast despite his injuries. Whisper Creek. he murmured. Makes sense. Isolated. Deep water access. Easy to meet a flatboat or raft coming up from further south without drawing attention. He looked at Isabella, a grim understanding passing between them. So, they load tonight, maybe tomorrow, float down on the high water, meet their buyer at Whisper Creek. He paced the small floor restlessly with his good arm, his movements stiff but driven by urgent energy. This is it, then. Our best chance, maybe our only chance, to catch them red-handed. The logs, Slater's crew, maybe the buyer, all in one place. But how? Isabella asked, the practical difficulties immediately apparent. We can't get there in time overland through this weather, not safely, and even if we did, what could we do against Slater's whole crew, especially with you injured? Not overland, Aiden agreed, stopping his pacing. He looked towards the door, listening to the wind and rain, which had begun to intensify again, the brief lull ending. The river. It's the fastest way, the only way to get there ahead of logs drifting on the current. The river? Isabella echoed, picturing the dark, swollen waters, the potential for ambushes along the banks. In your canoe? In this storm? Aiden, you can barely stand, let alone paddle against that current. Not against it, he corrected, a determined glint in his eye. With it. Downstream. To Whisper Creek. He met her gaze. I can't paddle much, True. Not with this arm. He gestured towards his bandaged limb. But you can steer. Keep us off the rocks, and I can navigate, read the water even in the dark. I know that stretch of river like the back of my hand. The idea was madness, a desperate, high-risk gamble, navigating a swollen, debris-filled river at night, in a storm, with one injured man and one inexperienced woman in a small canoe. It courted disaster. Yet the alternative, allowing the shipment to proceed, allowing Croft and Slater to succeed, felt like a greater failure. It's too dangerous, Isabella whispered, torn between fear and the undeniable logic that this might be their only remaining move. Everything is dangerous now, Aiden stated flatly. Staying here is dangerous. Doing nothing is dangerous. He stepped closer, his voice low, intense. Listen to me, Isabella. We go downriver. We get to Whisper Creek before those logs arrive. We find a hiding place, just like you did last night, but closer this time, right at the landing. We document everything. The logs arriving, the crew, the buyer. Maybe we get a clear look at Croft or whoever that town man was. We get the proof, undeniable proof. And then what? Isabella challenged. We have proof, but we're trapped downriver with killers. Then, Aiden said, his eyes holding hers, we find a way to get that proof to Brody. Maybe there's a signal we can arrange, a fire on a specific hilltop visible from town, something to bring Brody and a posse down on them while the crime is in progress. He ran a hand through his damp hair, frustration evident. It's thin, risky as hell, but it's better than letting him sail away clean. He was asking her to trust him implicitly, to embark on a perilous journey based on his knowledge, his instincts, his desperate hope. The seeds of doubt she had harbored felt insignificant now, overshadowed by the immediate, overwhelming danger and the stark clarity of their dwindling options. The uneasy truce had evaporated, replaced by a pact forged in the crucible of shared risk and desperation. Mary Fletcher, who had been listening with wide, terrified eyes, let out a small sob. Please, don't go, she pleaded, clutching Isabella's hand. It's too dangerous. Croft, Slater, they'll kill you both. Isabella knelt beside the younger woman, her heart aching for her fear. Mary, she said softly but firmly, we have to try, for Billy, for your mother, to stop them from hurting anyone else. She looked towards Aidan. But you need to be safe. Aidan, can Hemlock truly keep her safe after Croft's threats? Aidan considered it, his expression grim. Maybe not. Croft might suspect Hemlock. Watch the store. He thought for a moment. There's one other place, an old widow, Martha Collins, lives on a small homestead up the valley, keeps to herself mostly. Helped me out once when I broke my leg trapping years ago. She's tough, discreet, and owes Croft's company no favors. They tried to cheat her out of water rights once. He looked at Mary. It's isolated, but maybe safer than town right now. I can draw Isabella a map. Can you make it there on your own, girl? Stay quiet. Tell Martha I sent you. Mary nodded bravely, wiping her eyes, understanding the necessity. Yes, I can do it. The decision was made. The die was cast. As the storm raged anew outside, they made their hurried preparations. Aidan drew a rough map for Mary on a scrap of paper, giving her careful instructions. Isabella gathered essential supplies for the river journey, waterproof oilskins, ropes, flint, and steel for a potential signal fire. Her notebook and pencil protected in an oiled pouch. The derringer secured, and the hidden tin containing the crucial scrap of blue wool. She also packed extra bandages and the small vial of laudanum from her medical kit, just in case Aidan's pain became unbearable, or if other needs arose. Aidan, despite his weakness, moved with purpose, checking the knots on the ropes, ensuring the small axe tucked in his belt was sharp. He strapped his knife securely to his good side. He looked pale, drawn, but his eyes burned with a fierce resolve. Just before they were ready to leave, as Isabella helped Aidan into his oilskin coat, struggling to maneuver it over his injured arm, their hands brushed. A current passed between them, stronger than the static electricity in the storm-charged air. Their eyes met, and in that shared glance, amidst the fear and desperation, Isabella saw something undeniable, a deep, burgeoning connection, forged in shared danger, mutual reliance, and the unspoken acknowledgement of the risks they were taking for each other as much as for justice. The fire in her heart, ignited by anger and determination, now mingled with a different, more complex warmth directed at the injured trapper beside her. Mary left first, slipping out into the driving rain like a frightened deer, clutching Aidan's map and heading towards the relative safety of the widow Collins's remote homestead. Isabella watched her go, whispering a silent prayer for her safety. Then it was their turn. Aidan leaned heavily on Isabella as they made their way from the cabin down the slippery path towards the hidden spot, near the tributary creek where he kept his canoe, carefully concealed beneath branches and canvas. The wind tore at them. The rain soaked them instantly, despite the oilskins, and every step was a struggle against the mud and the gale. Aidan gritted his teeth against the pain, his breath coming in ragged gasps, but he didn't falter. Reaching the canoe, they worked together, Isabella providing strength Aidan lacked, launching the light craft into the fast-flowing, swollen creek. Water churned around them, dark and angry, carrying leaves and small branches. Getting into the canoe without capsizing was treacherous. Isabella settled in the bow, paddle ready, her heart pounding like a drum against her ribs. Aidan eased himself into the stern, his injured arm held protectively, his good hand gripping the steering paddle. "Ready?" he called out over the roar of the water and wind. Isabella nodded, gripping her own paddle tightly, though she knew her main role would be balance and occasional steering corrections under his guidance. With a powerful shove from Aiden's good arm, the canoe slid out into the main current of the creek, caught immediately by the rushing water, and swept towards the confluence with the main river. The journey into the heart of the storm, towards the reckoning at Whisper Creek Landing, had begun. The river, when they reached it, was a terrifying spectacle. Swollen far beyond its normal banks, it surged downstream, a brown boiling torrent carrying large debris branches, fence posts, even entire small logs torn loose from upstream log jams. Waves churned on its surface, whipped up by the relentless wind. Navigating this chaos in a small canoe seemed like sheer lunacy. "Keep her steady," Aiden shouted, his voice barely audible over the river's roar. "Watch for snags! I'll guide us." Isabella focused all her attention on the dark water ahead, paddling instinctively to maintain balance, following Aiden's curt commands. "Left! Harder! Watch that eddy!" He steered with remarkable skill, using his knowledge of the river's hidden currents, reading the flow even in the darkness and driving rain, his good arm working with tireless precision. Despite his injury, his connection to the river, his wilderness instincts, were profound. They were swept downstream at terrifying speed, the familiar landscape flashing past as indistinct blurs of darkness on either side. Rain lashed down, stinging Isabella's face, limiting visibility to mere yards. Lightning occasionally split the sky, momentarily illuminating the chaotic river, revealing monstrous waves and looming, half-submerged logs that threatened to capsize their fragile craft. It was a battle against the elements, a primal struggle for survival that overshadowed even the human danger they were racing towards. Yet, amidst the terror, there was a strange sense of exhilaration. They were acting, moving, hurtling towards a confrontation, no longer passive victims of circumstance. They were fighting back, using the river's own fury as their unlikely ally, racing against time to intercept the stolen timber, to expose the corruption poisoning Oakhaven. Hours passed in a blur of paddling, shouted commands, near misses with debris, and the constant roar of the storm. Isabella's arms ached, her body was numb with cold, but adrenaline kept her going. Aiden, despite his obvious pain, remained focused, his commands sharp, his steering paddle an extension of his will, forcing the canoe through the tempest. Finally, as the first hint of gray began to lighten the eastern sky, signaling the approach of a storm-battered dawn, Aiden pointed with his chin towards a barely discernible break in the trees on the western bank ahead. "There!" he yelled. "Whisper Creek! We need to make the landing. Just inside its mouth. Use the slack water." Maneuvering the canoe out of the main river's powerful current and into the relative calm of the creek's entrance required all of Aiden's skill and Isabella's remaining strength. The canoe scraped against submerged rocks, tilted precariously, but finally slid into the sheltered water just inside the creek's mouth. They had arrived. Exhausted, soaked, and trembling, they pulled the canoe ashore, dragging it deep into the concealing willows and dense undergrowth that lined the creek bank. From here, hidden, they could cautiously make their way the short distance overland to a vantage point overlooking the main river and the Whisper Creek landing area itself, just downstream from the creek's mouth. The storm was finally breaking, the rain lessening to a drizzle, the wind beginning to ease. A heavy mist rose from the river, shrouding the landscape in an ethereal gray veil. They moved like wraiths through the dripping woods, Aidan leaning on Isabella, his breathing still labored. They found their observation spot a high, rocky outcrop, thick with rhododendron, offering a screened view of the wide, muddy expanse of Whisper Creek Landing below. The landing was empty, silent save for the river's receding roar, but fresh drag marks scarred the mud leading down to the water, and several large logs, bearing the crude brand Isabella recognized, bobbed against the bank, secured by ropes remnants of Slater's operation, likely logs that hadn't been rafted away yet. They settled down to wait, hidden, tense, peering through the swirling mist. The logs were expected soon. The reckoning was at hand. All their hopes, their fears, their desperate plans converged on this isolated, mist-shrouded river landing. The fire that had burned in Isabella's heart, fueled by injustice and a burgeoning, dangerous connection to the man beside her, now braced itself for the final confrontation. Chapter 22. What Remains When the Smoke Clears. The mist clung heavy and damp to Whisper Creek Landing, swirling in ghostly tendrils above the brown, turbulent water of the receding river. Dawn arrived not with golden light, but with a slow, reluctant seepage of gray through the thick veil, gradually illuminating the muddy banks, the skeletal silhouettes of willow trees, and the dark, dense forest crowding the edges. Huddled behind the rocky outcrop, concealed by dripping rhododendrons, Isabella shivered, though not entirely from the pre-dawn chill. The dampness seemed to seep into her bones, mirroring the cold knot of fear lodged deep in her chest. Beside her, Aidan O'Connor sat propped against a boulder, his face pale and drawn, his injured arm held stiffly against his body, but his eyes were alert, constantly scanning the river and the landing below, missing nothing. The silence was profound, broken only by the river's steady murmur, quieter now than during the storm's peak, but still powerful, and the occasional drip of water from saturated leaves. The air smelled of wet earth, decaying vegetation, and the sharp tang of the nearby pines. They hadn't spoken much since reaching the overlook, conserving energy, communicating mostly through hushed whispers and shared glances. The desperate canoe journey through the storm-racked night had forged a bond of shared survival, stripping away pretense, leaving only raw nerve and mutual reliance. Isabella's earlier doubts about Aidan felt distant now, irrelevant in the face of the immediate, shared danger and his obvious determination, even while injured, to see this through. "They'll be here soon," Aidan breathed, his voice a low rasp near her ear. "Current's still strong. Logs won't take long once they're past Morgan's Bend." He shifted slightly, wincing. "Keep low. Don't move unless you have to. Your notebook, keep it ready, but hidden." Isabella nodded, her fingers tightening around the small, oilskin-wrapped notebook in her lap. Her pencil felt slick with dampness. Could she even write coherently, her hands trembling like this? She took a slow, deep breath, trying to steady herself, focusing on the purpose that had driven her here, to observe, to document, to bear witness for Billy Fletcher, for Mary and her mother, for the violated forest, for Aidan, who had risked so much. Time stretched, measured in the slow swirl of mist, the frantic beat of her own heart. Every sound, the cry of a distant bird, the splash of unseen river creature, the groan of a waterlogged branch seemed magnified, potentially threatening. Her gaze remained fixed on the river bend upstream, where the main channel curved out of sight behind a thickly wooded point. Then Aidan stiffened beside her, his good hand gripping her arm lightly. "Listen." Faintly at first, Then, growing steadily louder, came the unmistakable sounds drifting downriver. Muffled shouts, the rhythmic splash of poles guiding heavy objects, the low groan of waterlogged timber bumping together. They were coming. Isabella leaned forward fractionally, peering through the screening leaves, her breath held tight. Slowly, emerging from the mist like phantom beasts, the first of the stolen logs rounded the bend. They were lashed together crudely into several large rafts, guided by small figures, perched precariously atop them, or maneuvering alongside in small, sturdy punts, using long poles to fend off snags and steer towards the landing. Even from this distance, Isabella could recognize the massive girth of the Black Creek pine logs, the distinctive grain of mature oak. More rafts followed, a grim parade of stolen forest wealth, floating silently down the swollen river. She counted the men accompanying the logs, 4 in total, skilled river rats by the look of them, adept at handling the heavy timber in the treacherous current. They poled the rafts skillfully towards the muddy bank of Whisper Creek Landing, nudging them into the slack water near the already secured logs, preparing to tie them off. Almost simultaneously, figures emerged from the woods on the landing side Slater's main crew. Cal, Jeb, and at least 4 others materialized from the trees near the hidden track, moving quickly down to the water's edge. Slater himself followed, directing them with curt gestures. They carried ropes, heavy cant hooks, axes. The operation was clearly well rehearsed. Isabella's pencil flew across the damp pages of her notebook, sketching the scene, noting the number of men, the arrival of the log rafts, the types of timber visible. She tried to capture Slater's commanding posture, Cal's menacing presence, Jeb's nervous energy as he hurried to obey orders, avoiding Cal's eye. "See the brands?" Aiden whispered urgently beside her. Isabella strained her eyes, focusing on the ends of the logs being maneuvered ashore. Yes, there it was again, on several of the larger pine and oak logs. The crude circle with the crossed axes burned dark into the wood. She sketched it carefully, adding the detail to her notes. This was crucial proof the logs arriving were the same stolen timber marked by Slater's operation. The men worked efficiently, securing the rafts, using ropes and cant hooks to begin maneuvering the heavy logs further onto the landing, presumably preparing for inspection or measurement by the buyer. The air filled with the grunts of exertion, the scrape of wood on mud, Slater's barked commands, and Cal's occasional curses. The mist swirled around them, muffling sounds, creating an eerie, almost theatrical scene of criminality unfolding in the damp dawn light. "Where's the buyer?" Isabella breathed, scanning the track leading up from the landing, searching for any sign of the man in the town coat, or perhaps Croft himself. "Patience," Aiden murmured. "They won't show till the goods are secured. Less exposure." They waited, the tension almost unbearable. Isabella continued sketching, documenting the process, the faces she could recognize, the sheer volume of high-value timber accumulated on the landing. It was a fortune stolen from the forest, destined for illicit profit. Then a different sound reached them, the unmistakable clop of horses' hooves approaching cautiously down the hidden track on the opposite bank. Not the heavy tread of logging horses, but saddle horses moving with deliberate care on the muddy, uneven ground. 2 riders emerged from the trees, dismounting near the top of the bank, where the track leveled out slightly. One was the man Isabella had seen briefly the night before, tall, dressed in the long town coat and hat pulled low, his features still obscured from her vantage point across the river. The other figure, however, was instantly recognizable even through the mist and distance. Silas Croft. Isabella's breath hitched. Croft himself here at this remote landing, overseeing the arrival of stolen timber, conferring with Slater. This was the proof they needed, the undeniable link. Croft didn't approach the muddy bank immediately. He remained near the horses, observing the operation with a detached air, while the man in the coat walked down to meet Slater. They spoke briefly, the man gesturing towards the accumulated logs, Slater nodding. The envelope changed hands again, thicker this time, Isabella thought. Payment delivered upon receipt of goods. Isabella sketched furiously, trying to capture Croft's presence, his interaction, however distant, with Slater via the intermediary in the coat. She noted the time, the sequence of events. Croft present. Man in coat delivers payment to Slater, stolen branded logs secured. Got him? Aiden breathed beside her, his voice tight with grim satisfaction. Got Croft tied to it now. But their observation hadn't gone entirely unnoticed. Jeb, working near the water's edge, happened to glance up towards the opposite ridge, just as a stray beam of sunlight broke through the thinning mist, momentarily illuminating the rocky outcrop where they hid. Perhaps he saw a flicker of movement, a glint off Isabella's pencil, or maybe just sensed something amiss. His eyes widened, and he pointed directly towards their hiding place, shouting something unintelligible over the river's noise. Instantly, all activity on the landing ceased. Heads snapped up. Slater, Cal, Croft, the man in the coat, all turned to stare across the river towards the ridge. Damn it, Aiden cursed under his breath. We've been spotted. Panic seized Isabella. They were trapped, exposed. Slater's men would be across the river in moments, or worse, start firing. The signal, Aiden hissed urgently. Now, Isabella, the fire. It's our only chance to bring Brody. Beside their observation post, hidden in a small depression, they had prepared a small pile of dry tinder and resinous pine twigs, gathered painstakingly the previous evening, sheltered from the worst of the rain. Aiden fumbled for the flint and steel with his good hand, his movements hampered by pain and urgency. Isabella shielded the tinder with her body, praying it hadn't gotten too damp. Sparks flew from the flint, falling amongst the tinder. One caught. A tiny ember glowed. Isabella gently blew on it, coaxing it to life. A small flame flickered, caught the resinous twigs, and flared brighter. Smoke began to curl upwards, thin at first, then thicker, rising above the concealing rocks. It wasn't a large fire, but hopefully, positioned on this prominent ridge, the smoke would be visible for miles, visible even from Oak Haven on a clear morning, a prearranged signal of distress, of crime in progress. Across the river, confusion reigned for a moment among Slater's crew. Then realization dawned, a signal fire. Someone had been watching. Someone was calling for help. It's a trap! Slater roared, his voice carrying clearly across the water now. Grab the cash, scatter, Cal, Jeb, take two men, get across the river. Silence that damn fire and whoever lit it. Chaos erupted on the landing. Slater snatched the envelope from the man in the coat. Croft and the intermediary scrambled back towards their horses, desperate to escape before law enforcement arrived. Cal, Jeb, and two other burly loggers shoved a punt into the water, grabbing rifles as they jumped in, beginning to pole frantically across the river towards the base of Isabella's ridge. They're coming! Isabella cried, scrambling back from the fire, grabbing her satchel. Go! Aiden ordered, pushing himself painfully to his feet. drawing his knife with his good hand. "Get further up the ridge. Find thicker cover. I'll try to slow them down." "No! Aiden, your arm! Go! Now! Get the notes out. That's what matters." He shoved her backwards towards the dense woods behind the outcrop, his face set in a grim mask of determination. He turned back towards the approaching punt, positioning himself near the narrow game trail leading up from the river, ready to make a stand, however futile. Torn, terrified, Isabella hesitated for only a second. His sacrifice wouldn't mean anything if the proof she carried was lost. Clutching her notebook, she scrambled backwards, deeper into the rhododendron thickets, seeking denser cover further up the slope, tears of fear and frustration blurring her vision. She heard shouts from below as Cal and his men landed, crashing through the undergrowth at the base of the ridge. Then came Aiden's defiant yell, followed by the sounds of a desperate struggle, grunts, curses, the sickening thud of fists meeting flesh, the clang of metal. She couldn't see what was happening, hidden by the thick foliage, but the sounds painted a brutal picture. Then a single, sharp gunshot echoed through the woods, silencing the sounds of struggle abruptly. Isabella froze, her blood running cold. "Aiden! Had they—" Silence descended, heavy and terrifying, broken only by the distant sounds of Slater's remaining crew scattering from the landing below, and the receding hoofbeats of Croft's horses fading into the woods. Had Aiden bought her enough time? Was he? She couldn't bear the thought, but she couldn't go back down there. Not now. Cal and the others would be searching for her. The source of the signal fire. Her only hope was to keep moving, circle back towards Oakhaven Overland, protect the notebook, and pray that Brody had seen the smoke and was on his way. She pushed herself onward, deeper into the woods, forcing her trembling legs to move, tears streaming down her face. The smoke from the signal fire still curled faintly into the clearing sky behind her, a desperate beacon in the wilderness. It felt like an eternity later, stumbling through the woods, driven by fear and grief, that she heard new sounds, horses approaching, moving fast, and men shouting, official-sounding commands. Brody, had the signal worked? She concealed herself behind a massive fallen log, peering out cautiously. A group of riders burst through the trees, led by Sheriff Brody himself, his face grim, shotgun held ready. With him were several deputized townsmen, armed and looking determined. They weren't heading towards the landing, but angling towards the ridge where the struggle had occurred, drawn perhaps by the gunshot. Hope surged through Isabella, quickly followed by dread. What would they find? She remained hidden, watching as they disappeared towards the site of the fight. Minutes later, they reappeared, moving more slowly now. 2 deputies were carrying a makeshift stretcher between them. On it lay a still figure, Aiden. Isabella choked back a sob, pressing her hand to her mouth. Was he dead? But then she saw his head move slightly. He was alive, injured, unconscious perhaps, but alive. Brody rode beside the stretcher, his expression unreadable. As they passed her hiding place, heading back towards the river, where they likely had boats waiting, Brody's gaze swept the woods, sharp and searching. Did he suspect she was nearby? She stayed hidden until they were gone, the sounds of their passage fading away. Then slowly, cautiously, she emerged, clutching her precious notebook. The landing below, when she finally risked looking down from a safe distance, was deserted. The remaining logs bobbed forlornly against the bank. Slater's crew had vanished. Croft and his associate were long gone. The smoke from her signal fire had dissipated into the morning air. What remained when the smoke cleared? Aidan, badly injured, captured perhaps, or rescued, his fate uncertain. Slater and his crew, scattered, but likely not gone for good. Croft escaped, his involvement witnessed but perhaps still deniable, without the ledger or corroborating testimony. And herself, alone in the wilderness, carrying damning evidence, marked by her knowledge, her future uncertain. The reckoning at Whisper Creek had happened, but the outcome felt fractured, incomplete. Justice hadn't triumphed cleanly. The guilty had largely escaped, while the price had been paid by those who dared to interfere. Yet the truth was known. The evidence existed, scribbled in her notebook. The fire had been lit, not just on the ridge, but in the hearts of those who sought justice. What remained was the fight to ensure that truth saw the light of day, that the price paid by Aidan, by Billy Fletcher, by all the victims of greed and silence would not be in vain. The path ahead was still shrouded in mist, but the direction, fueled by grief and resolve, was clear. Chapter 23. A Promise Whispered on the Wind. The journey back felt longer, more arduous than the desperate flight towards Whisper Creek Landing had been. Each step Isabella took through the sodden, dripping woods was weighted with exhaustion, grief, and the chilling burden of the knowledge contained within the oilskin pouch holding her notebook. The forest, usually a source of solace and intricate beauty, felt somber, watchful, its familiar paths imbued with the ghosts of recent violence, the echo of the gunshot that had felled Aidan, the spectral image of Billy Fletcher's stolen life, the shadow of Croft's corruption reaching even into these remoter corners. She moved by instinct as much as by sight, the gray overcast light offering little definition to the landscape. The storm had passed, leaving behind a world washed clean but bruised, the air heavy with the scent of wet earth and broken pine needles. Her focus narrowed to the singular goal of reaching the cabin, protecting the notebook, finding out what had become of Aidan. The fear was a constant companion, a cold knot beneath her ribs, but it was overlaid now with a grim determination that felt like tempered steel forged in the fires of the last few days. When the clearing finally came into view, looking blessedly ordinary and untouched, relief warred with apprehension. Was it truly safe? Had anyone come looking for her or Aidan? She circled cautiously, hidden within the tree line, scanning for any sign of disturbance, broken branches, unfamiliar tracks in the mud near the cabin, smoke from the chimney where none should be. Seeing nothing amiss, she finally dashed across the open ground, heart pounding, and slipped inside, bolting the door firmly. The cabin was empty, cold. The fire in the stove had long since died, leaving behind gray ash and a faint smokiness in the air. Mary Fletcher was gone, presumably having made her way safely to the Widow Collins homestead as planned. Aidan's presence lingered the indentation on the cot where he had rested, the discarded bandage wrappings near the stove, the faint, metallic scent she now associated with his injury. But he was gone, taken by Brody's posse. Alive, she reminded herself fiercely, clinging to the image of his head moving slightly on the makeshift stretcher. But where? And in what condition? Was he considered a suspect, found injured near the scene of the interrupted crime? Or had Brody understood somehow that Aidan was on the side of justice? Exhaustion threatened to overwhelm her. She sank onto the edge of the cot, the damp chill of her clothes seeping into her bones. She longed to collapse, to sleep, to shut out the terrifying images and the gnawing uncertainty. But the notebook felt heavy in her lap, demanding action. The information inside the sketches, the names, the brands, the timing, the confirmation of Croft's presence was useless if it remained hidden here. She forced herself to move. First, she rekindled the fire. The simple act of coaxing flames from embers a small ritual of defiance against the encroaching cold and despair. As warmth began to seep back into the cabin, she peeled off her wet oilskins and outer clothes, changing into dry garments, her movements stiff, her body aching. She made herself eat something, dry bread and a handful of nuts, forcing the food down past the tightness in her throat. Then she sat at the table, opened the precious notebook, and reviewed her hasty, rain-smudged entries. Under the steadier lamplight, the details solidified. The sequence of events at Whisper Creek Landing, the description of the logs, the sketch of the crude brand, the number of men, the presence of Slater, Cal, and Jeb, the arrival of Croft and the man in the coat, the exchange of the envelope, Jeb's accidental confirmation of the destination, the subsequent confrontation in the alley. It was all there, a damning narrative. But what now? Marching into Oak Haven, presenting this notebook to Sheriff Brody felt like walking back into the fire. Croft was powerful, influential. He had threatened Mrs. Fletcher with impunity. Would he hesitate to silence Isabella permanently if he knew what she possessed? And Brody, could he be trusted to act decisively, protect her, use the information effectively against a man like Croft? Her earlier assessment of the sheriff as overwhelmed and potentially compromised hadn't entirely dissipated. Yet, what was the alternative? Hiding here, waiting for Aidan to recover, if he recovered, if he was even free. Waiting for Croft or Slater to inevitably track her down. The knowledge she held was dangerous, yes, but it was also power. The only power she possessed against the forces arrayed against her. Her gaze fell upon the small tin she had retrieved from its hiding place, the one containing the scrap of blue wool. She opened it, looking at the tangible remnant of Billy Fletcher's life, violently cut short. That small piece of fabric, combined with the observations in her notebook, strengthened her resolve. Silence had already cost too much. She would go to Brody. Not immediately, perhaps. She needed rest. Needed to choose her moment carefully. Perhaps approach him away from the prying eyes and listening ears of the main street. But she would go. She owed it to Billy, to Mary and her mother, to Aidan, who had sacrificed his safety, and to the forest itself. She allowed herself a few hours of restless sleep, collapsing onto the cot, the derringer close at hand, her dreams a chaotic jumble of rushing rivers, flickering lanterns, and menacing shadows. She woke abruptly in the early afternoon, the lingering fear replaced by a cold clarity. She knew what she had to do. She tidied the cabin, erasing as much evidence of Aidan's presence as possible, though the lingering scent of blood and medicinal herbs was harder to dispel. She secured the notebook and the tin containing the wool scrap deep within her satchel, beneath layers of botanical samples. Dressed in her most practical, inconspicuous clothes, she prepared to face Oak Haven once more. Before leaving, she paused at the door, looking around the small space that had been her refuge, her laboratory, and recently, a place of shared fear and burgeoning connection. It felt different now, irrevocably changed, just as she was. She was no longer merely Isabella Moore, botanist. She was a witness, an investigator, a survivor entangled in the dark heart of the frontier. She chose a less direct route towards town, circling wide, observing from the cover of the woods before approaching. Oak Haven buzzed with an unnatural energy. News of the events at Whisper Creek Landing, the signal fire, the arrival of the sheriff's posse, the discovery of the injured trapper, and the abandoned logs must have spread like wildfire. She saw groups of townsfolk talking animatedly, casting nervous glances towards the timber company office and towards the small building that served as Brody's jail and office. She needed information about Aiden. Discreetly, she made her way towards the modest home of Oak Haven's overburdened doctor, an elderly man known more for setting bones and delivering babies than dealing with gunshot wounds. Peeking through the window, from across the dusty track, she saw no sign of Aiden, only the doctor tending to a child with a cough. Relief mingled with continued uncertainty. If Aiden wasn't there, where was he? In Brody's jail cell. Her next stop was Hemlock's store. She entered cautiously, bracing herself. The store was unusually crowded, filled with people ostensibly buying supplies, but clearly hungry for news, exchanging hushed rumors. Hemlock looked harried, his usual gruffness replaced by a nervous, almost fearful energy. He avoided her gaze pointedly. Isabella saw Mary Fletcher sitting quietly on a stool behind the counter, helping sort nails, looking pale but composed. Seeing the girl safe offered Isabella a small measure of comfort. She bought a few unnecessary items, lingering, listening. The talk was all of Whisper Creek. Some whispered that O'Connor, the solitary trapper, had been caught red-handed trying to steal Slater's logs and had been shot, resisting arrest by Slater's men before the sheriff arrived. Others muttered that O'Connor had stumbled upon the illegal logging, just like Fletcher, and had been deliberately silenced, only surviving by luck until Brody's posse arrived. Croft's name was mentioned in hushed tones, some defending his reputation, others hinting darkly at his possible involvement. The town was indeed divided, rife with speculation and fear. Crucially, she overheard one man telling Hemlock that Sheriff Brody had taken O'Connor directly to the jail, not for arrest but for protection and questioning, and that the doctor had been summoned there earlier. Aiden was alive, relatively safe under Brody's watch, and not immediately treated as a criminal. That knowledge was a profound relief, solidifying Isabella's resolve to approach the sheriff. She left the store, nodding discreetly to Mary, who offered a small, hopeful smile in return. Isabella walked directly towards the sheriff's office, ignoring the curious stares that followed her. Her heart pounded, but her steps were firm. Sheriff Brody was standing outside his office, talking with two grim-faced deputies. He looked exhausted, his face lined with strain. But there was a new hardness in his eyes, a decisiveness she hadn't seen before. He saw her approaching and dismissed the deputies, turning to face her, his expression unreadable. "Miss Moore," he said, his voice weary but steady. "Figured you might turn up." "Sheriff?" Isabella replied, meeting his gaze directly. "I have information, things I saw, things you need to know." He studied her for a long moment, his eyes searching hers. Perhaps he saw the residue of fear, the exhaustion, but also the determination. Perhaps Aiden, during his questioning, had already told him something, corroborated her likely story. "All right," he said finally, nodding towards his office door. "Inside now." In the cramped, cluttered office, smelling of stale coffee and damp wool, Isabella laid everything bare. She pulled out her notebook, opened it to the sketches and notes from Whisper Creek Landing. She described the scene, the men, the logs, the brand, Slater's commands. She recounted the arrival of Croft and the man in the coat, the exchange of the envelope. She described her confrontation with Cal and Finn in the alley, Jeb's terrified confirmation of Whisper Creek, and finally she produced the small tin, opening it to reveal the scrap of blue wool. "Billy Fletcher's shirt," she said quietly, "found near Slater's camp at Black Creek, just before I heard the shot that must have been aimed at Aiden when he was ambushed later." Brody looked at the notebook, at the wool scrap, his expression growing grimmer with each revelation. He listened intently, asking sharp, clarifying questions, his earlier weariness replaced by focused attention. He picked up the wool scrap, examining it closely. He studied her sketch of the brand. He read her description of Croft's arrival. When she finished, a heavy silence filled the small office. Brody leaned back in his chair, rubbing his eyes. "So," he said finally, his voice rough, "O'Connor wasn't lying, and neither were you, not entirely back when I first asked." He looked at her, a measure of respect dawning in his tired eyes. "You saw Croft, there, at the landing?" "Yes," Isabella confirmed. "And the man in the coat delivering payment to Slater? And this brand," he tapped her sketch, "and Hemlock came storming in here an hour ago after I questioned him again. Seems finding O'Connor shot after complaining about Croft's manifest gave him a backbone transplant. He brought his invoices, showed me the discrepancies, timber listed that don't match mill receipts, grades altered." Brody slammed his hand on the desk. "It all fits there. Croft's been using Slater to poach prime timber, laundering it through his own company shipments, threatening anyone who gets suspicious." "What about Aiden?" Isabella asked urgently. "Is he—" "He's alive," Brody confirmed. "Got him patched up best the doc could manage. Lost blood, bad knock on the head, arms torn up, but he's tough. And stubborn." A faint smile touched Brody's lips. "Told me enough to confirm you weren't working with Slater. Told me O'Connor was tracking the poachers himself, likely interfered, got himself shot for his trouble." He looked at Isabella. "Seems you two make quite the pair." "Can you arrest Croft now?" Isabella pressed. "With my testimony, Hemlock's invoices, Aiden's?" Brody sighed, the weight of his office settling back on him. "Your testimony is crucial, Miss Moore. Hemlock's papers help. O'Connor's corroboration. It builds a case, but Croft, he's slippery. He'll have lawyers, connections. He wasn't caught holding the logs himself. The man in the coat, still unidentified. Croft will deny everything, claim Slater acted alone, claim you and O'Connor are conspirators." Disappointment washed over Isabella. After everything, was it still not enough? "But," Brody continued, leaning forward, a hard light in his eyes, "it's enough to get a warrant. Enough to search his office, his ledgers, the real ones maybe, not just the ones he shows folks. Enough to put pressure on that associate, the man in the coat, if we can identify him. Enough to maybe scare Slater's backers wherever they are." He stood up, grabbing his hat. "And it's enough to make sure Croft don't skip town." He called for his deputies. "Keep an eye on Croft's office, on his house. Don't let him leave Oakhaven. I'm going to talk to the circuit judge, get that warrant." He paused at the door, looking back at Isabella. "You did good, Miss Moore. Damn risky, foolish maybe, but you did good. Now stay put, stay safe. Let me handle the rest." Isabella remained in the office, the adrenaline fading, leaving her feeling hollowed out, trembling. It wasn't over, not yet. Croft was cornered, but still dangerous. Slater and his crew were scattered, but likely still armed. Justice moved slowly, uncertainly. Later that day, news filtered back. Brody, armed with a warrant, had searched Croft's office. The incriminating ledger Isabella had glimpsed was gone naturally. But other documents, inconsistencies in shipping records, and perhaps testimony from a suddenly cooperative Finn, likely trying to save his own skin. provided enough corroborating evidence. Silas Croft was formally arrested, protesting his innocence, blaming rogue employees, but arrested nonetheless, his aura of untouchability shattered. Slater remained at large, having vanished into the wilderness along with Cal and most of the crew. Jeb, however, reportedly surrendered himself to Brody, terrified and seeking protection, offering testimony against Slater and Croft in exchange for leniency. The town buzzed, shocked, divided, but with a sense of a dark cloud finally lifting. The timber company's legitimate operations were thrown into chaos, but the immediate reign of fear seemed broken. Isabella finally saw Aidan late that evening. Brody allowed her a brief visit in the small, clean room attached to the jail, where he was recovering under guard protection as much as detention. He was pale, weak, his arm heavily bandaged and supported by a sling, but his eyes were clear, and they lit up with profound relief when he saw her. Isabella, he breathed, reaching out with his good hand. She took it, her fingers closing around his strong, calloused ones. They didn't need words immediately. The shared ordeal, the fear, the relief it flowed between them in the quiet gaze, the gentle pressure of their joined hands. "You came back," he whispered, echoing his earlier plea. "I had to," she replied softly. "We had to finish it." She told him about Croft's arrest, Jeb's surrender, Slater's escape. He listened, nodding slowly, a measure of grim satisfaction on his face. "Good," he murmured. "Justice of a sort. For Fletcher?" He looked at her, his gaze searching hers, "At a cost." "Yes," she acknowledged, thinking of his injury, her own trauma, the lingering uncertainties. "At a cost." They sat in silence for a while, the connection between them deepening in the quiet aftermath, the romance that had flickered between them, born amidst whispering woods and shared danger, now felt tempered by reality, by the harsh truths they had faced together. It wasn't a simple, easy affection. It was something forged in fire, complex, uncertain, yet undeniably real. "What now, Aidan?" Isabella asked finally, voicing the question that hung between them. He looked down at their joined hands, then out the small barred window towards the darkening woods beyond the town. "Heal, I suppose," he said slowly. "Testify if Brody needs it." He paused, and then, the woods call, always do. His solitary nature, his need for the wilderness remained. "And you, Isabella?" he asked, turning his gaze back to her. "Will you stay, keep mapping your flowers?" Isabella thought of her cabin, her maps, her passion for the intricate beauty of the natural world. That passion hadn't died, but it had changed. It was no longer just about observation. It was about protection, about understanding the delicate balance between human need and the wild heart of the land. "Yes," she said softly. "I think so. Oak Haven, the forest. They need people who see more than just timber, people who remember the price of silence." He squeezed her hand gently. They got one now. As she prepared to leave, letting him rest, she paused at the door. Outside, the wind sighed through the pines, carrying the scent of rain and wood smoke. It sounded like a whisper, a promise of healing, of endurance, of the quiet strength that remained when the smoke cleared and the storm finally passed. A promise whispered on the wind, not of a guaranteed happy ending, but of resilience, of connection, and of the enduring power of courage in the face of darkness. The future remained uncertain. The scars would remain. But the reckoning had come, and a fragile peace, hard-won and bittersweet, began to settle over the divided town and the two souls who had risked everything within it. Epilogue. Echoes in the Grove. 1 year later. The seasons had turned, cycling through the harsh bite of winter, the tentative green blush of spring, and now settling into the golden languor of late summer. The forest surrounding Oakhaven breathed easier. The immediate reign of Slater's axes silenced, though the scars remained visible, clearings slowly greening over, massive stumps standing like tombstones, reminders of the recent rapacious past. The town itself had weathered the storm, though it bore scars of its own. The trial of Silas Croft had been the unavoidable centerpiece of Oakhaven's fragile recovery. Stripped of his veneer of respectability, faced with Hemlock's meticulously documented invoice discrepancies, Jeb's terrified testimony, and Isabella's clear-eyed account of the events at Whisper Creek Landing corroborated by Aidan O'Connor from his guarded recovery bed, Croft's defense had crumbled. His lawyers, slick and expensive, had fought hard, attempting to paint Slater as a rogue operator, Isabella and Aidan as interfering vigilantes, and Jeb as an unreliable drunkard. But the weight of evidence, particularly Hemlock's papers showing systematic manipulation of timber grades and shipping manifests tied directly to Croft's company, proved insurmountable. Croft was convicted not of Fletcher's murder, the direct link remained elusive, but of fraud, conspiracy, theft on a grand scale, and intimidation. His sentence, delivered by a stern circuit judge less susceptible to local influence, was significant enough to ensure he wouldn't trouble Oakhaven again for many years. The Oakhaven Timber Company, disgraced and headless, floundered, its operations drastically curtailed, its future uncertain. Slater and Cal remained phantoms, vanished into the vast wilderness territories beyond the reach of Brody's limited authority. Whispers occasionally surfaced, sightings near remote mining camps. Rumors of them joining other outlaw gangs further west, but they never returned to Oakhaven. Their absence left an uneasy void, a lingering threat, perhaps, but their immediate power over the local woods was broken. Jeb, having turned state's evidence, received a reduced sentence for his role in poaching, eventually drifting away from Oakhaven upon his release, seeking obscurity elsewhere. Sheriff Brody, bolstered by the successful prosecution of Croft and the subsequent, albeit temporary, lull in large-scale criminal activity, seemed to carry himself with a renewed, if weary, authority. He had faced down corruption within his town and emerged somewhat battered, but with his integrity intact in the eyes of most. He treated Isabella with a quiet, grudging respect now, occasionally stopping by her cabin, not with warnings, but with gruff inquiries about her well-being or news gleaned from travelers about happenings in the wider territory. Mary Fletcher and her mother, freed from the immediate shadow of Croft's threats, began the slow process of healing. The money Croft had owed Billy, or at least a portion of it, was eventually recovered during the company's dissolution, providing them with a small measure of security. Mary, finding strength she hadn't known she possessed, became a staunch helper at Hemlock's store, her quiet competence earning the storekeeper's gruff approval. She often sought out Isabella, sharing news or simply sitting in companionable silence, their shared trauma forging an unlikely bond. The widow Collins, having sheltered Mary during the crisis, became a quiet friend to the Fletcher women, another small strand in the slowly reweaving fabric of the community. And Isabella remained. The events of the previous year had irrevocably changed her. The woods were no longer just a place of scientific discovery and quiet solace. They were a testament to resilience, survival, and the enduring consequences of human action. Her botanical work continued, but with a deeper sense of purpose. She still meticulously documented the flora, but now she paid equal attention to the signs of recovery in the scarred areas, noting the return of pioneer species, the slow encroachment of ferns and saplings onto the abandoned logging tracks, the gradual reclaiming of the land by the wild heart she had come to love so fiercely. Her cabin remained her sanctuary, but it no longer felt entirely isolated. Her role in exposing Croft, though she never sought recognition, had earned her a quiet standing in the community. People looked at her differently now, not just as the eccentric plant woman, but as someone who had faced danger, spoken truth to power, and endured. She still preferred her solitude, the company of trees and flowers over the complexities of town life, but the crushing weight of secrets had lifted, replaced by a quiet strength, a deeper understanding of her own resilience. The derringer remained tucked away, unused since that terrifying encounter in the alley, but she kept it clean, a reminder of the thin line between civilization and violence and the necessity of courage. Her maps were different now, too. Alongside the delicate renderings of orchids and ferns, she charted the slow healing of the land, marking areas of regrowth, noting the health of the waterways now less choked with runoff from careless logging. Her work became less about pure collection, more about understanding the intricate ecology, the long-term health of the forest system. She even began tentatively to share her knowledge, talking to homesteaders about sustainable woodlot management, identifying medicinal herbs for families who couldn't afford the town doctor, using her language of flowers and trees to foster a deeper respect for the land among her neighbors. The most profound change, however, lay in the space Aidan O'Connor occupied in her life and in her heart. He had recovered slowly but fully from his injuries, his innate toughness and Isabella's diligent care pulling him through the worst. He had testified against Croft, his words delivered with quiet, irrefutable authority, detailing the poaching operations, the ambush, his knowledge gleaned from years of silent observation. Once Croft was sentenced, and the immediate danger subsided, Aidan had, as he predicted, returned to the wilderness. The woods called him. The solitude replenished him in ways town life never could. But he hadn't simply vanished. The connection forged between them during those days of shared crisis, the desperate canoe journey, the vigil during the storm, the quiet understanding that passed between them had proven too strong to sever completely. He still ran his trap lines in the remote territories, often gone for weeks or months at a time, living by the rhythms of the seasons and the wild. But Oakhaven and Isabella's cabin now served as a different kind of anchor for him. He would appear unexpectedly, usually at dusk, materializing silently at her doorstep just as he had that first evening, perhaps bearing a string of rabbits, a prime beaver pelt, or sometimes just himself, weary from the trail, seeking brief respite. Isabella would welcome him in, stirring the fire, putting coffee on the stove, the rituals becoming familiar, comfortable. The uneasy truce had long since dissolved, replaced by a deep, quiet understanding, an acceptance of their different natures and the separate paths they largely walked. Their conversations were often sparse, punctuated by comfortable silences. He would tell her of things seen in the deep woods, the movement of game, the changing weather patterns, signs of Slater's possible passage in distant territories, always reported grimly, a reminder of unfinished business. She, in turn, would share her own observations, the progress of forest regrowth, the discovery of a new patch of rare wildflowers, news from town gleaned during her supply run. He respected her knowledge, her quiet strength, her dedication to the land they both, in their different ways, cherished. She respected his skills, his integrity, however rough-hewn, his deep connection to the wild heart he embodied. Sometimes, sitting by the fire on a cold evening, a different kind of quiet would settle between them, charged with the unspoken emotions that lingered from their shared ordeal. The memory of her tending his wounds, the feel of his hand gripping hers, the fear they had faced together, it created an intimacy that transcended words. There were moments when his gaze would hold hers a fraction longer, when a shared glance across the small cabin seemed heavy with unspoken possibilities. The spark of attraction, ignited in danger, hadn't entirely extinguished. It simply smoldered beneath the surface, a gentle warmth beneath the practicalities of their separate lives. There was no talk of marriage, of settling down, of changing who they fundamentally were. Isabella knew Aidan needed the wilderness, the solitude, as much as she needed her books, her maps, her quiet observation. He knew she wasn't a woman suited to the rough, peripatetic life of a trapper's wife, nor did she desire it. Their connection wasn't about conforming to expectations. It was about mutual respect, shared experience, and a deep, quiet affection that acknowledged the distance between their worlds, even as it bridged it. One late summer evening, as the sun bled orange and purple across the western sky, Aidan appeared at her door, after a long absence, tracking lynx in the high country. He looked leaner, more weathered, but his eyes held their familiar clarity. He brought no game this time, only himself. They sat outside on the rough bench beside her cabin door, watching the stars emerge in the deepening twilight, the air cool and smelling of pine. The silence between them was easy, comfortable. "Saw something. Thought you might like," Aidan said finally, reaching into the worn leather pouch at his belt. He carefully withdrew something wrapped in soft moss. He unwrapped it gently, revealing a perfect, breathtakingly beautiful specimen of Cypripedium, a cowley, the pink lady slipper orchid, the very flower she had risked so much to find near Black Creek. Isabella gasped softly, her hand going to her heart. It was exquisite, its delicate pink pouch luminous in the fading light. "Aidan, where did you find it?" "High Ridge, north of Whisper Creek," he replied, his voice softer than usual, growing in a patch of deep moss under old hemlocks, just blooming there, alone. He held it out to her carefully. "Can't take it from its place. Know you wouldn't want that, but thought you'd want to see it. Know it's still there." Tears pricked Isabella's eyes. It was more than just a flower. It was a symbol of beauty persisting amidst harshness, of the wild heart enduring despite the scars, of his understanding her passion, her purpose. It was, in its own way, a love letter written in the language of the wilderness they both understood. "Thank you, Aidan," she whispered, gently touching one delicate petal. "It's beautiful." He nodded, a faint smile touching his lips. He carefully rewrapped the orchid in its moss. "Reckon I'll put it back where I found it on my way out tomorrow. Belongs there." They sat for a while longer, watching the stars blaze brighter in the night sky. The future remained unwritten. Slater was still out there. The forest would take generations to fully heal. Their own paths would continue to diverge more often than they converged. There were no easy promises, no guarantees of a conventional happy ending. But as Isabella looked at the strong, quiet man beside her, and then out at the dark, resilient forest surrounding them, she felt a sense of peace settle over her, deeper and more enduring than any she had known before. The price of silence had been devastatingly high, but the rewards of courage, hard-won justice, unexpected connection, a profound understanding of her own strength, and the enduring beauty of the wild were immeasurable. What remained when the smoke cleared wasn't emptiness, but resilience. It was the quiet strength of the forest, beginning its slow recovery, the cautious hope of a community rebuilding trust, the enduring bond between two disparate souls who had found each other amidst the fire, and the quiet promise whispered on the wind that even in the face of darkness, life and love in all its complex forms could find a way to bloom.